test, 1, 2 test. Check. Let me know. I got this, so let me know. JP, you want us to bounce back and forth, or just let him do a couple heats, I do a couple heats, however we want to do it? Okay. All right. Steven, you got me? All right, buddy. Are we on channel 1? Oh, 3, okay. Steven, you got me? That works. Just make sure I'm on the right channel. have to tell me not to yell. You have to not to yell. You have to tell me to calm down. It's only Friday. It's only Friday. I can't lose my voice like last year. Don't talk. Eat this. I'm not gonna eat them all. Check 1 2, check. Good morning, good morning. Hello, Steve. Check 1 2. Okay. All right. We're gonna have the sun over here, aren't we? We'll be in the sun right here, won't we?
Usually, sometimes we have a hot here because it's freezing, and downstairs, people are with the bikinis. We're freezing.
Oh, what's it, John? That's it, John. You're already on the yacht, John?
Yeah.
You're already in the mood.
Already in the mood.
That's good. We're gonna have good commentating.
Yeah.
You're already.
I'm just waiting for shit. I'm waiting for people to start throwing shit at me. That's all. Oh, my bad.
Do those people you think realize that you were there last year and then the year before that and everything went fine?
Okay. Yeah, you just tell me when. If I need to cut, I'll just unplug. Okay? All right. All right, check 1, 2. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. My name is John Termy. Alongside me this year is Nick Allard. Nick, welcome in.
Yeah, thank you, John. Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue à cette première journée des Régates de Valleyfield. Tout un programme en vue. John sera côté anglophone et moi côté francophone. C'est tout un honneur d'être avec toi. It's a great honor to be with you, John. A lot of pleasure we're going to have this weekend.
I appreciate that. It's always awesome to come up here to Valleyfield to call the races. For our friends out there watching, we are getting ready to get started with our novice class. I'm going to let Nick call the novice. He's got all the names, all the boats. He's done his homework. He's ready to go here for the 84th edition of Valleyfield Regatta. Following the novice, we'll have our Grand Prix testing. They're going to come out in 3 waves. We're going to go 4 boats at a time for testing. And then we're going to get started right into the day. Today is a completely different day than Saturday and Sunday for our F and H classes. They're going to run 2 qualifiers and an 8-boat final in the F and a 7-boat final in the H. So it's going to be a very high competitive day. Points on the line for everybody, but today for F and H is pretty much a completely different day than Saturday and Sunday. So jam-packed full day of racing. We've got 76 heats to call this weekend, Nick. Are you ready?
Oui, je suis prêt, John. I'm ready. Donc, John, comme vient de spécifier, on aura des essais Grand Prix par la suite après les 2 courses de novices. Et au plus tard, dans le programme, on aura des essais chronométrés. Il ne faut pas oublier également qu'on a le Grand Prix Challenge, dont on parlera lors des essais chronométrés en Grand Prix. Donc, alors on est à 4 minutes 25 du départ, premier départ de la classe novice. Donc,
yeah, our green flag's on the race course for novice, Nick, so I'm going to turn it over to you. Let you call the novice heats. Everybody knows our novices. Back in the States, we call them J-Stock Hydros. They're our kids from the years of 8 years old to 13 years old can come out in the novice class. Very competitive, and it's an awesome thing that Bob Abbott has done here in Canada to introduce a novice class last year. And these kids, we're going to see them eventually move up to the bigger boats. So, Nick, 3:50 away from the start for our first novice heat. Take it away.
Alors, les essais novices tantôt, et finalement, Noémie Maisonneuve qui a connu tout un week-end la semaine dernière lors du 150e des Régates de Valleyfield. Quelle fin de semaine on aura? On aura une vague ce matin en classe novice. On a le N66 Médéric Guillet, le Thunderboat qui mène au championnat. On aura également Noémie Maisonneuve, le Abbey's Boat, Sydney Manissis dans le Miss Virgo, Alice Caron, le Lucky 13, embarcation numéro 13, Maïka Léger, le Charpentec Girl, numéro 666, Colin Anderson, qui est le fils de Ken Anderson, et le 858 de Mathis Lavallée. Alors, course de 3 tours pour les novices. Médéric Guillet, qui est extrêmement rapide, mène au championnat devant Olivier Maisonneuve. Guillet qui a 225 points et Olivier Maisonneuve qu'on verra dans la prochaine vague à 222 points. Suivi de Noémie Maisonneuve, 3e au championnat avec un week-end parfait lors du dernier week-end. Colin Anderson, le Awesome Secret qui passe devant nous, le Abbey's Boat, N409 de Noémie Maisonneuve. Et on est à 2 minutes 20 du départ, course à 7 embarcations. Le Thunderboat, Médéric Guillet, qui est sur une lancée, lui, a gagné la première finale du côté de Sorel-Tracy lors de la fin de semaine de l'affaire des pairs. Lucky 13, Alice Caron, âgée de 14 ans. Sydney Manissis, le Miss Virgo, le 244. On est à 1,50. Rappelons qu'il n'y a pas de couloir prédéterminé. Là, on peut couper tout partout sur le parcours, sur ce circuit. Maisonneuve, le Abbey's Boat, on verra son frère Olivier dans la prochaine vague. Et toute la pression est sur Médéric Guillet qui lui a 3 points d'avance sur Olivier Maisonneuve. On est à 1 minute 23. Mathis Lavallée dans le Miss Kyra. Et le frère de Thomas Lavallée qu'on verra dans la prochaine vague. On est à 1 minute 12 du premier départ des 84e Régates de Valleyfield. Une 3 avant le départ. Alors, regardez Mathis Lavallée, le Miss Kyra, le 8,58. Pilote âgé de 9 à 16 ans. 46 secondes. On va s'installer pour prendre le départ. On peut aller tout partout sur le plan d'eau. Regardez Caron là, qui, elle, fait des virages serrés. On est à 30 secondes. Les problèmes là pour Mathis Lavallée qui rentre dans le parcours. Pour le Miss Kyron, on est à 20 secondes. Oh, Guillet là, qui est un peu en retard. On est à 14 secondes. 10, 8 secondes. 5, 4, 3. Et ce sera un bon départ pour Cinemanicis dans le Miss Virgo. Great start for Cinemanicis in the 244. And Noémie Maisonneuve on the inside. And bad start for Médéric Guillet in the Thunderbolt. Alors qui prend les devants, c'est Cinemanicis. Très près devant Noémie Maisonneuve. Caron qui est pas très loin des deux meneurs. Oh, battle between the 244 of Cinemanicis, the 409 of Noémie Maisonneuve, and Alice Caron is very closer. Maisonneuve à l'intérieur. Charge. Manicis. Oh, qu'on est prêt dans le virage. Maisonneuve. Charge à l'intérieur. On va compléter le premier des 3 tours et Manicis dans le droit. Légère avance et Guillet qui se rapproche dans le Thunderbolt. Attention à Lavallée là, qui est dans une mauvaise posture et au virage. Maisonneuve reprend sa priorité. Manicis pas très loin, suivi de Caron et Médéric Guillet. Oh, Noémie Maisonneuve pour être 5 en 5 depuis le dernier week-end de course. Et regardez Caron. Caron is very closer to Manicis. Oh, Maisonneuve est là. Attention, c'est presque touché entre Manicis et Alice Caron. Et ça aide à Guillet à se rapprocher alors que Colin Anderson, lui, est pas très loin. Dernier tour à faire. 1 lap to go. 4 board. 4 boats. Very closer. The 409 et la Caron qui est côte à côte avec Manicis. Caron is now second in front of Cinemanicis in the Miss Virgo. And look at Médéric Guillet. There's no room for Guillet, qui est un peu dans le milieu. Dernier virage pour Noémie Maisonneuve et Guillet qui se fait danser. On est côte à côte entre Guillet et Manicis. Et ce sera la victoire de Noémie Maisonneuve. Deuxième, second, Alice Caron, Lucky 13. Médéric Guillet, troisième. Sydney Manicis, quatrième. Et Colin Henderson va terminer cinquième. So John, what a race by Noémie Maisonneuve. She was behind Manicis at the start, and she's winning the race. She's now 5 on 5 since last weekend.
Oliver Maisonneuve is awesome job. Great job by you too, Nick. Very good. If they're racing like that all weekend long, we're going to have a splendid weekend of racing.
Alors, le temps de référence, 2,23 pour Noémie Maisonneuve. Et là, Guillet qui lui a réussi toute une remontée à la troisième place. Alors, dans quelques instants, la prochaine épreuve en classe novice. Vous regardez la 84e édition des Régates de Valleyfield.
Great job, Nick. Very good job in the novice there. As we said, up next, I believe we have a second heat of novice, and then we're going to go GP testing. So Nick did an excellent job with that first call of the novice class. I'll let him call that second call of the novice class. But coming up next, second heat, Heat 1B, novice.
Alors, on est à 4 minutes du deuxième départ de la classe novice. Quelle dernière course là, qu'on a eue, notamment entre Noémie Maisonneuve et Sydney Manessis, qui avait connu un excellent départ, s'était pointé le nez. Le premier à la ligne de départ. On est à 3 minutes 40. Alors, course à 6 bateaux dans la prochaine vague. On aura Olivier Maisonneuve dans l'angle d'attaque. Nolan Théoret, le 4-4-4 avec le Miss Valleyfield. On aura Zach Parent, le Wild Thing, qui a surpris la semaine dernière, a terminé deuxième en finale. On aura Jaden Théoret, le Little Miss Valleyfield, qui a gagné ici l'an dernier sur le circuit que porte le nom de son grand-père. Erika Bernier, le Sweet Hurricane, le N76, ainsi que Thomas Lavallée qui complète la marche. Alors, Zach Parent qui passe devant nous, le Wild Thing, qui est présentement 6e au classement, 7e plutôt. Erika Bernier, le Sweet Hurricane, et voilà Olivier Maisonneuve qui, avec une victoire, pourrait passer en avant au championnat, lui qui est le premier champion. Thomas Lavallée, le Phoenix, le 99, et là passe devant nous Jaden Théoret, le 144, le Little Miss Valleyfield. Parent qui en est à sa première saison, qui est une recrue, avec très bien impressionné la semaine dernière lors du 150e anniversaire de Valleyfield. Pilote de Saint-Zotique, Erika Bernier, qui en est également à sa première course. C'est la 4e fille en novice, avec également Maïka Léger, qu'on n'a pas vu lors de la dernière course, ainsi que Alice Caron et Noémie Maisonneuve. On est à 1 minute 50. La vallée qui vient de Sorel-Tracy, une saison un petit peu plus difficile dans son cas, mais là semble très bien aller. On est à 1 minute 35. We are at 1:32 before the start of the second heat of novice class.
J'ai eu l'occasion de jaser avec David Alexander hier.
Et, surveiller évidemment Jaden et Nolan Théoret, les deux frères Théoret, les fils de Marc Théoret qu'on a connu pendant plusieurs années avec le GP 4x4, le Grand Prix Valleyfield. Voici Olivier Maisonneuve, on est à 1 minute 5. Le temps de référence 2:23 pour Noémie Maisonneuve.
Une famille de pilotes d'hydroplane.
Conditions extrêmement idéales. 45 secondes. Donc, quelles conditions idéales pour cette première journée des Régates de Valleyfield. On aura également des défis du vendredi en Formule 2500 ainsi qu'en Hydro 350. On est à 30 secondes. 28 seconds before the second heat of novice class. 20 seconds, 20 secondes. 15. Ça va être, je crois, un excellent départ. On est à 10 secondes.
Attention, c'est parti dans 7 secondes. 6,
on est en retard. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ce sera un excellent départ pour Olivier Maisonneuve. Alors que Zach Parent est où est Nolan Théoret? Nolan n'a même pas pris le départ, le Miss Valleyfield. So problem for the N444 of Nolan Théoret. Alors en tête, déjà quelques longueurs sur Jaden Théoret, c'est Olivier Maisonneuve. Et on voit Parent à l'intérieur là, se rapprocher déjà de Jaden Théoret, le Little Miss Valleyfield, alors que Bernier est 4e. Alors, quelle vitesse là, de Olivier Maisonneuve qui pourrait prendre la tête du classement. Et là, c'est serré pour la deuxième place. Entre Parent qui a presque manqué la bouée. Et Jaden Théoret. Là. On est côte à côte après un tour de complété. Side by side between the Wild Thing, the 80 boat and the 144.
Merci, des numéros très semblables. Toujours
Alors que
dans
la Vallée,
cette
lui,
course novice,
va bientôt se faire prendre un tour.
il va passer la ligne
Pareil
de départ,
maintenant,
mais de l'autre
en
côté,
deuxième,
comme dans le droit du
devant
retour, c'est Maisonneuve
Jaden
qui mène
Théoret.
Par la
Erika
suite, c'est
Bernier
Zach
qui
Parent,
suit en quatrième
qui est
place.
deuxième.
À la
Théoret,
mi-course,
troisième.
c'est toujours Olivier Maisonneuve qui a plusieurs longueurs sur Zach Parent et le Wild Thing.
Exact. Alors, on complète un autre tour. Le drapeau blanc est levé.
Drapeau blanc. Maisonneuve qui a 5 secondes d'avance sur Zach Parent et le Wild Thing. Jaden Théoret qui est troisième dans le Little Miss Valleyfield, suivi d'Erika Bernier. Oh, Maisonneuve là, qui lance un message qui sera surveillé ce week-end. L'angle d'attaque est le premier champion, mais on voit que Parent, malgré tout, a réussi à réduire un peu plus l'écart. Ce serait intéressant de suivre le temps de Maisonneuve. Et s'il n'y a pas de pénalité, ce sera la victoire de Olivier Maisonneuve qui l'emporte ici. Deuxième, Zach Parent. Le Wild Thing suivi de Jaden Théoret dans le Little Miss Valleyfield. Le plus jeune des deux Théoret, ainsi qu'Erika Bernier. Alors, quel début de programme avec les novices. Et on les reverra demain en début de journée à 9h. Et on poursuit avec la classe Grand Prix, des tests Grand Prix. Donc, je laisse la parole à mon bon ami John Tomey. John?
All right, another good heat of novice. Nicely done, Nick. That'll do it for our novice class early this morning. Coming up next, we'll have our Grand Prix Hydros come out to test for the final stop on the Grand Prix Challenge. We started down in Guntersville and Brockville. Guntersville winner was Brandon Kennedy. Brockville winner was Ken Brody. Then we moved down to Madison, Indiana. My good friend Jeff Ayler doing the race call in Madison, Indiana, and Brandon Kennedy won again. So it all comes down to Valleyfield. Double points here. I don't know if everybody understands that. Every heat's worth 50, not 25, and even time trials are double points. So the top 3 boats in time trials are to get 50 points towards that Grand Prix Challenge. And we got a nice $40,000 prize pool up on the line. So the top 5 are going to get a spot in that prize pool. And right now, Brandon Kennedy's on top of that with 225 points, followed up by the 50 team. So I'm very interested to see how these boats come out. This is going to be a really important test session, Nick, because as we know, there were boats in both Guntersville, Brockville, and Madison that had issues that are here. So I'm interested to see how the 71 team comes out. They had motor issues all weekend long in Madison last week. I'm also interested to see how the 17 team does, the Miss Renee, all the way from the great state of Washington. With Tyler Eccles doing the driving, those guys have really worked hard in the last 4 or 5 days to get that boat prepared for Valleyfield. So it's a very important test session for a couple of these guys because they're down to their last motor. So coming up, we'll have 3 heats, 3 waves of testing for the Grand Prix, and they'll be coming out next. So stick around. Grand Prix testing coming up in just a minute. All right, our national anthems are complete. We want to thank the G18 and the G81, the Compulsion and the Illusion. The 18 driven by Donnie McLean and the Illusion driven by Bob Muller. These guys, Nick, they come here every year to do the national anthems and do the parade lap for us. Two really, really cool old boats that used to run back in the Guy Harvey days. So it's awesome to see these boats out on the water every time they come out. So we want to thank Don McLean and Bob Muller, the owners of the Compulsion and the Illusion, for coming out for the flag lap. All right, Nick, up next, we're getting ready to go GP time trials. Or no, I'm sorry, GP testing. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Alors oui, testing en Grand Prix, ce serait intéressant de suivre les 3 pilotes qui viennent de la côte ouest américaine, soit le GP10, le Charger avec Dustin Nichols, le Miss René, là, le nom du pilote m'échappe, ainsi que Jimmy King dans le Pleasure Seekers, le GP3, et un retour cette fin de semaine de Patrick Howard en Grand Prix dans le Megavolt, le GP39. Alors, on poursuit avec les essais en classe Grand Prix.
All right, our first wave of GP in the time trial, or I'm sorry, in the testing. I keep getting ahead of myself. Will be Jack Lupton, Ken Brody, Bobby King doing the driving, Ken Lupton and Jimmy King. They'll be the first 4 boats out for testing. And the next wave will be Kevin Eckert in the 10, Andrew Tate in the 71, Robin Demur, I'm sorry, it's Mario Blaine in the 757, and Tyler Eccles driving the 17 will be the second wave out. And then the final wave will be Pat Hayworth, they got all these names wrong. Pat Hayworth driving the 39, Jeff Bernard driving the 79, Brandon Kennedy in the 35, and Eric Longevan in the 212. So GP testing coming up next. 3 waves of 4 boats each. They'll come out and do probably 3 or 4 or 5 laps, whatever they decide, to get themselves ready. For everybody on the live stream, currently time trials is scheduled to go around 3 o'clock. And that, give or take a half hour or so on that. But around 3 o'clock, we'll have time trials. And those time trials will determine the lanes for tomorrow. So a testing session will be coming up here in just a minute. That'll be followed up by our first heats of the day. Formula 2500, H350s, 2.5 liter stocks, Jersey Speed Skiff, ProHydro. They'll be out first today. So coming up next, just stick around. GP testing will be next. Steven, I will start talking once his music goes off. That way you can unmute.
Alors, le premier à s'amener sur le plan d'eau, c'est Jack Lupton.
He's not on yet. The music's still on, you're not on. Go for it. All right, here we go. GP testing. Boats making their way out of the pit area. First boat should be 4 of them make the call. Jack Lupton comes out first in the 33. The Lupton Motorsports out of Waverly, New Zealand. Jimmy King out of Memphis, Michigan in the 3. The Pleasure Seekers. Great to see that boat. Roger Mahan owned, built it. First time here in Valleyfield. Also had the 577 Lucas Oil and the 50 of Bobby King. 4 GPs coming out for testing here this morning. Once again, my name's John Termy. Alongside me is Nick Allard. Nick, Grand Prix are on the water.
Oui, alors, on a les deux Lupton, Jack Lupton dans le Lupton Motorsports, ainsi que Ken Lupton, le Lucas Oil, qui est présentement 2e au classement. Bobby King dans le GP50, le Freedom, qui est de retour également Hydro 350, ainsi que son père, Jimmy King, qui a gagné ça en 2019 avec le Steeler. Et on va aller voir un peu plus tard en essai chronométré. Alors, Jack Lupton qui a connu un week-end difficile à Madison avec des problèmes sur la coque.
Jack Lupton coming by. Here comes Jimmy King. Looks like he's going to pick it up a little bit, come on a timing run down here to start finish line. The Pleasure Seekers. Beautiful craft. 24 feet in length, 12 feet in width are the Grand Prix Hydros. They run a 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motor. Bobby King coming by the 50. The Freedom, and we've lost Ken Lupton. Ken Lupton has gone back to the pit area, unfortunately. I actually talked to Ken this morning. He said they were ready to go.
Oui, alors Ken Lupton semble avoir rentré dans les puits. Est-ce qu'on a des problèmes avec son embarcation? So Ken Lupton has go inside the pit, so maybe he has problem with his boat. Et regardez Jimmy King dans le Pleasure Seekers, le GP3, qu'on attend depuis plusieurs années à Valleyfield. Sera évidemment surveillé ce week-end, tout comme Jack Lupton dans le Jack Lupton Motorsports GP33. Et Bobby King dans le Freedom, qui a conduit avec Ken Brody notamment.
Freedom and Bobby King coming by on a nice hot lap time and run. Looks like Bobby's going to get it into it a little bit as they go down the backstretch here. 1 mile course here in Valleyfield. Really tight turns, 1 and 2, both same size in diameter. Very tight. Turn number 2 is obviously the one that bites everybody as they come off that exit pin down to start finish line. Here comes Jimmy King on a timing run. Beautiful GP3 Pleasure Seekers racing. By Bobby King. Jack Lupton, you can see Jack's doing his runs from the far outside because he knows he's going to have to start up on the outside for his first qualifier. Later on today. This is just GP testing, so boats out on the water, doing a couple timing runs, feeling out the race course. Bobby King throws it hard down into turn number 2 in the GP50, the Freedom. That's a good shot. Father, son on the inside, father on the inside, son on the outside. They come off the exit of 2 down here to start finish line. Green flag still on the race course for this set of boats. Bobby King takes the 50 back to the pit. We'll probably see the 3 and the 33 make their way back to the pit here. Jack Lupton going to come on a timing run. Next time, we'll try to put him on the clock. I think it's about an 8-second run from the end. Off of exit 2. Let's see if Jimmy comes on a run. We'll put Jimmy on the clock off the exit too. He comes down here to start finish line. He's got his foot into it. And he backs up a little bit. That was 8.9 seconds. So an 8-second run. Let's see what Lupton does. Lupton's going to come flying. He'll come off the exit too, put his foot into it. Down here to start finish line is Jack Lupton. From the exit, 7 seconds. 7-second run. Jack Lupton. So we're looking anywhere between 7 and 8 seconds, Nick, on that timing run. That's what these guys are trying to do when they come out here during the testing sessions.
Oui, on a vu des vitesses assez folles, notamment du côté de Bobby King, qui semble être extrêmement rapide, tout comme Jack Lupton. Et là, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé du côté de Ken Lupton? Il n'a fait qu'un tour et retourné au puits. Est-ce qu'on a des problèmes avec l'embarcation? On sait qu'on aura des essais chronométrés un peu plus tard. En fin de journée en classe Grand Prix. So, John, we're going to have a second wave of testing in a few minutes. So, stay there for the edition 84 of Valleyfield Regatta.
Okay. All right, time for our second wave of GP testing. First boat. Very interested to see what this guy is going to do this weekend. Andrew's been out of the seat of the 71 for 2 weeks. Back behind the wheel of the Liberty in a Can sponsors the GP 71 Wildwood. Andrew Tate comes by. Next boat coming through turn number 2, Nick, is going to be the 757. Lot of work over the last 2 weeks. I was in Brockville when they blew over, went road to tail. Unfortunately, what really messed him up is he got run over by Longevan, and that really dampened him. But a ton of work at Henderson Hydroplanes over the last 2 weeks to get that boat ready to go. And Kent Henderson is behind the wheel here for the testing session.
Oui, alors Kent Henderson en remplacement de Robin Demers dans le Canada Boy. On a Dustin Eccles également qui est là, ainsi que son frère dans le GP17, le Miss René. Dustin Eccles, extrêmement rapide. Et Tyler Eccles. Et John, qu'est-ce qui arrivera du côté d'Andrew Tate? Lui qui n'était pas dans l'embarcation lors des 2 premiers événements du Challenge Grand Prix. A lot of work to do for Andrew Tate this weekend.
Our 2 West Coast boats are out on the water as well. The UP10 Charger, driven by Kevin Eckert out of the great state of Washington. And the 17 Miss Renee, driven by Tyler Eccles, also out on the race course. Good to see the Charger back out. Good to see the Charger back out on the race course after a couple years hiatus. I'll tell you what, Andrew Tate in that 71, really getting the feel for it. Comes Eccles on the top and then down to start finish line. Andrew comes off the exit of 2 down here to start finish on a timing run from about lane number 5. Ooh, Andrew flew that left sponsor just a little bit that time by. Here comes Kevin Eager. Kevin has done a great job, currently sitting in 3rd in the GP Challenge points. These guys have been consistent. They haven't won a lot, but they've been consistent. That's really what matters, getting in that top 5.
Oui, Dustin Eccles fait un excellent travail dans le Charger GP10. C'est actuellement 3e dans le Challenge Grand Prix avec 177 points. Et du côté d'Andrew Tate, on a seulement que 115 points. Il est actuellement très loin à l'arrière. Il serait intéressant de voir ce que Ken Anderson fera en remplacement de Mario Blain. On se rappelle que le Canada Boy a eu une embardée assez sérieuse à Brockville et aux ateliers de Burt Anderson, on a travaillé d'arrache-pied pour remettre l'embarcation sur le plan d'eau et être aux Régates de Valleyfield. So what a weekend we're going to have, John, this weekend for the last race of the GPA Challenge.
Here comes Eckert off the exit of 2, down the start-finish line, getting a feel for that tight turn number 2. Here in Valleyfield. The final boat, Kent Henderson, as we said, a ton of work waiting to that 757 Canada Boy. Kent is going to help this weekend with Mario Blaine to drive the 757 Canada Boy here in the 2024 84th edition. But if you were watching during our live stream there, you saw that Tyler Eccles almost spun it out in turn number 2. Getting a feel for that tight turn 2 here in Valleyfield is key for these GP drivers, especially for the guys that have never driven here before. It's a very important testing session, especially for the guys in the 10 and the 17, because they've never been here before. And we all know, Nick, that turn number 2 can be your downfall here at Valleyfield.
Oui, comme John le spécifiait, évidemment, pour les 2 pilotes Eccles, on n'est jamais venu aux Régates de Valleyfield et on sait que le deuxième virage est le virage le plus serré du parcours et on aura évidemment beaucoup d'action dans ce virage. Dans quelques instants, la 3e vague de test Grand Prix.
All right, everybody out there in live stream land, we appreciate you for tuning in here to the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. My name is John Termy. Alongside me is Nick Allard. We got a full day, Nick. We got one more testing session for Grand Prix Hydros, and then let's just go down the list of the schedule for everybody so you know when your favorite drivers are going to be out on the race course. We're going to go 2 heats of Formula 2500 after the testing session. Then we're going to go 4 heats of H350s, 1 heat of Jersey Speed Skiff, 2 heats of 2.5 liter stocks, a vintage flight, ProHydro testing will happen today, and we'll talk about ProHydro when we get down to that. Then we'll have 2 more qualifiers for F from the 2500, 4 more qualifiers for H350. Then probably what everybody out there is waiting for is those GP time trials, because they are so important today, because those GP time trials are going to set the lanes for the remainder of the weekend. So very, very important GP time trials coming up after the second qualifiers of H350. Then we'll have another vintage run, and then we'll have our 2 finals for today. Our Friday card is very different from what we'll see tomorrow and Sunday. We'll have that 8-boat 2500 final, and then that 7-boat H350 final. For today, we'll crown basically a Friday champion, and then we'll reset everything for Saturday for both the F and the H classes, and we'll go full bore for Saturday and Sunday. So Nick, a full day of racing today.
Oui, on aura beaucoup d'action aujourd'hui sur le circuit Robert Théoret. Comme John a dit, pour les Hydro 350 ainsi que les Formule 2500, on aura des défis du vendredi où ce sera des courses de 3 tours. Et on va compiler les 2 temps de chaque course de chaque pilote pour déterminer les 7 finalistes pour la finale. Alors qu'on a Jeff Bernard dans le GP79, le Bad Influence. Brandon Kennedy qui mène le Challenge Grand Prix avec 225 points. Il est parfait depuis le début. Éric Langevin, le Silco, le GP212. Et on attend avec impatience Patrick Howard dans le Megavolt. Et du côté de Jeff Bernard, on a seulement qu'un moteur, des bris de moteur à Guntersville ainsi qu'à Madison. Donc, John, Brennan Kennedy is perfect.
Yep.
10 on 10 on the GP Challenge. He's going to be the favorite drivers to win.
Yeah, I got to talk to Brandon this morning a little bit, and he's pumped. He's very excited. If you don't know Nick, and you probably do, but Brandon built this boat. So he built this boat from the ground up. They've made it out to be exactly what the Kennedy family wanted. They've got 4 bullets here this weekend, so they are ready to go. They've had a great weekend in Guntersville, a great weekend in Madison, going perfect, as you said, in the GP Challenge. They had their gremlins early on in the season in Cambridge and Sorrel, so they have rectified that, and they are the boats to beat. In my opinion, the 2 boats to beat are in this testing session, the 79 and the 35. If you were here last year, Jeff Bernard missed out on the final by 100 yards. He really broke down right here in front of us. I know that team is ready to go. The Bad Influence team, sponsored by Reliable Diamond Tool, comes across start finish line. Jeff Bernard out of Kent, Washington, does the driving, and Jeff has been trying to win in Valleyfield. I know that is probably the #1 thing on his list to do in his storied career, is to win the GP final here in Valleyfield. So Mike Rendell team, they're going to be ready to go. You've got Kennedy now coming off of turn number 2 on a timing run. And Eric Longeman is the other boat out there. We're still waiting for Patrick Hayward in the 39 to see if he makes it out.
Oui, du côté de Brandon Kennedy, comme John disait, on est parfait depuis le début du challenge. Hâte de voir comment Jeff Bernard va se comporter, ainsi qu'Éric Langevin dans le plomberie Silco. Langevin qui a très bien fait à Brockville, a notamment obtenu. Et voilà Patrick Howard, le Megavolt GP39, la famille Charler. On croyait qu'on aurait eu Warwick Lofton au moment de l'embarcation, mais finalement des problèmes pour les embarcations de Warwick Lofton. On fait appel à Patrick Howard, qui est un excellent pilote du côté des hydroplanes, et on le verra également en quelques instants Hydro 350 dans le Game On. Et là, est-ce qu'on a des problèmes pour Éric Langevin? Il semble repartir. Alors, quel week-end on aura en Grand Prix cette fin de semaine?
All right, Nick Allen. It's great to see the 39. The Megavolt is out on the race course. The Schaller Racing out of the great state of Michigan, driven this weekend by Valleyfield's own Patrick Hayworth. I really am rooting for this team. It's been a long time coming, Nick. That boat has been on the trailer for many years, so hopefully the 39 team can have a successful weekend here at the Valleyfield Regatta. As we said in our earlier testing session, the timing run off the exit of turn number 2 was anywhere in between 7 and 8 seconds. I was going to see, no, Brandon went back and Jeff looks like he's going back. I was going to try to get a timing run for Brandon and Jeff, but it looks like they're going back. But that exit of turn number 2, down here to the tower start finish line, is anywhere between a 7 and 8 second run. That's very important to get that out of the way during these time testing sessions. Looks like Eric Longevin's going to do another lap here, Nick.
Regardez la vitesse d'Éric Langevin, ça c'est l'ancien GP21 que conduisait Yannick Léger en 2022. Et l'an dernier, Langevin et Léger ont fait équipe et maintenant, ce n'est qu'Éric Langevin qui est le pilote attitré de cette embarcation et semble être au sommet de sa forme. Alors, c'est ce qui conclut les essais chronométrés, les essais en classe Grand Prix. On vous invite également à télécharger l'application HRL. Vous avez tous les résultats, les groupes de la journée, les résultats de la journée en moment instantané. Pardon. Donc, on vous revient dans quelques instants avec la première qualification en F 2500, qualification 1A de cette première journée des Régates de Valleyfield.
Well, the good news is, Nick, we had 12 boats show up and we had 12 boats come out for the testing session. Now, we had an issue with the 39 went back in, the 577 went back in early. I know the Lupton team will get themselves out here and ready for their time trial later on this afternoon. Hopefully the 39 and Patrick Hayworth and the Schaller Racing family can get that 39 back out. But a good sign, 12 showed up and 12 made the call.
Yeah, there's going to only come back in at the end of the day for the time trials. There's a lot of time to repair the boat if there's something broke on the GP 577 and the 39. So stay tuned. A lot of races this weekend, John.
All right, coming up next, our first two qualifiers for Formula 2500 will be out on the water next, led by Grant Liddycoat and Eddie Camfush in 1A. Eddie Camfush, the current leader in the Formula 2500, will be out on the water first. Coming up next, Heat 1A, Formula 2500.
peut traverser les murets de ciment. Le comité organisateur réclame votre collaboration, car ces mesures seront encore une fois appliquées avec une extrême sévérité.
Alors voilà, de retour, c'était le coup de 45 minutes de Final Gun en direct des 84e régates de Valleyfield. Alors voilà, première qualif en Formule 2500.
All right, first heat of the day. Formula 2500 making their way out onto the race course. Fast Eddie Camfouche in the 500 will be in this heat with John Shaw. These two have gone all season long side by side with Cambridge and Sorrell. Unfortunately, Brockville, the 92, driven by Dominic Mosanev, suffered a flip in the qualifying race, and they didn't get as many points as they should have. But coming into the weekend in Formula 2500, it's a tight race. The Senseless 16, Eddie Camfouche has 215 points coming into the weekend. The 97 of Grant Liddycote has 212, and John Shaw in the 92 has 211. So the top three boats in Formula 2500 are separated by a mere 4 points coming into the weekend. First boat going by the 88, the Fat Boy Racing, and Alex LeDuc. Here comes John Shaw in the 92, Business Nasty. The 4, Valleyfield Auto Parts, driven by Tommy Shannon. The 77, Guillaume Charette. On the outside, coming across the finish line, the 500, Eddie Camfouche. And in Grand Isle, New York, the 113 of Samuel Tremblay out of Valleyfield, Quebec, and his brother, Michael Tremblay, in the 555 Happy Sunny. All 7, Nick, have made the call. First heat of the day, Formula 2500 Heat 1A.
Alors évidemment, surveiller le pilote, les deux premiers corridors là, entre Eddie Camfouche, le Senseless, le F500, ainsi que John Shaw dans le Tenacity, qui est actuellement 3e au classement à 4 points seulement d'Eddie Camfouche. Alors, ça va être un excellent duel entre les deux préalablement. Donc, à surveiller évidemment Eddie Camfouche ainsi que John Shaw. Samuel Tremblay qu'il ne faut pas négliger dans le 113. Le Another One connaît une excellente saison, le F113. Alors qu'on est à 2 minutes 28 du départ.
2 minutes, 26 seconds to the start. Heat 1A, Formula 2500. As we said during the pre-show here, as we get ready for our first heat of the day, it's a totally different day of racing for the Formula 2500s. They will run their first qualifier and their second qualifier. The top times will make it into the 8-boat final. So not only are they racing for position, but they're also racing the clock, because the fastest times will get you into that 8-boat final later on this afternoon. And all the boats out here on the race course want to make it directly in. There's no consolation today, Nick. You got to make it directly into the final.
Non, pas de consolation aujourd'hui. Les 8 plus rapides s'en vont directement en finale. Et tout repart à zéro dans cette catégorie, ainsi qu'en Hydro 350. Eddie Camfouche, extrêmement surveillé, le Senseless qui a gagné à Cambridge, a eu fait un crochet à Sorel Tracy, n'a pu remporter la finale. C'est John Shaw qui l'a remporté. Et du côté de Shaw n'était pas à Brockville il y a 2 semaines, il était du côté de Guntersville. C'est Dominique Maisonneuve qui a conduit l'embarcation. Et de retour cette fin de semaine dans le F92. On est à 1:10 du départ. Alors, John, what a race we can have between John Shaw and Eddie Camfouche.
All right, inside 1 minute to the start. Heat 1A, Formula 2500. Just get them lined up for you. Eddie Camfouche, he'll be in lane number 1. In the Senseless 16, the F500. Lane number 2 will be John Shaw in the 92, the Tenacity. John drives for Al Thompson out of Seaford, Delaware. John comes just from Centerville, Maryland. Lane number 3 will be Sam Tremblay. In the 113, the another one, out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. Lane number 4 will be Tommy Shannon in the 4, the Valleyfield Auto Parts. Lane number 5 will be Gibbs Charette. In the 77, the Charette Racing. Lane number 6 will be Alex LeDuc in the 88. The Fat Boy, and on the outside, Michael Tremblay in the 555 Happy Sunnies. We're 19 seconds from the start. First heat of the weekend, the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. We are 13 seconds away. Camfouche, Shaw, Tremblay inside out as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark gets close. Allison Newman's going to lead him across the start finish line for lane number 5. And watch the move to the inside. Camfush and Sorrow are side by side down into turn number 1. Eddie Camfush in the 500. He'll turn left first. The Honda Power through the apex of turn number 1. It's Eddie Camfush on the inside with a comfortable advantage. It looks like Sam Tremblay's moved up to second and John Shaw's back to third. Good start for Eddie, Nick.
Oui, bon départ pour Eddie Camfush. Et regardez Tommy Shannon à l'extérieur dans la pièce d'Auto Valleyfield. Pas le départ espéré pour John Shaw qui a du travail à faire.
Got official word from the tower that it was a clean start. Everybody was legal. So Eddie, oh wow, Eddie has gone way wide there off the turn number 2. That pushes Tremblay out just a little bit, but Sam Tremblay's running really good, running in second position in that 113, another one. As Tommy Shannon's moving third, there are issues in the 92. The 92 after the blowover in Brockville is running back in 4th position. We haven't seen him run there all weekend long. Remember, Nick, we only go 3 times around today. John Shaw's got a lot of work to do.
Oui, Shaw a du travail à faire dans le Tenacity. C'est pas son habitude d'être 4e. Il pourchasse Tommy Shannon, mais quelle vitesse de Eddie Camfush dans le Senseless, le F500. Alors que Michael Tremblay, lui, est 5e dans le Happy Sunny. Il faudra voir si Alexandre Leduc dans le Fat Boy a devancé le départ. Un tour à faire.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and get the white flag. Remember, we only go 3 laps around here in the Friday qualifiers. Eddie Camfush out of Grand Isle, New York in the Senseless 16. He's your leader across the finish line to complete lap number 2. 2 down. Oh, Shaw's hooked it. John Shaw has hooked it on the inside off the exit of turn number 2.
Du côté de John Shaw.
Tremblay still in second. Tommy Shannon moves up into third. Mikael Tremblay moves up into 4th. 92 Tenacity having all sorts of issues, running back in 5th position. But Nick, half a lap away for Eddie Camfush. He looks really good here in the qualifier.
Eddie Camfush, extrêmement rapide jusqu'à maintenant, là, sera surveillé. Et John Shaw, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Aura beaucoup de travail à faire lors de la 2e qualification pour tenter de se tailler une place en finale.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to get the checker flag, this time by the 500. He came into the weekend in the points lead. He'll extend it here after Heat 1A. Eddie Camfush, Grand Isle, New York, your winner of Heat 1A, Formula 2500. Second position, nice run for the 113. Another one is Samuel Tremblay. Third position, Tommy Shannon in the Valleyfield Auto Parts. John has hooked it again. Shaw has hooked it again in turn number 2. Mikael Tremblay comes across in 4th.
Et là, est-ce qu'on va repartir l'embarcation du côté de John Shaw? Pas le début de week-end espéré pour le Tenacity qui est arrêté à la sortie du virage ouest. Et là, on semble aller à son secours. Eh bien ça, John, ça va être difficile pour John Shaw de se qualifier pour la finale.
Oh man, that is going to put a wrinkle in the point standings. Shaw came into the weekend only 4 points behind Camfush. Camfush will get 25 points here. Shaw will get 0 points with a did not finish. And that boat, I talked to Al Thompson last night, Nick. I said, Al, you ready to go? He said, I think so. And they are not ready to go. The boat did not come out here firing on all cylinders today.
Non, on n'était pas aussi rapide que lors des éditions précédentes depuis le début de la saison. Est-ce qu'il y a encore des problèmes du côté de la coque, du côté de John Shaw? Et on vous revient dans quelques instants avec la qualification 1B, Formule 2500.
All right, just a reminder to our fans listening on the live stream, please go download the HRL app. You can get it on Google Play. You can get it on the Android search engine as well. But the HRL app is up to the minute, Nick. You can follow everything you want on that HRL app. So please just go to your place where you get your apps, download it, and you can follow along, get the schedule, and get everything right there. Coming up next, Heat 1B, Formula 2500. All right, 5-minute gun-ahead stand-up for Heat 1B from the 2500. Surprise to all our race fans watching on the live stream, Andrew Tate is going to drive a Formula 2500 for Owen Henderson here this weekend. He'll be behind the wheel of the F3 in this qualifier coming up next. So very interesting to see Andrew back in a smaller boat. It was probably 2015, the last time Andrew was in a boat this small. He drove a 2.5-liter modified for the Richards family back in at Wild Lake and at Waterford, Michigan. That's where he got his start. So cool to see him back in a smaller boat.
Oui, ce serait intéressant de voir ce qu'Andrew Tate fera dans l'ancienne embarcation, je crois, de Owen Anderson. On a Grant Leadycoat dans le Sendit à l'intérieur, dans le F97. Kevin Smith dans le Dreamweaver sera dans le deuxième couloir. Marc Lalonde, qui en est à ses dernières régates de Valleyfield avec le F751, fera le saut en Hydro 350 l'an prochain. Le Lalo Racing qui passe devant nous. Stéphanie Blain, la Canada Girl, et partira quatrième couloir, le 757. Adam Carothers, qui a terminé deuxième au classement l'an dernier en 2,5 litres, partira dans le cinquième. Grant Hearn qui fait un retour dans le F14, ainsi que Andrew Tate dans le F3. Alors à surveiller évidemment Grant Leadycoat qui est à 3 points de Eddie Canfouche, ainsi que Marc Lalonde dans le Lalo Racing.
All right, looks like all 7 boats have made the call here from the 2500 Heat 1B. Going down the backstretch now is Grant Leadycoat. As I said, he came in 3 points behind Eddie Canfouche in the point standing coming into today. Mark Lalonde comes by start-finish line, marking the 751. The Lolo Racing out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Here comes Grant Leadycoat out of Suffolk, Virginia, in the 97 Descendant. To his outside, Adam Carruthers out of Reston, New Brunswick, in the Hearn Choker Racing. The 26, Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts, on his outside. Stephanie Blaine in the Canada Girl out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana, in the 14, the Legacy 1. And the final boat, as we said, Andrew Tate driving the Watermelon, the awesome secret for Owen Henderson this weekend. Andrew comes to us from Wild Lake, Michigan, as he drives the F3. 2 minutes away from the start, Nick, 2 minutes.
Oui, Andrew Tate qui doit partir à l'extérieur en étant sur restriction, le F3, le Watermelon Blitz qui était conduit par Owen Anderson depuis le début de la saison. Et là, Tate aura double emploi cette fin de semaine avec le GP71, le Wild One. On est à 1 minute 38 du départ. Grant Leadycoat, champion de la classe 2,5 litres l'an dernier, le plus jeune de l'histoire, sera évidemment à surveiller dans cette catégorie. Alors qu'on entend un son douteux là, du côté de Grant Hearn.
1 minute, 20 seconds from the start, 1:20 away. Once they get down here to turn number 1, we'll get them lined up for you. If you're new to inboard powerboat racing, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. Boats come out on the race course, do a couple timing runs, find their way around this tight turns 1 and 2 here in Valleyfield, Quebec. Get themselves set up to go for their heat races. 57 seconds from the start, we'll get them lined up for you. Lane number 1 will be Grant Leadycoat in the 97 Descendant. He'll be in lane 1. Lane 2 will be Kevin Smith. In the 26, the Dreamweaver. Lane number 3 will be the Lolo Racing of Mark Lalonde. Lane number 4 will be Stephanie Blaine. In the Canada Girl 757, lane number 5 will be Adam Carruthers in the Heron Chicken Racing. Lane number 6 will be Grant Hearn in those Legacy 1. And on the outside, Andrew Tate driving the F3. 32 seconds from the start, Nick.
On est à 30 secondes. On voit Stéphanie Blain là, à l'avant du peloton. On est à 22 secondes. On a connu un excellent départ tantôt pour les favoris. On est à 15. On est extrêmement rapide. Et là, on s'est presque touché entre Kevin Smith et Marc Lalonde. 8 secondes.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start. Grant Leadycoat, he'll lead him from start finish line in the 97 Descendant from lane number 1. On his outside to be Kevin Smith as they head down here into turn number 1. Turn number 1 here on lap number 1. Remember, we only go 3 times around here in the qualifiers. And out of Suffolk, Virginia, Nick, Grant Liddycoat's got the lead.
Oui, Grant Liddycoat qui est en tête, suivi de Marc Lalonde, Stéphanie Blain et Adam Carothers. Là, on est à 3 même et 4 parce qu'il y a Andrew Tate là, à l'extérieur. Et Kevin Smith, lui, a raté son départ. Il est actuellement 6e.
All right, down here in the turn number 2 on lap number 1, it's all Grant Liddycoat. Got to navigate this tight turn number 2 here in Valleyfield. He'll come off the exit of 2, come around and complete lap number 1. So Liddycoat goes out to about lane number 3. He'll come around and read lap number 1, 1 down, 2 to go here in the 3 lap. But watch Andrew Tate from lane number 6, Nick. He is flying the F3 way up here on the outside as they head down here to turn number 1 on lap number 2. So Liddycoat's your leader, but watch the most to the outside as Andrew Tate is flying hard down here into turn number 1.
Oui, regardez Marc Lalonde ainsi que Kevin Smith à l'intérieur et Carothers et ainsi Andrew Tate. On est à 4 là, pour la 2e place. Lalonde dans le Lalo Racing. Andrew Tate qui se pointe à l'extérieur dans le F3. Et maintenant Kevin Smith, on est à 3 côte à côte. Smith là, qui a une légère avance sur Adam Carothers et Andrew Tate.
We're halfway through this first qualifier for Formula 2500, and it's all Grant Liddycoat, but the battle is for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Kevin Smith tries to hug the buoy line with Mark Milan, Adam Carruthers, and Andrew Tate is flying the All-Sub Secret way up on the outside. Down through complete lap number 2, 2 down, 1 to go. Here in Formula 2500 Heat 1B, and it's all Grant Liddycoat, but the battle still between Milan and Tate.
Alors, quelle bagarre pour la 2e place entre Marc Lalonde dans le 751. Kevin Smith à l'intérieur. Oh, et Andrew Tate là, qui se pointe à ses côtés. Alors que Liddycoat, lui, est loin en avant. Quelle vitesse là, de Andrew Tate partir du 7e couloir.
All through turn number 2, it's all Grant Liddycoat as he goes around turn number 2 to come around and get the checker flag this time by, but we'll keep an eye on the battle for 3rd between Smith on the inside and Tate on the outside. Oh, Smith has hooked it. Through turn number 2. Checker flag flies. Grant Liddycoat is your winner. Here comes Lalonde. He'll get 2nd. Andrew Tate will come around and get 3rd. A great run for Andrew from lane number 6. 4th position, we'll go to Adam Carruthers. 5th, we'll go to Stephanie Blaine. And heartbreak for Kevin Smith. He had a 3rd place position wrapped up. He hooks it in his tight turn number 2 here in Heat 1B.
Alors, quelle vitesse d'Andrew Tate à sa première conduite avec cette embarcation, le F3, sera surveillé ce week-end. John, Andrew Tate will be a driver to watch this weekend in the F3. And now we're going to Hydro 350, 4 heats of Hydro 350.
Yeah, a good run for the points leaders coming into the weekend with both the top 2 guys getting 25 points here in their first qualifiers. Your unofficial winners will go to the 500 and the 97. So Liddycoat and Camfouche get the 25 points. Up next, as Nick said, we'll go 4 qualifiers of Hydro 350s, 3 laps each. That'll be coming up next. Stick around. All right, 5-minute gun has set up for our first H350 qualifier of the day. Once again, we're going to do 3 laps around an H350. 350 cubic inch motors for H350 class, one of the more exciting classes in all of Inboard hydroplane racing. Get out here to the HRL and watch H350. We've got 19 of them signed on this weekend for their first qualifiers of the day. First one out would be Patrick Hayworth in a 924 the game on. Patrick took over the driving duties for Bert Henderson after his accident in Sorel Tracy a couple weeks ago. Ken Henderson comes out in the 519, the team tow band out of Brockville, Ontario. The 14, your points leader is Frederick Coutier. In the 14, Legacy 1 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. The 666 is Donnie Leger in the Carpentech. And the 113, another one. Full field of 5 and made the call, Nick, for Heat 1A here in H350.
Oui, alors dans le premier couloir, surprise là, avec Frédéric Couturier qui est le meneur au classement. Qui en est à sa première saison à Hydro 350. Il aura à ses côtés le Charpentec numéro 666 de Danny Léger, actuellement 5e au classement. Le Ben Connet Ken Anderson, le 519 dans le 3e couloir, ainsi que Patrick Howard qui remplace Bert Anderson suite à son accident à Sorel, et Louis-Alexandre Baudouin. Alors rappelons que c'est 3 tours et ça va brasser sur le circuit Robert Théoret. À surveiller évidemment Frédéric Couturier, le Legacy 1, qui a été conduit pendant tellement d'années par Donnie Allen.
3 minutes to the start, Heat 1A for our H350s. All 5 have made the call. As we said, Patrick Hayworth taking up the driving duties of the 924, the game on. Bert Henderson suffered a pretty bad accident back at Sorel Tracy, and Patrick stepped in and drove a really good race in Brockville. Nick, I was at Brockville calling the races, and Patrick had Heat 2A1. He coming to the finish line, he broke out about 100 yards away.
Oui, Howard qui dominait sa qualification à Hydro 350 et à 2 semaines à Brockville. Il y a quelques mètres de l'arrivée, l'embarcation s'est arrêtée, ce qui avait donné la victoire à Eric McKenna. Et là, Howard, on avait déjà un bon pilote en Bert Anderson dans l'embarcation. Et là, avec Howard, on se rapproche. Là, Howard qui a notamment, je crois, 9 victoires ici à Valleyfield, toutes catégories confondues.
2 minutes away, 2 minutes from the start. As we said, 3-lap qualifiers here for the H350s. Times, it's all about the time. How fast can you go? And we'll get those times for you later on today. The top 8 times, well, I'm sorry, the top 7 times will make it in. 5 boats on the front line, 2 trailers for the final later on this afternoon. So the top 7 times out of 19 boats, Nick, it's going to be hard to make it that final.
Oui, ça va être extrêmement difficile de faire la finale. On sait qu'il n'y a pas de consolation. Il y en aura 2 dimanche pour la grande finale, alors qu'on est à 1 minute 31 du départ. On vous invite également de télécharger l'application HRL. Vous avez les résultats en instantané, ainsi que les groupes de qualification et toutes les informations sur les pilotes ainsi que les catégories d'hydroplane. On est à 1:15 du départ.
1:13 for the start, as Nick said, 1:13 away. Once they get down here into turn number 1, I'll get them lined up for you. I'm very, very impressed this season, and I said it all season long with the job that Fred Coutier has been doing in that 14. I mean, you come from Formula 2500 and you step up your first year at H350, and 4 races into the season, you're leading the points. He's done a heck of a job in that 14. I'm very proud of Fred and that entire team of what they've been able to do so far here in 2024.
Oui, Couturier, excellent début de saison, a notamment terminé 2e à Brockville et très, très, très rapide à sa première course. Sa première saison à Hydro 350. 30 secondes, John. Here we go for the start.
All right, 30 seconds away. We'll get him lined up for you. Fred Coutier, he'll be in lane number 1 in the 14. The Legacy 1 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Lane number 2 will be Daniel Leger in the 666, the Carpentech, also out of Valleyfield. Lane number 3 will be Kent Henderson in the team tow band, the 519 out of Brockville, Ontario. Lane number 4 will be Patrick Hayworth in the 924, the game on. And on the outside, the 113, the Legacy, another one out of Sorel Tracy, Luann Boudet, as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, wow, we got some jumpers. We got gun jumpers, definitely got some jumpers in here. The only legal boat might be Patrick Hayworth as they head down here into turn number 1. We'll call it like we see it on the race courses. Danny Leger and Frederick Coutier side by side through the apex of turn number 1. They'll come up the exit of 1. On the water, it's Fred Coutier.
Oui, il faudra voir si Danny Léger a devancé le départ. Mais là, quelle bagarre entre Frédéric Couturier, Danny Léger, les deux pilotes québécois. On a Howard là, qui est pas très loin des deux meneurs.
Down into turn number 2 is Fred Coutier and Danny Léger side by side through that tight turn number 2. Here at the Valleyfield Racecourse, they'll come around a complete lap number 1. We'll still wait an official word if there's any gun jumpers in this heat, but it's going to be Coutier, your leader, with Léger running in second, Hayworth running in third, Kent Henderson in fourth, and Louis Boudin in fifth. Down here into turn number 1 on lap number 2. Frederick Coutier, he's opened up by 2 boat lengths, Nick, as they head through the apex of turn number 1.
Oui, quelle bagarre entre Frédéric Couturier ainsi que Danny Léger. Alors, on confirme que Danny Léger a devancé le départ.
Halfway through this qualifier, and it's all Frederick Coutier in the H14, the Legacy 1, as he heads down here into turn number 2 on lap number 2 of 3. Dan Léger running back in second with Patrick Hayworth running in third. All right, we had one gun jumper. The 666 is the only gun jumper. Everybody else is legal. So Fred is the leader. 2 down, 1 to go.
Alors, Couturier qui mène toujours devant Howard. On attend toujours la confirmation là, du côté de Danny Léger, à savoir s'il a devancé le départ. Et pour l'instant, c'est Couturier qui mène toujours. Pourchassé par Danny Léger, ça va lui faire mal s'il a effectivement devancé le départ.
Half a lap away for Frederick Coutier and the 25 points here in Heat 1A. He'll come through the apex of turn number 2 with a comfortable advantage. We know Daniel Léger is the only gun jumper here in this heat. It was really tight at the start. But off the exit of turn number 2, checker flag flies. Your unofficial winner of Heat 1A will go to Frederick Coutier in the H14, the Legacy 1. Second place will go to Patrick Hayworth in the 924, the Game On. Third, Kent Henderson in the 519, the Team Towman. And fourth, we'll go to Louis Boudin in the 113, another one. Unfortunate gun jump for the 666 and Daniel Léger.
Alors, quelle victoire là, de Frédéric Couturier qui démontre encore une fois qu'il est extrêmement rapide, les Legacy 1. Et dans la prochaine course, on aura des pilotes québécois. Vous regardez la 84e édition des Régates de Valleyfield en direct du parc Delphes-Sauvé. On est Nicolas Allard ainsi que John Tomey pour vous guider cette fin de semaine.
All right, up next will be Heat 1B. Official word is we had one gun jump, the 666, and the 113 also jumped the gun, so we did have 2 gun jumpers, the 666 and the 113 in that heat. So Frederick Coutier, great job by Fred. He picks up another heat victory here in Heat 1A. Coming up next, 1B H350. I got 76 heats to do this weekend, so you can do as All right, it's time for Heat 1B. Heat 1B. We have Eric McKenna, Yannick Léger, Tommy Shannon, Maître Tremblay, and Francis Leroux. It's an all-French Heat 1B, Nick.
Oui, vague toute québécoise dans cette course Hydro 350. On a le H999 Eric McKenna qui, depuis quelques éditions, connaît des difficultés ici à Valleyfield. Là, est actuellement 2e au championnat. On a Yannick Léger, le Supernova, le H21, qui lui se retirera à la fin de la saison, prendra une pause des régates pour au moins une année. On a également Tommy Shannon, le Dog Nasty, extrêmement rapide, le 306, qui est un écurie à l'effigie de Mathieu Daou. Michael Tremblay, le Last Minute Again, qui a connu un embarqué à Cambridge. Et là, il est de retour ainsi que François Leroux dans la Miss Oh My God.
I'm going to turn this heat over and let Nick call this one all on his own, but it's all Frenchmen here in this heat. 1B, Nick, have fun. Go call 1B. I'm going to hit the head.
Alors oui, évidemment, puisque c'est une course pratiquement québécoise, John me laisse la faire avec beaucoup de plaisir. À surveiller, évidemment, Éric McKenna à la bête noire, le 999 qui, lui, connaît une excellente saison. Il est venu très prêt à gagner plusieurs finales. Michael Tremblay, qui est le champion défendant de la saison, a dû manquer Sorel en vertu que l'embarcation n'était pas prêt. Et là, il est de retour. Et Yannick Léger, le Supernova H21, qui à l'ancien El Diablo de Ghislain Marcoux. François Leroux, qui a notamment l'ancien Supernova de Yannick Léger. Et elle n'a pas négligé Tommy Shannon dans le Dog Nasty, qui est extrêmement rapide, a même gagné à sa première mise à l'eau l'an dernier à Brockville. On est à 2 minutes 33 du départ. Alors, Tremblay qui a gagné la dernière finale à Beauharnois l'an dernier. Partira du 4e couloir. Et ce sera intéressant de voir les vitesses là, des embarcations. On est à 2 minutes 5 du deuxième départ. Rappelons que c'est 3 tours. C'est le temps qui compte aujourd'hui. François Leroux qui vient de la région de Sherbrooke. Pilote, je crois, dans la cinquantaine. On est à 1 minute 42. Shannon qui vient à peine de sortir d'une course de Formule 2500. 1:33 avant le départ. Alors, rappelons qu'Éric McKenna, la bête noire, sera à l'intérieur dans le 999. Ancienne embarcation, notamment, qu'avait Hansbury pendant plusieurs années. Les pontons, je crois, ont été refaits il y a plusieurs années. On est à 1:10 du départ. Une minute. Alors, Shannon, qui était au test au Pont-la-Roque ce mardi, semblait extrêmement rapide. 45 secondes. Alors, McKenna à l'intérieur, Léger dans le deuxième couloir, Tommy Shannon dans le troisième, Michael Tremblay dans le quatrième couloir et François Leroux dans le cinquième couloir. 28 secondes. Il ne faut surtout pas devancer le départ. On sait que c'est crucial devancer le départ. 20 secondes. 15. Les chutes Niagara en mouvement. On est à 10 secondes. 8 secondes. 4. Et ce sera un excellent départ, notamment pour Tommy Shannon. Alors, qui va prendre les devants dans cette course? À l'intérieur, c'est McKenna et c'est lui en tête. La bête noire, qui est deuxième. Ça semble être Yannick Léger, alors que Tremblay est actuellement quatrième. C'est Tommy Shannon dans le Dog Nasty qui est troisième. Oh, McKenna, la bête noire, subit la pression du Supernova et de Yannick Léger. Attention, virage. McKenna qui colle les bouées. Léger, toujours dans sa queue d'eau, alors que Shannon se rapproche. Et surprise de Michael Tremblay qui est quatrième dans cette course. Alors, ce serait intéressant de voir la stratégie, mais là, pour l'instant, McKenna qui est très rapide devant le H21. Shannon qui, lui, se contente de la troisième place pour l'instant, mais c'est pas fini. McKenna qui a une bonne avance sur le H21 de Yannick Léger. On a le drapeau à damier qui est sorti, mais il reste encore un tour. C'est pas le bon drapeau. Dernier tour à faire. Est-ce que Shannon va tenter un dernier soubresaut pour aller chercher Yannick Léger? Ça serait intéressant de suivre la vitesse d'Éric McKenna. Les positions qui demeurent inchangées pour l'instant. Alors McKenna qui sera surveillé ce week-end, actuellement deuxième au classement. L'écart va toujours rester de 10 points sur Frédéric Couturier. Dernier virage. Et ce sera la victoire de Éric McKenna, la bête noire, 9-9-9. Il amorce bien son week-end. Deuxième, Yannick Léger, le Supernova. H21. Tommy Shannon, le Doug Nasty, termine troisième. Michael Tremblay, quatrième. Et François Leroux va terminer cinquième. Ce serait intéressant de voir le temps de Frédéric Couturier. Il est 3 secondes plus vite. McKenna a fait 2,16 et Frédéric Couturier a fait 2 minutes 13. Alors, John Wonderwin by Éric McKenna will be pretty fast this weekend with the former RCR Racing of Ensbury.
Yeah, Eric's been driving really well this past couple years. He's done a great job. Good for him to get that 999, the Black Beast, into the winner's circle here in Heat 1B. Coming up next, Heat 1C. 1C will have 5 more H350s, including the return of Bobby King. I'm going to see how this 242 runs here in Heat 1C. So stick around. Coming up next, 1C. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Heat 1C. Heat 1C Hydro 350s making their way out of the pit area. If you've never been to Valleyfield before, we are at the start-finish line in the tower, Nick and I. The boats come from about a half a mile away from the pit area out to the race course. So it does take about 35, 40 seconds for them to get to the race course, which is kind of cool. It gives us time to introduce them before they even get out here.
Alors oui,
Hey, Jean.
dans le premier
Good
couloir,
morning, how are
on a
you?
Richard Reynaud,
Good.
le nouveau Racing, actuellement 3e au classement. Paul Barber, qui est le H52 Legacy 1 dans le deuxième couloir. Le dernier vainqueur de la finale à Brockville, Martin Rochon, le RTX Wheels, 3e couloir. Bobby King, qui a subi une rare avarie à Sorel où le ponton extérieur a été endommagé, ainsi que Marc Lecomte, de gestion unique. John, 5 drivers pretty fast on the water right now.
Should be a good heat here in Heat 1C. Richard Hayner has had a tremendous 2024. Yet to get to the top of the ladder, but he's done really well running in second and third. Here comes the 242. Bobby King took the 242 home after Sorrell Tracy about a month ago. Put a brand new sponson on the right side of that boat. They're ready to go. Martin Rochon, your victor from the Brockville Regatta 2 weeks ago. His first victory in 13 years driving an H350. Rochon got the victory back in Brockville. The 52, Paul Barber. Now, Paul Barber is a boat that everybody's been talking about if he could just keep it together. It's fast. I talked to him last night. He said, I think I got everything ready to go. He's out of Ottawa, Ontario. And the final boat, the 104, local favorite Marc Lecomte in the Unique Racing. Hopefully the 104 can stay running too because he's had his issues.
Oui, souhaitons que Paul Barber, tous ses problèmes sont derrière lui. Était deuxième au classement après les régates de Cambridge. Et là, a connu sa part de difficulté. Souhaitons-lui que tout soit résolu. Richard Reynaud, qui a longtemps été le porte-étendard des régates de Beauharnois, le nouveau Racing. On verra son garçon un peu plus tard dans la journée. Martin Rochon, le 773 avec une très belle couleur, lui qui a fait un passage en Grand Prix il y a plusieurs années, évidemment à surveiller.
Oh, unfortunately, it looks like Bobby King, top end of the race course, is dead in the water off of turn number 1. He's in a pretty bad spot as well. We'll see if he can get fired back up in that 242, the LDC Construction sponsored H242. 1 minute, 53 seconds. That's not where you want to be, Nick, if you're going to break down right there on turn 1.
Non, et on semble drapeau noir, alors on va reprendre la qualification parce que Bobby King est dans un endroit assez dangereux, donc la course sera reprise. Et c'est pas la façon dont Bobby King souhaitait commencer sa fin de semaine.
That is not like Bobby King to come out and not make a start in that 242. So it must be something catastrophic for him not to make a go here. And they have black flag the race course. So black flag being displayed for the 242. So Nick, we'll have to put these guys back to the pit area, get them fueled back up, turn them around and send them back out for 1C.
Oui, on verra si on poursuit avec la qualification 1D, on reviendra avec la qualification 1C. Mais n'allez pas trop loin. Beaucoup d'actions encore à venir en cette première journée des 84e régates de Valleyfield.
4 minutes 25 du départ de cette prochaine course en Hydro 350. C'est la qualification 1 groupe D et on y reviendra par la suite avec le groupe C. Bien sûr, 4 embarcations inscrites avec le numéro 37, number 37, Carl Saint-Vincent.
Alors, qualification 1D, puisque on va reprendre la qualification 1C tout de suite après. On a Carl Saint-Vincent qui est une des surprises cette saison dans le Bull Shark Racing. Le H37. Joe Less, le Senseless H500. Tyler Cadat, le Awesome Secret également, le 195. Eric Allard qui est là aussi. And he's still missing one boat.
All right, Heat 1D made their way out of the pit area. We should have 4 boats make the call for 1D. Carl St. Vincent in the 37, the Bull Shark Racing. Joe Less in the 500, the Senseless 14. Tyler Cadats in the 195. Scott Winch's sponsors Citywide's Awesome Secret. And Eric Allard in the 4, the Big Decision. Those are the 4 boats for Heat 1D. Nick, we're going to run 1D, then we'll have to rerun 1C because of the stoppage with Bobby King.
Oui, on va reprendre la qualification 1C tout de suite après cette course. Alors, à surveiller Carl Saint-Vincent, le Bull Shark Racing, qui depuis l'an dernier est extrêmement rapide, un pilote à surveiller, ainsi que Tyler Cadat, qui est le champion 2022. Là, connaît un peu plus de difficultés, mais c'est toujours un pilote extrêmement rapide.
Joe Less in the 500, he went all the way out to Madison, Indiana last weekend to run in the Pro Light class out there. He had a really good second place finish in the 350 final out in Madison, Indiana last weekend. He's come back here in that Senseless 14 to race at the prestigious 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. We're 2 minutes 13 from the start. The 195, Tyler Cadats, he's had a tough 2024. He did win the Sorrel Tracy event, but besides that, he's really been struggling in that 195. He's sponsored by Citywide's Awesome Secret in the 195, the all-yellow boat out on the race course. Carl St. Vincent, Nick, if you've been watching here in 2024, Carl St. Vincent has really impressed me in the Bull Shark Racing. He currently sits in 4th in the points. He's had a really, really good 2024 campaign. And another boat that showed up in Cambridge and ran lights out was this 4 of Eric Allard. He had a great Cambridge. He had a struggle in Sorrel and a really bad weekend in Brockville. Hopefully they can turn it around here in Valleyfield.
Oui, encore beaucoup d'actions. Évidemment, Eric Allard a subi un avarie à Sorel-Tracy, a dû réparer l'embarcation pour être prêt à Brockville. Et là, de retour, partira du 4e couloir. Et évidemment, à surveiller Joe Less qui fait un retour en Hydro 350 cette saison avec la HRL. On est à 1:05 avant le départ.
Just about 1 minute away from the start of Heat 1D. Heat 1D, 1 minute from the start. Remember, we only go 3 times around here in our qualifiers on this Friday edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. Lane number 1 will be Carl St. Vincent in the 37, the Bull Shark Racing out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Lane number 2 will be Joe Less out of Grand Isle, New York in the Senseless 14, the H500. Lane number 3 will be Scott Winch's sponsored Citywide's Awesome Secret, the 195, and Tyler Cadats out of Brockville, Ontario, Canada. And on the outside be Eric Allard in the H4, the Big Decision, also out of Valleyfield, Quebec. We're 28 seconds from the start. It'll go St. Vincent, Less, Cadats, Allard, inside out, 1, 2, 3, 4. 20 seconds to the start of Heat 1D in the Hydro 350 Friday edition. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, whoa, clean start. Joe Less will lead him across start finish line from lane number 2. On his inside will be Carl St. Vincent as they are side by side down here into turn number 1. St. Vincent and Less through turn number 2, or turn number 1 here on lap number 1. We'll go 3 times around, and it's Carl St. Vincent, Nick, off the exit of 1.
Alors oui, Carl Saint-Vincent qui mène, et là on a une belle bagarre entre Eric Allard et Tyler Cadats pour la 3e place. Et encore une fois, Carl Saint-Vincent qui impressionne cette saison, mène devant Joe Less, Allard et Tyler Cadats.
Carl St. Vincent through this tight turn number 2 here at the Valleyfield Racecourse. He'll come off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. We'll put 1 in the books. We'll go 2 more times around here in 1D. Carl St. Vincent, your leader. Joe Les running in second. Citywide presents the Awesome Secret and Tyler Cadets on the inside. The big decision, the H4. America Lard on the outside. But down into turn number 1 here on lap number 2, Nick, it's all Carl St. Vincent.
Alors oui, Saint-Vincent là, qui a plusieurs longueurs d'avance sur Joe Les. Et alors là, qui même semble se rapprocher sur Joe Les, alors que Cadats, lui, a beaucoup de difficultés à tourner dans le Awesome Secret.
Down into turn number 2 here on lap number 2. Carl St. Vincent's checked out. We'll call it a 3 to 4 boat right, the Rooster Tail advantage. Over time with Joe Les running back in second. Erica Lard in third. And Tyler Cadats in the Citywide presents the 195 through turn number 2. Carl St. Vincent, 2 down, 1 to go. Oh, Tyler almost spun it out at the bottom of the race course there off of turn number 2. He got it straightened back up, but he's got a long way to make up. Through turn number 1 here on lap number 3. Nick, it's all Carl St. Vincent.
Saint-Vincent extrêmement rapide dans le Bull Shark. Il sera surveillé ce week-end. Et on voit qu'alors lui tente le tout pour le tout sur Joe Les. Aura-t-il le temps? Avec 5 tours, aurait possiblement eu plus de temps, mais là, dans le dernier tour, ça va être extrêmement difficile. Embarcation qui était conduite par Dominique Maisonneuve l'an dernier.
Through the bottom of the race course, final turn, final lap of Heat 1D. Carl St. Vincent in the Bull Shark racing. He'll come around, he'll get the checker flag. This time by your unofficial winner of Heat 1D, Carl St. Vincent. Joe Les off the exit of 2. He's going to push Eric Allard a little bit wide. Joe Les at a Grand Isle, New York. He'll come around and get second position in the 500. Third place will go to Eric Allard in the big decision. And fourth position will go to Citywide sponsors, Awesome Secret, Tyler Cadats in the 195. So once again, Nick, very impressed with Carl St. Vincent. He has been doing, I mean, the difference from 2023 to 2024 is light years ahead of where he was last year.
Oui, j'ai su dans les puits qu'on a fait beaucoup d'ajustements du côté du setup du bateau. Et depuis l'an dernier, ici même à Valleyfield, on se rappelle la bagarre notamment avec Nicolas Rousse qui l'avait emporté par quelques mètres sur Nicolas Rousse en parlant de Carl Saint-Vincent. Mais quel pilote, seulement 1 seconde plus lent que le meilleur temps qui est toujours à Frédéric Couturier.
All right, up next we'll rerun 1C. 1C rerun coming up next.
Régates de Valleyfield. On bouge avec vous.
All right, the rerun of Heat 1C making their way out of the pit area. Heat 1C rerun. Unfortunate Bobby King in the 242 LDC construction broke down in the first attempt to run 1C, and he has been regulated to the trailer. Hopefully we'll see him back out. He'll be out in 2B later on this Saturday. First boat coming by, the 52, Paul Barber. He's out of Ottawa, Ontario. Actually, Kempsville, Ontario. The 2, Richard Haynu out of Beauharnois in the Novo Racing. The 104, the Unit construction of Mark Lecomte coming by in the 104, way up on the outside out of Valleyfield, Quebec. And the final boat, Martin Rochon, the 773, the Team RTX, sponsored your latest winner from the Brockville Regatta, Martin Rochon. Those are the 4 boats that have made the call here for 1C. Nick, the rerun is on the water, 3:15 to the start.
Oui, on reprend la course suite à l'arrêt de Bobby King à l'entrée du virage numéro 1. Alors, encore une fois, le pilote a surveillé Richard Hinault ainsi que Paul Barber, 2 pilotes extrêmement rapides.
.250 from the start, 250 away. Here comes Richard Haynu. As I said earlier, when we attempted to run 1C, I've been very impressed with Richard this year. Coming into the weekend, 3rd in points. He's had I know he had a 2nd place finish in Cambridge. He's been on the podium a couple times here in 2024. He's been doing a great job. Kind of a rebirth for that H2. They had a really terrible 2023, and he's really done well here in 2024. Rochon comes by in the 773, the RTX-sponsored H773 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. We're 2:10 from the start, Nick, 2:10 away.
Oui, Martin Rochon qui a gagné il y a 2 semaines à Brockville a connu un excellent départ et s'est pointé le nez à la sortie du virage en tête, ce qui lui a donné la victoire. Marc Lecomte, tellement surprise dans son cas. On souhaite que la malchance soit derrière lui et on sait que c'est un pilote extrêmement rapide, notamment plusieurs championnats. Hydro 350, son plus récent est en 2012. On est à 1 minute 40 du départ, course de 3 tours.
135 from the start, 135 away. Mark Lecomte in the 104. Little new paint job for Mark. He puts a little bit of white on the sponsons. That boat used to be completely dark blue. Got his sponsor Unit construction there on the sides of the sponsons. Here comes Martin Rochon coming by in the 773.
On est à 1 minute 7. Richard Hinault qui, comme on disait tantôt, a été longtemps le porte-étendard des Régates de Beauharnois. Cette saison aura lieu le 30 août et le 1er septembre, le rendez-vous des champions.
All right, inside 1 minute to the start, inside 1 minute away. We'll get them lined up for you here in lane number 1. Will be Richard Haynu in the H2. The Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec. Lane number 2 will be Paul Barber in the 52 out of Ottawa, Ontario. And the Legacy 1. Lane number 3 will be Martin Rochon out of Valleyfield, Quebec, the RTX Racing. And final boat on the outside will be Mark Lecomte in the 104. They'll line up Haynu, Barber, Rochon, Lecomte. Inside out, we're 22 seconds from the start. Rerun, Heat 1C, as they head down here in this tight turn number 2 to get ready to line up to come flying down here to the start-finish line. Remember, we only go 3 times around here in Hydro 351C, as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start. Paul Barber and Haynu side by side. On the start-finish line, they head down here to turn number 1. Richard Haynu in the inside of Paul Barber on the outside down here into turn 1 on lap number 1. We'll go 3 times around here in H350 qualifier Heat 1C. And Richard Haynu, he'll lead, but it's only 2 boat lengths off the exit of 1.
Alors oui, Richard Hinault qui a quelques longueurs sur Paul Barber là, qui est directement dans son sillon. Martin Rochon 3e et là, c'est serré entre Richard Hinault et Paul Barber. Voyons voir au virage. Hinault à l'intérieur qui colle les bouées et des problèmes pour le Nouveau Racing. Richard Hinault qui s'arrête.
Off the exit 2, Richard Hayden is going dead in turn number 2. And Paul Barber opens the door for the 52. He'll come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go. Martin Rashawn in second position. In third place is Mark Lecomte. You can see Richard Hayden getting out of the cockpit of the H2. So hopefully he's okay, but the boat is damaged. He'll come off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 2, and it's all Paul Barber.
Alors, c'est pas dans l'habitude de Richard Hinault de s'arrêter, lui qui a une machine pourtant fiable là, depuis le début de la saison. Et on voit que Martin Rochon est maintenant à l'intérieur de Barber. Attention, virage. Est-ce que Barber aussi a des problèmes? Rochon se rapproche avec le drapeau blanc.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. 2 down, 1 to go. Paul Barber running the high line, but Rashad making up ground on the inside. So 2 down and 1 to go. Paul Barber is your leader in the H52, the Legacy 1. Martin Rashad running back in second position. In third place is Mark Lecomte. Down here to turn number 1 on the final lap. Paul Barber's got it by a rooster tail.
Alors Barber qui mène toujours là, des problèmes pour Martin Rochon qui semble avoir ralenti. Et Barber qui démontre que là, tous ces problèmes sont résolus pour cette fin de semaine à Valleyfield. Et attention à Richard Hinault, là. Dernier virage pour Paul Barber.
Final turn, final lap for Heat 1C. Paul Barber. Boat's running well here in Valleyfield, looking to pick up where he left off in Cambridge a few months ago. He'll come around and get the checker flag this time by 3 up, 3 down. Paul Barber, your winner of Heat 1C. Martin Rajan will come around and get second in the 773, the RTX sponsored H773. Mark Lecomte will come around and get third. And an unfortunate did not finish for Rashad Haynu and the H2, the Nova Racing. That's a tough break for Rashad Haynu.
Alors Richard Hinault, oui, effectivement, John, comme tu le spécifiais, c'est pas son habitude de s'immobiliser. Lui qui a tellement une mécanique assez fiable de son côté avec le nouveau Racing. Mais là, ça va être extrêmement difficile de se qualifier en vue de la finale du défi du vendredi.
Up next, Nick, Jersey Speed Skiffs will be on the water for the first time here this weekend. Jersey Speed Skiffs, led by point leader Jimmy Stewart and Pegawazio, they'll make it out on the race course for their first heat of the weekend. Heat 1A, Jersey Speed Skiff coming up next. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Jersey Speed Skiff, first qualifier of the day. We got 8 skiffs here this weekend, a good contingent of Jersey Speed Skiffs. So excited to see Jay Hardy's 22 out on the water here in Valleyfield. Jay Hardy from Greenwood Lake, New Jersey. Used to run the Greenwood Lake event, and I loved going up there. Beautiful race site. Very excited to see Jay Hardy. Had a really good weekend in Decatur, Illinois about a month ago, so good to see that boat out on the water. Everybody trying to chase down Jimmy Stewart this season. Jimmy has a commanding points lead in the Jersey Speed Skiff class. Max Awancio's had a good campaign. He, unfortunately in Brockville, had an issue in the 45. Dave Greenlaw back out with the Very Cherry. Louis Boudet in the 113. Tom Pacarduni's back here in Valleyfield for the first time in a couple years. Behind the wheel of the JS7, the Rolling Thunder. As we said, the aforementioned Jay Hardy. Abigail Langford drives the Crabster, the 41. And then Courtney Truelove, her sister, will be on the outside in the 721. Boats starting to make their way out of the pit area here for Jersey Speed Skiff Qualifier 1A. We're 4:25 from the start, 4:25 away. Once they come out on the race course, we introduce them to you. Only boat here on the East Coast with a rider and a driver. Rider is there for helping with navigation purposes. When these boats do get up on their side, it's tough for the driver to see everything, so the navigator helps them out with that. So it's good to see the skiffs with a full field here in Valleyfield, all 8 making their way out of the pit area, and they have all made the call as all 8 are going down the backstretch here for Jersey Speed Skiff Qualifier 1A. Once again, my name is John Tomey. I'll be joined by Nick Allard. And a little bit later on today, I'll be joined by Jean Theoret, the great Grand Prix and Unlimited hydroplane driver. He'll be joining me for the GP time trials later on this afternoon. We'll get his insight about what it's like to drive a GP around this famed course. First boat coming across start finish line, the JS10, the Yup and Yiminy, Jimmy Stewart and Peg Awancio out of Annapolis, Maryland. Max Awancio comes by the JS45 in the red. Courtney and Dallas Truelove. Courtney does the driving. Dallas does the riding in the JS721. They're going skipping crazy. Here's Jay Hardy coming by the JS22. Jay Hardy, that brand new JS22 looks really good on the race course. He comes across start finish line. The 113, another one. Louis Bourdain out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The JS7 Rolling Thunder with Tom Pacarduni and Mark Lecomte. And the final boat, 41, Abigail Langford and her husband Brendan Langford. Oh, and I'm sorry, the 99, Dave Greenlaw Jr. comes across start finish line. We are 2 minutes, 20 seconds from the start, 2:20 away. The only time we'll see the skiffs run today, they're going to run 1 qualifier today, they'll run 2 tomorrow, 2 on Sunday, and their final. Jersey Speed Skiffs out for the only time today. After Jersey Speed Skiffs, we'll have 2 2.5 liter stocks, then we'll have a round of vintage, then ProHydro testing, and then we'll go back to the Formula 2500 and H350s, and then our Grand Prix time trials. Grand Prix time trials currently slated to be around 3 o'clock, give or take a little bit. It looks like the 113, unfortunately, has pulled to the infield. Louis Bourdain, and the 113, another one, has pulled to the infield. That's unfortunate for those guys out of Sorel Tracy, as Louis is sitting up on the center part of the boat. Unfortunately, he will not start here in Heat 1A for Jersey Speed Skiffs. So we'll run assigned lanes here in the skiffs. We're 1 minute to the start. 1 minute away. They're all up early. They're going to have to really throw it. I'm not sure if their timing might be off because everybody's up really early with 45 seconds to the start. Jimmy Stewart will be in lane number 1. Max Awancio will be in lane 2. Dave Greenlow will be in 3. Tom Packarduni will be in 4. Jay Hardy will be in 5. Abigail Langford will be in 6. And Courtney Truelove will be on the outside. So 27 seconds to the start. Heat 1A, Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier. It'll be Stewart, Awancio, Greenlaw, Packarduni, Hardy, Langford, Truelove. Lane 1 to lane 7. We're 14 seconds from the start. Here we go. As we're 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start. Max Awancio, Jay Hardy will lead him across with Courtney Truelove out there on the outside. So Jay Hardy from lane number 5. He is your leader down here in turn number 1. But watch on the inside is Max Awancio. He'll hold lane number 2. Jimmy Stewart will hug the buoy line. So Max Awancio is your leader with Jimmy Stewart running in 2nd. Jay Hardy in 3rd. Tom Packarduni in 4th. He'll come off the exit of turn number 1. Here on lap number 1, we'll go 4 times around. 4 or 5? 4 laps, yeah, 4 times around here at Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier. Halfway through lap number 1, it's Max Awancio. He is your leader in the red, down the backstretch with Jimmy Stewart running back in 2nd. Jay Hardy in 3rd. Tom Packarduni in 4th. Dave Greenlaw and Courtney Truelove. So down here into turn number 2 for the first time. Max going to try to navigate this tight turn 2 in the Jersey Speed Skiff JS45. Ew, takes a big hop off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down and 3 to go here in this 4-lap qualifier for the JS45 in the red and Max Awancio. He leads over top of Jimmy Stewart and Peg Awancio running back in 2nd. Jay Hardy running in 3rd. Tom Packarduni in 4th. Dave Greenlaw in 5th. And Courtney Truelove in 6th. Abigail Langford in 7th. So through the top end of the race course, the JS45, the in the red, Max Awancio. He is your leader. Jimmy Stewart's making up ground, though, on the outside, running in 2nd. We'll call it 6 boat lengths from Max over top of Jimmy. Jay Hardy running in 3rd, and Packarduni in 4th. So 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in JS1A. And it's all Max Awancio. We'll call it 7 boat length advantage over top of his uncle, Jimmy Stewart. Down here into turn number 2. Jay Hardy in 3rd. Oh, Max almost swung it out. Really tight there off the exit of turn number 2. And Max Awancio, he is your leader, but here comes Jimmy Stewart. That little bit of bobble. Allowed Jimmy Stewart to make up a little bit of ground as we're 2 in and 2 to go here in JS1A. So it's Awancio, Stewart, Hardy, the top 3 as they come across start-finish line here in Jersey Speed Skiff 1A. 4th position is Tom Packarduni in the Jan 7 Rolling Thunder. The 99, Dave Greenlaw Jr. in the Very Cherry running in 5th. Off the exit of 1, JS45, the in the red. It's still Max Awancio, but it's cut down to 5 boat lengths now as Jimmy Stewart's starting to jump in just a little bit here on lap number 3. So Awancio down here into turn number 2. And here comes Jimmy Stewart really pushing hard on the outside of Stewart as they head down here into turn number 2 on lap number 3. So Jimmy Stewart making up ground on the outside of Max. Almost swung it out again. He got up on his side that time. Now Jimmy's going to the buoy row. So Max Awancio, he is your leader, but here comes Jimmy Stewart. The veteran went to the buoy row. Hopefully Max's navigators letting him know it's 3 down, 1 to go, but here comes Stewart. And Jimmy Stewart's powering up on the inside, and he'll take over the lead as they head down here into turn number 1 on lap number 4 of 4. So the JS10, Yup and Yimini, and Jimmy Stewart takes the lead over top of Max. Oh, Max swung it out. Just like he did in Brockville, Max swung it out down there in turn number 1. That's going to allow Jay Hardy to move up on his inside. So, the battle is for 2nd between Hardy and Awancio. Jay Hardy moves up on the inside of Max Awancio to take over 2nd position here on the 4th and final lap. So Jimmy Stewart's still your leader down in turn number 2 as Jay Hardy has moved up on the inside of Max Awancio. So through the apex of turn number 2 here on the 4th and final lap. It's final turn, final lap. Jimmy Stewart, Peg Awancio comes off the exit of turn number 2. It'll be checkered flag this time by, and your unofficial winner of Heat 1A will go to Jimmy Stewart at Pegawatsio. Second place, looks like Jay Hardy in the 2020, or the JS22. Go ahead and get second. Third, Max Awancio in the 45 in the red. Tom Pacardini will come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and get fourth position. Dave Greenlaw will get fifth. Courtney Truelove will get sixth, and Abigail Langford has broken down here in turn number 2. And the JS41 of Abigail Langford will get a did not finish. So congratulations to Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio. Your unofficial winners of Heat 1A for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. Up next, we'll have 2 qualifications of 2.5 liter stocks. The first time of the weekend, we'll see the 2.5 liter stocks make their way out. Our beginners will be on the water next for Heats 1A and 1B for 2.5 liter stocks. Stick around.
Matthew Brown. Carl Hayes, pilote le numéro 35, 35. 104, Benoît Toupin, numéro 104. Number 18, Cherry Diabo, le numéro 18. Et finalement, notre pilote invité, le français, c'est Rémi
All right, boats on the water for Heat 1A for 2.5 liter stocks, 3 minutes 50 seconds away. Matthew Brown comes by in the 74. The 104 of Bentelbaum. The 35 of Kyle Hayes. The 2 of Jacob Haynu. The 18 of Sherry Diabo. Waiting for the 91. Remy Bouvier. 320 from the start. 2.5 liter stocks are beginners as they try to make their way up the ranks. Most of these guys are just starting out. Some of them have been driving longer than others, but the top 3 at the end of the season will make their way up into promotion for the Formula 2500, and the bottom 3 of the Formula 2500 will actually come back down to 2.5 liter stock. All right, Nick, we're 250 from the start, our first heat of the day for our 2.5 liter stocks.
Alors oui, beaucoup d'histoires là, dans cette qualification, beaucoup de fils ou de recrues, notamment le S2 Jacob Hainaut, le nouveau Racing, et l'histoire de Rémi Beauvillain qui vient de la France sera surveillée dans le S91.
Kyle Hayes comes by. You can see the 35, the TKO sponsored TM Special doesn't have a cowling on the boat. They lost the cowling in a blowover in Brockville 2 weeks ago, and they were unable to locate that cowling on the bottom of the St. Lawrence River, so they're running this weekend without the cowling, unfortunately, the TKO racing team. But Jacob Haynu so far this season, Nick, has had a really, really good job. He's won. I think he's been on top in all three finals.
Oui, il a gagné les 2 finales qui ont eu lieu puisqu'à Brockville n'a pas eu de finale. Et mène le classement là, par 23 points sur Kenneth Brody. Et on attend toujours Rémi Beauvillain qui n'est pas sur le parcours parce qu'on aura une course à 4 bateaux. À 5 bateaux plutôt. Et on... Kyle Hayes qui... lui n'a pas sa carlingue. Lui qui n'a pas conduit le dimanche à Brockville, c'est Garrett Hoff qui a conduit l'embarcation et Hoff a mis trop d'air sur l'embarcation. On est à 1/10 du premier départ, classe 2.5 litres.
All right, just about 105 to the start. We'll get them lined up for you, and then I'm going to hand it over to Nick. 105 for the start. Lane 1 here in Heat 1A will be Jacob Haynu. Lane number 2 will be Matthew Brown in the 74. Lane number 3 will be Kyle Hayes in the TKO Racing TN Special. Lane number 4 will be Bentelbaum in the 104. And Sherry Diabo will be outside. Unfortunately, Remy Bouvier that did not start in the 91. All right, Nick, I'm going to hand it over to you. 35 seconds to the start. Take it away.
Alors, on est à 32 secondes. Matthew Brown, le groupe SFK, là, dans le deuxième couloir. On est à 24 secondes. 18. Hainaut et Toupin qui sont équipés d'un moteur Honda. On est à 10 secondes. 8, 7, 5, 3, 2, 1. Bon départ pour Jacob Hainaut. Bon départ pour le nouveau Racing qui sort du virage. C'est Jacob Hainaut, le nouveau Racing. Deuxième, c'est Kyle Hayes, alors que Brown a eu des difficultés. Il est relégué à la 4e place. Alors, c'est Jacob Hainaut suivi de Kyle Hayes. Benoît Toupin est 3e, suivi de Matthew Brown et de Sherry Diabo. Alors Toupin là, qui se rapproche même de Kyle Hayes. On pourrait avoir une bagarre pour la deuxième place, alors que Brown et Diabo se battent pour la quatrième place. After one lap is Jacob Eno with the S2. That's the son of Richard Eno. Kyle Hayes second. Third, Benoit Toupin with the D-Rock Racing. Brown is fourth and Sherry Diabo is fifth. Alors, c'est toujours Eno, là, il ne semble pas avoir de changement. Still in the lead, Jacob Eno second. Kyle Hayes with a TKO Racing. Toupin is third with the 104. Brown is fourth and Sherry Diabo is now inside of Mathieu Brown. Alors, on voit maintenant le Toupin à l'intérieur de Kyle Hayes. Hayes qui prend un virage assez large. Parfois, mais là, vient d'en prendre un peu plus serré. 2 tours de compléter. Hayes qui maintient sa priorité sur Benoit Toupin, alors que Brown lui a réussi à distancer Sherry Diabo. Alors la course là qui s'est assis un petit peu là. Le nouveau Racing toujours en tête. Hayes là qui a repris son avance sur Benoit Toupin et le D-Rock Racing. Embarcation de propriété de Martin Desrochers, le 104. Et Hayes maintient toujours sa priorité sur Toupin pour la deuxième place. Brown est toujours quatrième dans le 74. Ça, c'est l'ami de cœur de Caroline Daou. Et là, c'est Benoit Toupin qui a fait un crochet en plein milieu du virage. Et là, attention à Brown qui se rapproche. Et Toupin va aller recontourner les bouées. Alors Mathieu Brown qui a eu de la difficulté à la sortie du virage 1, maintenant troisième. Et toujours bonne avance pour le S2. Le nouveau Racing, Jacob Eno qui est une recrue. Sera surveillé encore ce week-end. Kyle Hayes dans le S35, ça c'est le demi-frère, les cousins de Brandon Kennedy. Le drapeau blanc qui est montré à Jacob Eno, le S2. Hayes, une deuxième pourrait être très bien pour lui, ainsi qu'une troisième pour Mathieu Brown. Et là, Toupin même qui se rapproche de la quatrième place sur Sherry Diabo, qui a fait un retour l'an dernier ici à Valleyfield. Hayes sans sa Caroline. Et là, Toupin maintenant quatrième devant Sherry Diabo. Un demi-parcours pour Jacob Eno, qui mène au classement. Attention à Diabo là, qui sera à l'intérieur. Hayes, lui, aura une belle deuxième place si tout se confirme. Et là, attention à Diabo. Et ce sera la victoire pour le nouveau Racing Jacob Eno S2. Deuxième, une belle performance de Kyle Hayes, lui qui vient de l'État du Michigan. Alors que Diabo, elle, semble avoir des problèmes dans le Diabo Racing. Et Mathieu Brown va terminer troisième après des problèmes à la sortie du virage. Dans le groupe SFK, ça c'est l'ancien bateau notamment que conduisait Alex Tremblay et en 2019, ainsi que Yann Beaupré dans le Yancy. Et Benoit Toupin dans le D-Rock Racing va terminer quatrième. So, what a win by Jacob Eno, John. He's pretty fast and now still leading the championship.
Yeah, Jacob's been doing great. I mean, he got the boat at the end of September last year. He came to Lake Apacon and ran it when it was still the Yellow Bird. Actually ran it one time in Bahormois as well. But really, only his fifth or sixth race in the boat, and he's really really done well with that boat. So I'm proud of Jacob, proud of his team and his family. I know his dad's really proud of him as well. So congratulations to the S2. Up next, Heat 1B. 1B, 2.5 liters.
Alors, on poursuit avec la prochaine qualification en classe 2.5 litres. On a le S50, le St-Felicien de Kenneth Brody. Le S25 de Derek Anderson. Le Canadian Tire, le S57, le Howe de Mathis Gabriel Chiasson. Le Defying Gravity de Stéphane Racine, le 17, ainsi que Dominique Billette qui fait un retour après plus de, je crois, 8 ans d'absence. Alors, Surveillez bien entendu Kenneth Brody dans le S50, ainsi que Mathis Gabriel Chiasson.
All right, as Nick said, Heat 1B making their way out onto the race course. We should have 5 of them make the call. We got 9 2.5 liter stocks here this weekend. Oh, I'm sorry, we have 11. 11 2.5 liter stocks here this weekend, so we will have a consolation on Sunday afternoon. Now, these guys are running different from the Formula 2500 and the H350s because they are running. This is their first heats of the weekend. So 1A and 1B today. They run 2A, 2B, and then 3A, 3B tomorrow. So they're running basically a normal weekend. This 2.5 liter stocks are not doing anything different like the Formula 2500s and the H350s. In this heat, we should have Ken Brody III in the Senseless 15, Derek Anderson in the Canadian Tire, Matisse Chasson in the Howe, the 57, Stefan Racine in the 17, the Defying Gravity, and Dominic Millay in the All-In, the 22. At 22, Nick, brand new boat for Dominic here in 2024.
Yeah, brand new boat for Dominique Billette, the new All-In. He has the Honda engine. And we saw his first boat in the Formula 2500. That's the another one of Samuel Tremblay. Pretty fast drivers. The S22.
Now here in the 2.5 liter stock, we also have the boats that are running the Honda versus running the Ford. Out here on the race course, I believe we have 2 Hondas and 3 Fords here in this Heat 1B with Matisse Chasson running the Honda and Dominic Millay also running the Honda here in 1B. Everybody else running the Ford. So just like we have the argument in Formula 2500, Nick, we have it here at 2.5 liter stocks with the guys running Honda versus Ford.
Oui, beaucoup de choses encore peuvent se produire. On aura 4 qualifications ainsi qu'une finale pour la classe 2.5 litres. Évidemment, à surveiller le Howe, Mathis Gabriel Chiasson qui a gagné les 2 dernières finales l'an dernier à Tonawanda ainsi qu'à Bois-Noir, évidemment. Début de saison un peu plus difficile pour le pilote de Valleyfield. Mais là, ce sera à surveiller ce week-end. On est à 1:23 du départ.
All right, about 1:15 or so from the start. Nick, I'll get them lined up, and then I'll hand it back over to you for the heat. 1:08 from the start, lane number 1 will be Ken Brody III in the Senseless 15 out of Grand Isle, New York. Lane number 2 will be Derek Anderson in the S25, the Canadian Tire, out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Lane number 3 will be Matisse Chasson in the 57, the Howe, also out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Lane number 4 will be Stefan Racine in the 17, and then on the outside be Dominic Millay in the 22, the All-In. That's the 5 boats. Nick, we're 40 seconds from the start. Go ahead and take it away.
On est à 35 secondes. Kenneth Brody à l'intérieur, le Senseless. Ça, c'est le fils de Ken Brody. 25 secondes, 25 seconds to the start. Billette qui, évidemment, doit se maintenir dans le 5e couloir. On est à 12 secondes. 8 secondes. 5. Ça sera un bon départ. 2. 1. Excellent départ pour Ken Brody. Alors, excellent départ. Who is gonna be first at the end of the turn? It's Ken Brody. S50. Oh, c'est serré pour la 2e place entre Mathis Gabriel Chiasson et Derek Anderson. Oh, battle between the 57 and the 25 of Chiasson and Anderson. Billette is 4th and Racine is now 5th. Alors, quelle bagarre entre Derek Anderson et Mathis Gabriel Chiasson. Anderson avantagé à l'intérieur. Chiasson toujours côte à côte. Alors que Brody, lui, est déjà loin en avant. Et regardez Dominique Billette qui se rapproche dans le All-In. Oh, quelle bagarre entre Derek Anderson à l'intérieur. Chiasson dans le milieu. Et regardez qui s'amène à l'extérieur. C'est Billette. On est à 3 dans le virage. Anderson. Chiasson se pointe à ses côtés. What a battle between a 57 and a 25. Chiasson is on the outside with the pink and blue boat. And look at the white and red boat of Derek Anderson. Et Billette qui se rapproche à l'extérieur dans le all-in. On est à 3 pour la deuxième place. Alors que Racine, lui, ferme la marche en 5e place. Oh, Derek Anderson, Chiasson, Billette. Et on complète le deuxième tour. Et regardez Dominique Billette qui s'approche. Three boats are getting closer. Anderson on the inside with a Canadian Tire. Chiasson in the middle. And Dominique Billette on the outside with it all in. Et Brody, lui, qui est parti pour la gloire, alors que Chiasson, lui, semble avoir des problèmes. Il ralentit, mais là, c'est toujours côte à côte entre le S25 conduit par Derek Anderson ainsi que le S22 de Dominique Billette. Et Chiasson, un son pas très beau à entendre là, présentement pour le Howe. Et c'est pas fini. Anderson avantagé à l'intérieur et Billette qui se pointe à l'amorce du 4e tour. Dominique Billette, parti du 5e couloir. Et maintenant, 2e. Chiasson toujours 4e alors que Stéphane Racine est 5e dans le Defying Gravity. Et ça se poursuit cette bagarre. Billette. Maintenant, quelques longueurs sur Derek Anderson. Alors que Brody, lui, va garder l'écart à 23 points sur Mathis Gabriel Chiasson. Sur, Jacob Hinault. Le drapeau blanc et on voit Anderson toujours dans le coup à l'intérieur. Quelle bagarre pour la deuxième place. One lap to go for Ken Brody. Dominique Billette is now and still second in front of Derek Anderson. And Chiasson, I think, have some problem in the 57 in the Howe. Oh, Anderson ne lâche pas à l'intérieur dans le S25. Lui qui s'est fait confier le volant par Vincent Laberge. Et quelle surprise de voir Dominique Billette à son retour en hydroplane. Alors que Brody, lui, amorce le dernier droit. Et ce sera la victoire de Kenneth Brody, S50. Deuxième, quelle performance de Dominique Billette, all in S22 in front of Derek Anderson, S25. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé du côté de Mathis Gabriel Chiasson? Semble avoir perdu des chevaux vapeur dans le Howe S57. Suivi de Stéphane Racine dans le Defying Gravity. Alors voilà ce qui conclut la séance des 2,5 litres qui ont également terminé leur journée. On va poursuivre avec nos belles d'autrefois. John, the vintage is now the next.
Great job, Nick. Coming up next, we'll have vintage boats. I know we've got a few Grand Prix vintage here. I think 4 of them are here this weekend, so they'll be coming up next. Great job by Nick there at the call of our 2.5-liter stock heats. Congratulations to Jacob Hano and Ken Brody III, the top 2 point leaders coming in to the weekend. Get their heats 1A and 1B. So that'll do it for our 2.5 liters. We'll see them again tomorrow. But coming up next, as Nick said, we'll put some vintage hydros out on the water for you here in just a few. Stick around. Vintage coming up next. All right, welcome back here to the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. I apologize, we did have a little bit of a schedule change. We are doing another testing session for the Grand Prix Hydros. They'll come out on the race course to do a few more testing. They were talking about this during the drivers' meeting this morning, and a lot of the guys were pushing to have a second testing session because these guys have all been racing a lot. They want to make sure everything's okay. First one out in the 577. Good to see Ken Lupton back out. He had a mechanical failure in the earlier testing session. Here comes Jimmy King in the 3. And the 212 of Eric Langevin coming by. Once again, Grand Prix Hydros, 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motors. They're 24 feet in length. They're 12 feet wide. They do speeds upwards of 150 to 160 miles an hour at the end of the straightaway. Here in Valleyfield, we'll probably top out right around 145 or 150 as they head down here into turn number 2 to get ready for their start. Now, I was going to see if anybody was going to try to take a wider line to get ready for their time trial later on this afternoon. It looks like Jimmy King did just that as he came way wide down in the start finish line. That GP3 Pleasure Secrets has been a long time coming. Roger Mahan, the owner and builder of that boat, started building it about 3 years ago. Excuse me. And it's finally out of here in 2024. Jimmy King, the veteran driver, is driving inboard hydroplanes and unlimited for a long time. He comes to us from Michigan. The boat on his inside as they come off of turn number 2 right now. That's the 577 of Ken Lupton. He's from Waverly, New Zealand. All our friends that are listening in and watching on the live stream down in New Zealand, happy Saturday to you. I believe you're early in the morning Saturday morning, so thank you for tuning in. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon here at the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. We've got GP Grand Prix Hydro testing taking place on the water right now. Eric Langevin, he's been consistent this year. Very impressed with Eric in Brockville a couple weeks back. Looks like Kenny Lupton coming by with 577 oil. Whatever his issue was in the earlier test session, looks like it might have been rectified as he's going to head his way back into the pit area. Jimmy King's going to follow him back to the pit area, and Eric Langevin will come one more time by start-finish line. Ooh, Eric's having trouble getting off a turn, too. They might have to look at the angle on that skid fin in that 212. The Silco Racing. Eric will take the 212 back. Unfortunately, I do not have an order of when the boats will come out on the race course. So I think Eric's going to try again. Going to do one more testing lap here in the 212 Silco Racing. Goes down into turn number 2 during this testing session. I'm actually very happy that they decided to do this second testing session because guys wanted to try some props out. Especially in the GP Challenge because this is a mile race course and the guys that were down in Guntersville and Madison were running on approximately a 1.25 mile race course. So setup is very different for this course than it would be for Madison and Guntersville. And if you hadn't been here, like the 17 team and the 10, they haven't been here before, so they have to kind of figure it out during testing. So their second testing session is underway for Grand Prix Hydro. After that, we will have the Vintage Hydros followed by ProHydro testing. And then we'll get back into Formula 2500 and H350. And then it'll be the Grand Prix time trial. So we're looking at approximately, I would say closer to 3:30 for Grand Prix time trials. Just if I'm doing the math in my head, probably about 3 or 3:30 for the Grand Prix time trials. So we'll see who comes out of the pit next that wants to test. for GP. They'll come out here in just a minute. Stick around. All right, second group of boats making their way out of the pit area for the testing session for Grand Prix Hydro. First boat was Jack Lupton in the 33, Lupton Motorsports. He'll come around turn number 2, down here to start finish line. Jack has been having some issues with delamination on the bottom of that boat. They've patched it up a couple times. Hopefully it'll stick together here this weekend. Next boat's a 757 Canada Boy, driven by Kent Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. As you were with us earlier for the testing session around 10:30, we talked about how much work has gone in to that GP 757 to get it back out on the water here after their blowover in Brockville 2 weeks ago. A lot of work. They were at Henderson Hydroplanes up until yesterday afternoon. Just to the west of us here in Brockville, the boat came back to the shop here in Valleyfield, and Serge Blanchette and his team put the motor together, got it in the boat. They got a refurbished cowling on the back of the boat. And as Mario said, it's not the prettiest thing I've ever brought to the race site, but it'll run. And him teaming up with Kent Henderson this weekend, I think is a really good get. As unfortunately Robin Demers, who was the normal driver of the 757, had an issue with his eye after the Bronco Regatta and unable to go this weekend at Valleyfield. So it'll be Henderson picks up that right spot to did Kent as he head down into turn number 1. Looks like the Canada Boy's trying to fly a lap here as he goes down the backstretch. 757, wow, he's on it. Oh, wow, Henderson almost picked up the right spots at that time. He heads down into turn number 2. Really flying that 757. Canada Boy all the way down to the finish line. Wow, that looks like a good run. Nice little preview. Here comes Jack Lupton on a hot lap now here in the testing session. And Lupton's backed off a little bit down the backstretch there. Thought he might have been on a fast. Oh, now he picks it back up a little bit, yeah. He was feathering the throttle a little bit down there in the turn number 2. Kent Henderson is still on it here in this second flight in Grand Prix testing. Jack Lupton comes by start finish line in the 33. Goes hard down in the turn number 2. Lupton mosey down the backstretch on a cool down lap here. Henderson looks like he's keeping his foot in it a little bit off the exit of 1. But I'm just very impressed the way that boat is handling right out of the box. The boat got run over in Brockville. The skid fin of the 212 went right across the back right transom of the boat. and really did a lot of damage. They had to repair some stringers inside the boat. It took them 2 whole weeks, really. I mean, 10 days to get that boat ready to go here at Valleyfield. It looks pretty good. Here during that second heat, or second flight for testing round number 2. So we should have one more flight, Grand Prix, come out for their testing session. And as I said, after Grand Prix testing, we'll go vintage. According to my schedule, vintage, ProHydro. And they're just going to do a testing session today as ProHydro. Then we'll go Formula 2500, H350, then GP time trials. Just so everybody understands, the GP Challenge is taking place here this weekend, the 3rd and final stop for the Grand Prix Hydro GP Challenge. They started in Guntersville and Brockville, went to Madison, Indiana last weekend, and are back here for Valleyfield. We'll go over the points when we come back after this timeout. Thanks for tuning in, the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. We'll be back with the 3rd flight Grand Prix Hydro testing. All right, we have our vintage hydros making their way out onto the race course. Small and medium vintage, I believe, will run today. I talked to Jonathan Abbott. I don't think, I could be wrong, I don't think we're going to do GP vintage today. But I will try my best to give you these boats when they come by. That is the 69, the Miss G Wiz, driven by Jim Benson. I remember Jim. He used to drive in the limited class here in HRL. He comes by. Here's the 136, which I don't have on my list. Oh, the double vision is Susan Sui. That's the old Sui. By the 136. Here's the 78. The flying high, Andre Bergeron. Andre Bergeron driving the 78. Flying high comes by. We also had the double eagle of Bob Abbott out there. So 2 78s, the E78 and the Y78. The E78 went by first, that was Bob Abbott. The Y78 went by second, that was Andre Bergeron. Go down in turn number 2. I have to get the number when they come by for you. But it's always cool to see these vintage guys and gals back on the water. Many years of racing here in the Valleyfield Regatta. Here is the 68, the Odessa. The Odyssey driven by Gabrielle Bronk. 68, both 78s, flying high in the double eagle are out on the race course. So these are small vintage. For our fans listening live across the World Wide Web on YouTube, thank you for joining us here at the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. Right now we are about halfway through our racing program for the Friday edition. Remember, the Friday racing for Formula 2500 and H350 is totally different from what you'll see the remainder of the weekend. They're running 3-lap qualifiers and a 3-lap final later on this afternoon. 7 boats in the H350 final and 8 boats in the Formula 2500 final later on today. And all that is sandwiched in between the GP time trials, which I'm very much looking forward to. Earlier today, I ran into John Theoret. He is planning to join me during the GP time trials here on YouTube. John did a great job with my friend Brad Luce last weekend in Madison, calling the unlimited heats. And Valleyfield reached out to John Theoret, who is the winningest GP driver here in Valleyfield. He used to drive the Casino de Montreal GP7. So it'll be good to talk to him during our time trial later on this afternoon. So small vintage out on the race course. As they come around the race course, once again, we have the 68 Odyssey of Gabriel Brault, the 78 Double Eagle of Bob Abbott, the 78 Flying High of Andre Bergeron. He comes by right now. And the 136 Double Vision of Susan Sui. Obviously the Sui name, long tradition in import hydro, especially back in the 70s and 80s when everybody wanted to have a Sui. So I'll step out, let these guys and gals do a couple laps around. Small vintage are out on the race course here at the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. After the vintage, we'll go back to Formula 2500 racing. So stick around for that. Small vintage out, we'll come back with medium vintage, and then we'll go back to our 3-lap Formula 2500 special Friday edition here this afternoon. Once again, my name is John Termy. I'll be joined in a little bit by Nick Allard. Nick went down to talk on the PA about these vintage hydros. I really like Nick's passion for the sport. He really is excited to be on the live stream with me today, and I appreciate him. He's giving me doing some heats for me and taking some time, and hopefully it'll keep me from losing my voice for the remainder of the weekend. It looks like we've lost Susan Sui in the 136 at the bottom of the race course, so we'll have to go pick her up. But I'll take a break. I'll get off here for a few minutes and let you watch the vintage race go around. All right, stick around. We'll be back in just a few.
C'est vraiment un autre monde. Cette époque vintage, les embarcations ont grandement évolué pour le mieux et pour notamment la sécurité du pilote. Aujourd'hui, avec les cockpits fermés, ils sont tous avec une bonbonne d'air, alimenter un masque s'ils ont terminé leur course à l'envers.
La sécurité a été refaite avec les
Alors, 3 embarcations, classe ProHydro, on est en test. On a le V109, le 4 Max de Dominique Maisonneuve, premier au classement. Jay Whitehair avec le 146, le Steeler. Et Mike Monahan qui fait un retour en ProHydro. Une classe qui est en développement et qui veut être en mi-chemin entre la classe Hydro 350 ainsi que la classe Grand Prix. Alors, Maisonneuve, le 4 Max qui a monté cette saison en ProHydro avec l'ancien bateau notamment que conduisait Marc Lalonde. Maisonneuve a accepté le projet et demain, on aura des courses en ProHydro. Mike Monahan qui passe de l'autre côté là, lors du boulevard du Havre devant Aston Johnson. Regardez ses vitesses. On peut atteindre des vitesses, je crois, d'autour de 200 km/h de moyenne, de 100 km/h. C'est que la classe Hydro 350 a des moteurs 350 pouces cubes. Et en Grand Prix des 1500 forces de chevaux vapeur avec turbocompresseur. Et cette classe-là se veut mi-chemin entre le Hydro 350 et la classe Grand Prix. Regardez Monahan, lui, à l'extérieur. Et là, on est les trois côte à côte. Maisonneuve à l'intérieur, dans le bateau rouge, blanc et noir. Monahan dans le bateau vert pâle. Et Jay Whitehair dans le bateau beige et noir, complètement à l'extérieur. Ce sont des tests. On avait le Pennzoil l'an dernier avec Andrew Tate. Malheureusement, les Pennzoil ne sont pas là ce week-end. Hâte de les voir demain en course, qu'est-ce que ça va donner. L'embarcation. Donc, Monahan et Whitehair retournent au puits. En Maisonneuve qui va retourner à l'eau. Qui va compléter un autre tour. Ça, c'est le père de Olivier et Noémie Maisonneuve. On a vu en début de programme. Le V109, le 4 Max. Lui qui a notamment 2 titres en classe 2.5 litres. Avec le S109, CS109. Et Maisonneuve qui va très bien meneur au classement. 105 points pour Maisonneuve et le 4 Max devant Jay Whitehair. Maisonneuve qui lui avait conduit pour remplacer John Shaw il y a 2 semaines à Brockville. On va poursuivre le programme avec les 2 qualifications classe Formule 2500. Ou encore là, beaucoup d'actions à venir. On vous rappelle également que vous pouvez aller télécharger l'application HRL. Vous avez tous les résultats instantanément, ainsi que les groupes de qualification. Et c'est vraiment extrêmement bien fait cette application.
L'embarcation l'équipe de Norwood, c'est Chris Galbraith en fin de saison, à un certain moment. Peut-être avoir un mois.
Alors, on revient dans quelques instants avec la prochaine qualification classe Formule 2500.
Tonawanda, du mois d'août, et le rendez-vous des champions depuis quelques années, c'est d'avoir droit au week-end de la fête du travail. Maisonneuve qui va retraiter au puits. Programme de course, ce qui nous attend pour l'après-midi, eh bien, on reverra les embarcations Formule 2500 bientôt. Je rappelle, ils ont eu un passage à l'eau. Le deuxième est important en prévision de finale. C'est les défis du vendredi pour cette classe.
Merci beaucoup, Eric, pour ces commentaires toujours à la fois constructifs. On s'arrête le temps d'une courte pause. Vous écoutez la 84e édition des Régates de Valleyfield sur les ondes du 88.1 FM.
Akioto est un fier partenaire des Régates de Valleyfield. Akioto est le spécialiste en financement automobile. Nous offrons de la deuxième chance au crédit et même de la troisième chance au crédit. Bon crédit, mauvais crédit ou sans crédit, vous êtes les bienvenus chez Akioto. Le financement est facile et rapide. acquis-auto.com. Akioto vous souhaite de bonnes régates 2024. Le comité organisateur des Régates de Valleyfield remercie toujours Miles pour son implication à l'événement. Miles, fier fournisseur des repas aux bénévoles des Régates de Valleyfield depuis plus de 10 ans, vous souhaite de bonnes courses.
88.1 FM, la radio des Régates de Valleyfield.
All right, welcome back. Huh? Yeah, I will. All right, welcome back here to the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. It's time for the second qualification heats of the day for the Formula 2500s. As we talked about earlier, if you were not with us, the total time for your two heats will be added together. The top 8 times will make the final. The fastest time, obviously, will get lane number 1 and so forth and so on. So, very important for guys earlier on, like Eddie Camfouche. Eddie actually beat Grant. You're looking at these times, Nick. Eddie beat Grant by 4 seconds. So Eddie ran a 2:29 in Heat 1A, and Grant Liddycoat ran a 2:33. So Grant's got to find somehow to make up 4 seconds. That's a lot of time to make up to try to make it into that lane number 1 for the final later today.
Oui, Eddie Camfouche a le temps le plus rapide avec 2:29. C'est 4 secondes plus rapide que Grant Liddycoat. Et là, va partir à l'extérieur. Hâte de voir. On a Michael Tremblay dans le Happy Sonic qui partira à l'intérieur. Adam Carouters partira dans le deuxième couloir. Guillaume Charrette, qu'on n'a pas vu ce matin, le Charrette Racing. Marc Lalonde dans le 4e. Samuel Tremblay dans le Another One 113 dans le 5e couloir. Le Dreamweaver Kevin Smith. Et dans le 7e couloir, Eddie Camfouche. Alors, 7-boat race. It's going to be hard for Eddie Canfouche to try to beat 2-on-2.
2 minutes and 50 seconds from the start. Earlier today, the fastest boats were the inside. Today, here in the second qualifier, they're going to be on the outside. So Eddie had lane number 1 in his first qualifier. He's going to start out in lane number 7 here for the second qualifier. Nick, every time I do an event, my favorite heats of the weekend are always the second heat, because the second heat puts the fastest boats on the outside, and it allows it to become more of a driver's race than just whatever your power your boat has. So it's really cool when somebody like Eddie Canfouche, who's got the fastest boat in 2.5 or in Formula 2500, we all know that, has to start on the outside. It's really good.
Oui, rappelons que lors de la deuxième vague de qualification, les couloirs sont inversés. Alors, ce qui fait que Canfouche, en étant premier au championnat, partira à l'extérieur. Et Michael Tremblay, lui, partira à l'intérieur dans le F555.
All right, 155 away from the start. 155 away. I know Nick's going over it, but I'll go over for our English fans. The boats in this heat will be Michael Tremblay in the 555. Whoop. He's broken down right there at the entrance of turn 1, unfortunately. Hopefully he can get out of the way, because that's a bad spot to be in. Adam Carruthers coming by the start-finish line from Reston, New Brunswick. 26, Dreamweaver. Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts. Yep, black flag. Okay. Yeah, Michael Tremblay's in a bad spot, so we're going to black flag this heat. And we will have to rerun Heat 2A. If you look down, I know our cameras are doing a good job of getting on Tremblay, but Tremblay was at the entrance of turn number 1. Unfortunately, unable to get the 555 Happy Sunny back up and running. So, Nick, we'll send these guys back to the pit area, fuel them up, and we'll probably come out with 1B.
Oui, on va revenir probablement avec la qualification 2B, puisque Michael Tremblay est immobilisé dans une mauvaise position. Et on revient encore avec beaucoup plus d'action ici au Régates de Valleyfield.
All right, stick around. We'll be right back for the continued running of the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. We'll probably go with 2B before 2A. So 2B will be coming up next. Stick around. B.
So next heat in 25
All right, we're going to run Formula 2500 Heat 2B.
2, Group B.
2B before we go back and rerun. We have to do a rerun of Heat. So once again, John Tony alongside with Nick Allard. We're 4:25 away from the start of Heat 2B. Nick, we're getting into the second half of our program today. We've got Formula 2500 2A and 2B to run, H350 A, B, C, and D to run, then Grand Prix time trials. Then our finals, our two finals today will be a Formula 2500 8-boat final and an H350 7-boat final. So for our fans on the stream, we're just about halfway through. It's time for Heat 2B. Let them know who's in it.
Alors, dans la qualification 2B, on aura à l'intérieur Grant Hearn dans le Little Legacy 1. Dans le deuxième couloir, on aura le Fat Boy Alexandre Leduc, le F88. Dans le troisième, Stephanie Blain, la Canada Girl, qui a déjà gagné ici à Valleyfield. Le F4, Tommy Shannon dans le quatrième couloir. Andrew Tate, lui, sera dans le F3 dans le cinquième couloir. John Shaw, qui a besoin de points, lui, doit partir du sixième couloir. Et Scott et Grant Leadycoat dans le Sendit partira dans le septième couloir. So, 7 boat of this heat. John, what a battle we're going to have between Grant Leadycoat and John Shaw.
3:10 to the start, 3:10 away. Nick just introduced them to you in Francois while I introduced them to you in English. We've got 7 of them to make the call here for 2B. Grant Hearn and the F14 is supposed to go. They were having some mechanical issues in that 14 last night. Not sure if Grant will make the call. Alex Leduc in the 88, the Fat Boy. Stephanie Blaine in the 757. Tommy Shannon in the 4. Andrew Tate in the 3. John Shaw in the 92, and Grant Leadycoat in the 97. Those will be the 7 boats that are supposed to be out here. Hopefully, the 92 and John Shaw have rectified their mechanical issues. They had a terrible first heat earlier this afternoon when it did not finish. As we said prior to the start of these second qualifiers today, it's the times combined. So whatever you ran in the first qualifier, you add it to whatever you run in the second qualifier. The top times, the top 8 will make it into that final later on this afternoon.
Oui, on prendra les 8 meilleurs temps en vue de la finale. Un peu plus tard en fin de programme, 3 tours. Et Grant Hearn, là, qui ne sera pas là, n'a pu quitter les puits. Alors, ça va laisser l'intérieur à Alexandre Leduc. On est à 1 minute 45 secondes du départ. À surveiller John Shaw dans le Tenacity, le bateau orange. Grant Leadycoat, 16 ans seulement, sera dans le 7e couloir. Il ne faut pas négliger aussi là, Tommy Shannon qui vient de quitter les puits. On l'attendait. Le voici qui se met sur le parcours sans la carlingue. Alors, il ne faut pas non plus oublier Andrew Tate qui sera surveillé dans le F3. On est à 1:15.
Interesting to see what Andrew Tate can do here. He's driving the F3, the awesome secret, the awesomely secret, or secretly awesome, whatever Owen calls it. Driving that boat today for Owen Henderson. He'll be starting in lane number 3, I believe, for this qualifier. So it'll be interesting to see how Andrew does. We're inside 1 minute to the start. So we're getting them lined up for you. Lane number 1 will be Alex Leduc in the 88. The Fat Boy Racing. Lane number 2 will be Stephanie Blaine in the 757 Canada Girl. Lane 3 will be Tommy Shannon in the 4 of the Valleyfield Auto Parts. Lane number 4 will be Andrew Tate driving the F3. Lane number 5 will be John Shaw in the 92 Tenacity. And on the outside will be Grant Leadycoat in the 97. Descended out of Suffolk, Virginia. It'll be Leduc, Blaine, Shannon, Tate, Shaw, Leadycoat inside out as we're 15 seconds from the start. Heat 2B from the 2500. The top times will make the final later on today as they are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, looks like a clean step. Grant Leadycoat will lead him across. Out in lane number 7 as they head down here into turn number 1. We'll go 3 times around here in Heat 2B at Liddycote. He'll turn left front with John Shaw right on his inside. So Shaw and Liddycote out in lane 6 and 7. Off the exit of 1, it's Liddycote and Shaw. They are side by side.
Alors, surprise là de voir les deux plus rapides à l'extérieur en tête. Grant Liddycote et John Shaw à l'intérieur, alors que Shannon et Tate se battent pour la 3e place. Et là, c'est John Shaw et Grant Liddycote, côte à côte.
Side by side through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 1. Remember, we only go 3 times around here in Heat 2B. John Shaw from lane number 5. He's your leader, but here comes Liddycote on his outside. And Grant Liddycote, the 16-year-old, will lead lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go. Here in Heat 2B for the Formula 2500, it's Liddycote and Shaw putting a side-by-side battle here in Heat 2B. Shaw will move closer to the buoy road with Liddycote right to his outside. So John Shaw through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Nick, we're almost halfway through. It's Shaw and Liddycote putting a side-by-side battle on.
Oh, quelle bagarre entre Grant Liddycote et John Shaw qui réplique à l'intérieur. Shaw qui a besoin d'une victoire. Après son abandon ce matin, Liddycote est toujours dans son sillon. Shannon 3e, Tate 4e. Et là, une avance confortable pour John Shaw avec un tour à faire. 1 lap to go.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to be white flag this time by this 3-lap qualifier for Heat 2B. John Shaw, he'll lead it by a boat length. Liddycote's right there on his outside. The veteran driver on the inside and the young man on the outside, the 16-year-old, is running right there with multiple national champion John Shaw as they head through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 3. They'll come off the exit of 1 and Shaw's opened up by 2 boat lengths. Nick, it's not over yet, but Shaw's got 2 boat length advantage.
Alors toujours possible pour Liddycote qui réplique, alors que Shannon lui est bon 3e devant Andrew Tate. Blaine qui tente, elle, d'aller rechercher la 5e place sur Alexandre Leduc. Alors, est-ce que John Shaw reprend là où ce qu'il a laissé? On oublie la course de ce matin. Dernier droit.
Off the exit of turn number 2, checker flag waves in final turn, final lap, and it's a 2 boat length advantage for John Shaw. The 92 Tenacity, he'll be your winner of Heat 2B. John Shaw in the 92. Second will go to Grant Liddycote. A great run by Grant from lane number 7 to get second. Third position will go to the 4. Tommy Shannon lost to Callan somewhere. And the F4, the Valleyfield Auto Parts. Andrew Tate will come around and get 4th in the 3. 5th position will go to Alex Leduc in the 88. And the Canada girl, 757, Stephanie Blaine will come around and get 6th. The best heat of the day so far goes to John Shaw in the 92.
Oui, John Shaw qui a fait exactement le même temps qu'a fait Eddie Canfouche. Et Shaw, malheureusement, ça va être difficile pour lui de se tailler une place en finale. Et là, il vient de démontrer que sa course de ce matin était une difficulté pour lui, mais là, il revient au plus fort en partant du 5e couloir. La prochaine course, la qualification 2 à Formule 2500.
The problem, Nick, with this, John Shaw gets the victory here and probably puts a pretty good time down. He had a did not finish in his first qualifier, so he will not make the final, unfortunately. But that was a great run for Grant. Grant's probably going to have a pretty good time there. Not sure it's going to be fast enough to beat Eddie's time, but should be setting himself up for lane 1 or 2 for the final.
Oui, on s'attend probablement à Eddie Canfouche et Grant Liddycote 1 et 2 en finale. Là, toute la pression est sur Eddie Canfouche pour tenter de conserver son couloir à l'intérieur en finale. So the pressure is now on Eddie Canfouche to do the same time on John Shaw.
That's a really good point, Nick, that Eddie's got to come out here and put together a good 3-lap qualifier because Grant set down the gauntlet there. Even though he ran second to John, John's not going to make the final. Grant is. So it's going to be interesting to see what the times are that for Eddie to set down here to determine who's inside lane 1 or lane 2. So up next, rerun of 2A Formula 2500.
Alors, on revient avec la qualification 2A classe Formule 2500 qui a été... Alors, on revient avec la qualification 2A classe Formule 2500 qui a été arrêtée suite à l'abandon de Michael Tremblay. Alors, dans le premier couloir, on aura Adam Carothers, le Heron Chokers, Guillaume Charrette qui n'a pas été là ce matin, le 77, Marc Lalonde, le 751, Lalo Racing, Samuel Tremblay dans le quatrième couloir avec le Another One, Kevin Smith, le Dreamweaver dans le cinquième et Eddie Canfouche dans le sixième couloir.
As we talked about, John Shaw just set the fastest time of the weekend. He ran a 2:28. That's a whole second faster than what Eddie Canfouche ran last time, so a 2:28 for Shaw. But Grant ran a 2:29, so if you put Grant's two times together, Eddie's got to run 4 seconds faster here in this second qualifier this afternoon in order to determine who's going to have lane number 1. So I know Nick went through them, but we'll have Adam Carothers, Gib Charette, Mark Lalonde, Sam Tremblay, Kevin Smith, and the aforementioned Eddie Canfouche will all be in this second heat, Heat 2A for the Formula 2500s. We're 3 minutes and 34 seconds away. And as we've been saying, if you're just joining us, we're combining these two heats. You got to get the combined time to make it into that 8-boat final later on this afternoon. So here's the boat to watch. Eddie Canfouche coming way wide, about lane number 7 here in the Senseless 16, the F500. Can Eddie beat the time of Grant Liddycoat? That's going to determine who has lane number 1, and we'll know in about 5 minutes from now.
On est à 3 minutes 3 du départ. Alors, John Shaw vient de faire le meilleur temps de 2:28. C'est le temps le plus rapide de la journée, mais comme on disait, avec un abandon ce matin, John Shaw ne pourra pas faire la finale. Et Grant Liddycoat vient possiblement de retrancher là, au moins 2 secondes sur Eddie Canfouche. Et là, elle sera complètement à l'extérieur dans le Senseless. On a Kevin Smith, le Dreamweaver, qui va très bien depuis le début de la saison. Il était 3e au début de la journée. 4e, pardon, au début de la journée au classement. Et là, il sera dans le 5e couloir, mais il ne faut pas négliger non plus Marc Lalonde ainsi que Samuel Tremblay dans le 751 dans le 113. So, a great heat now on Formula 2500.
2 minutes from the start, Heat 2A, rerun of Heat 2A. Eddie Canfouche comes by in the 500, the Senseless 16. Here comes Mark Lalonde in the 751. The 113 is Samuel Tremblay, and then another one. Should have the 38, Adam Carothers in the Heron Choker Racing out of Rexton, New Brunswick. He comes by in the 38. And then a Dreamweaver of Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts. The final boat coming by off of turn number 2. 1 minute, 30 seconds away from the start, Nick. We pretty much talked to everything we need to say about this heat and how important it is for these drivers to try to make it into that final later on today. 120 from the start. 120, guys are starting to loop up, get around. I'll get them lined up for you as we go down here into turn number 1. The inside lane will be the 38 Heron Choker Racing of Adam Carothers. He'll have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Gim's out. So lane number 2 will be Mark Lalonde in the 751. Lane number 3 will be Sam Tremblay in the 113. Lane number 4 will be Kevin Smith. And on the outside, in lane number 5 for Heat 2A, will be Fast Eddie Canfouche. In the Senseless 16 at Grand Isle, New York, we're 43 seconds to the start. The rerun of Heat 2A, as they're all lined up. Pretty good shot right across from us here at the tower as they're all going down the backstretch here and lined up in a pretty good formation as we're 27 seconds from the start. Formula 2500s, 2300 cubic centimeter motors. If they were still running the Ford, we're 15 seconds from the start. Carothers, Lalonde, Tremblay, Smith, Canfouche, inside out as we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. Eddie Canfouche. They're leading across start finish line of the F500. The Senseless 16 as they head down into turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lanes all the way through the apex of turn number 1. So Lalonde will turn left first with Sam Tremblay stuck in the middle. So Tremblay off the exit of turn number 1. He's your leader with Carruthers on his inside and Canfouche on the outside. All three of them side by side as they come off the exit of 1.
Alors Eddie Canfouche qui est parti du 5e couloir est actuellement en tête, mais regardez, là, on est à 4 tout près. Il y a Tremblay à l'intérieur de lui, Carruthers et Kevin Smith, alors que Marc Lalonde, lui, a eu des difficultés à tourner.
Canfouche on the outside, Tremblay on the inside, and Carruthers holding the buoy row as they come off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go here in the Formula 2500 Heat 2A, and best Eddie Canfouche. He's your leader across start finish line to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go. Samuel Tremblay running that inside and shorter way around in the 113. Another one. Wow, Tremblay really picked up the right spots at that time as he flew it hard down into turn number 1. Canfouche and Tremblay almost side by side. 2-minute advantage for Canfouche.
Alors Canfouche garde toujours son avance, mais Tremblay là, qui semble se rapprocher, alors que Kevin Smith, lui, est côte à côte avec Adam Carruthers là, pour la 3e place. Regardez dans le droit, Tremblay se rapprocher d'Eddie Canfouche avec un tour à faire.
Through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 2. Remember, we only go 3 times around. We get really close to the back and then come off the exit of turn number 2. Canfouche is your leader with Samuel Tremblay running in second. 2 down, 1 to go. Fast, steady Canfouche in the F500 of Central 16. He has the lead down here to turn number 1 on lap number 3 of 3. Samuel Tremblay running hard back in second position. Kevin Smith moves up to the third. Adam Carruthers back to fourth. Through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 3. Half a lap away for Eddie Canfouche as he was opened up by 3 boat lengths over top of Sam Tremblay.
Alors toujours, et là, Carruthers, lui, qui tente de se rapprocher de Kevin Smith. On a vu que ça s'est presque touché là, entre Canfouche et Tremblay à la sortie du virage ouest. Il va rester le dernier droit à faire. Last straightaway.
Through the apex of turn number 2, final turn, final lap, and Eddie Canfouche out of Grand Isle, New York. He'll come across the start-finish line and complete lap number 3. He'll see the checker flag this time by your unofficial winner of Heat 2A, Eddie Canfouche. Second place will go to Samuel Tremblay in the 113. Another one, third position will go to Kevin Smith. Over top of Adam Carruthers in fourth. And fifth will go to Mark Lalonde in the 751. We'll see what the time is for Eddie Canfouche. Can he beat Grant Liddycoat's time to have that inside lane for the final later on this afternoon? Great run for Eddie Canfouche. I love the second heats when the faster boats are on the outside. And obviously you can tell how hard they have to run to maintain and get that lead off the exit of 1 on that first turn. And especially with only 3 laps, you really have to run hard to get that victory.
Oui, quelle course d'Eddie Canfouche, comme John l'a dit, parti du 5e couloir et réussi à l'emporter devant Samuel Tremblay, ce qui pratiquement l'assure d'une première ligne en finale. L'action, envolez-vous, on vous revient dans quelques instants avec 4 qualifications classe Hydro 350.
All right, we got Fast Eddie's time. He just set the fastest lap of the weekend. A 2-minute 27.288. 227.288 for Fast Eddie. So that, combined with his 229 from that first heat, should give Eddie lane number 1 for the final later today. So good run for that 500 team. They should be in lane number 1 for the final later on this afternoon. Stick around. H350 Racing coming up next. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Heat 2A, H350 Heat 2A. Same thing applies here with the Formula 2500 that we've been talking about. The top 5 will make the front line. Second or 6th and 7th place boats will be the trailers for the final later on this afternoon. So 19 boats looking for 5 spots to make that front line in the final later on, Nick. It's Heat 2A. We should have 5 of them. Tell us who it is.
Alors, à l'intérieur, ce sera le H113 de Louis-Alexandre Baudouin qui sera à l'intérieur. Il aura à ses côtés Éric Allard dans le Big Decision, attache Châteauguay. Martin Rochon sera dans le 3e couloir, le H773 à l'embarcation couleur jaune et bleu. Yannick Léger, dans ses dernières Régates de Valleyfield avant une pause, se retirera à la fin de la saison, partira du 4e couloir et le meneur au classement, Frédéric Couturier qui sera dans le 5e couloir dans le H14 Legacy 1. Donc, Couturier ce matin qui a fait le 2e meilleur temps, c'est Carl Saint-Vincent qui a été le plus rapide. So Carl Saint-Vincent was the fastest man of the track this morning.
So here in Heat 2A, we have Louis Boudin, Eric Allard, Martin Rochon, Yannick Leger, and Frederic Coutier. And as Nick was saying, the fastest time earlier this afternoon actually was Carl St. Vincent with a 2:13.16. Frederic Coutier had a 2:13.52, so very close between the 14 and the 37. We'll see what kind of lap Frederic Coutier can put in here today for his second qualifier, Heat 2A. And just like before the 2500, the faster boats on the outside for their second qualifier from the first qualifier. So the top point getter in Fred Coutier, he'll have to start from lane number 5 here in Heat 2A. We're 2:35 from the start, 2:35 away from Heat 2A here at the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. Remember, the top 5 boats. We're looking for 5 to make it directly into that front line. Places 6 and 7 based off of time will make it into the final, but there'll be trailers. We're going to go 5 across the front row for that 7-boat final later on today. 2:10 from the start, 2:10 away from the start.
Louis-Alexandre Baudouin qui avait devancé le départ ce matin, lui, ça a été un peu plus difficile. Il devra assurément faire un bon temps s'il souhaite se qualifier en vue de la finale. Pour l'instant, Yannick Léger aurait même le 5e meilleur temps jusqu'à maintenant, puisque c'est Saint-Vincent qui a été le plus rapide. Couturier avec 2:13. Patrick Howard avec 2 minutes. Non, pardon. Paul Barber avec 2:20. Et Howard est présentement avec le 4e meilleur temps, Léger 5e. Alors, beaucoup d'action et attention à Frédéric Couturier qu'il ne faut vraiment pas négliger, tout comme Éric Alland dans le attache Châteauguay.
Times very close. Nick's been going over the times in French. As we said, Carl St. Vincent set the fastest time earlier this afternoon with a 2-minute 13.16 second heat. 3 laps in 2 minutes and 13 seconds for Carl St. Vincent. Fred Coutier had the second fastest time, 2:13.52. So those 2 boats are going to be battling it out for that inside position. Eric McKenna had a third fastest time of 2:15.32 seconds. So we'll see how Fred can do here as we're 50 seconds from the start, 50 seconds away. We'll go ahead and get lined up for you here in just a second for the start of Heat 2A. Lane number 1 should be the 113. Another one, Louis Boudin out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Lane number 2 will be Eric Allard in the 4, the Big Decision out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Lane number 3 will be Martin Rochon in the 773, the RTX sponsored H773. Yannick Leger in the Supernova. The 21 will be in lane number 4 and up on the outside. With the second fastest qualifier from the first qualification heats earlier today will be Frederic Coutier in the H14, the Legacy 1. We're 13 seconds from the start of Heat 2A for the Hydro 250s as we're 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark! Oh, it's really close, but I think we'll call it legal. Yannick Leger will lead him down here into turn number 1. On his inside will be Louis Boudin. Watch Eric Allard from lane number 2. Leger turns left first. All of them are side by side through the apex of turn number 1. And Eric Allard to the H4, the Big Decision. He'll lead him off the exit of 1, but watch Yannick Leger and Rochon stuck in the middle.
Alors, bagarre à 3 entre Éric Allard, Martin Rochon et Yannick Léger. On est à 3 pour cette qualification Hydro 350. Et là, on vacille du côté de Martin Rochon. Alors, à l'intérieur, Rochon dans le milieu. Léger à l'extérieur.
Alex will load up the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. The H4 big decision is your leader, but here comes Rashawn hard on the outside. Rashawn from lane number 2, picking them up and putting them down as they cross start finish line to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go. And it's the H773 of Martin Rashawn. He leads them down here to turn number 1. With Eric Allard on his inside. Now Allard will move back up on the inside. Allard and Rashawn putting on a side-by-side battle. We're almost halfway through 2A, and it is Allard, your leader.
Quelle bagarre entre Martin Rochon et Éric Allard. On est côte à côte. Et Rochon qui vacille dans le droit. Alors à l'intérieur, qui lui charge la pression. Attention, ça touche pratiquement dans le virage.
Off the exit of turn number 2, they're still side by side. Now Rashawn will take the advantage and come around and complete lap number 2. 2 down, 1 to go here in H350 Heat 2A. And now Martin Rashawn, Rashawn leads him down here into turn number 1. Rashawn by 3 boat lengths. Eric Allard running back in second. Yannick Léger in third and Frederick Coutier in fourth. But off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 3. Martin Rashawn has opened up the lead to Allard. Hooks it off the exit of 1.
Alors attention, voir si Yannick Léger peut se rapprocher. Mais Martin Rochon reprend là où il a laissé à Brockville. Et regardez Yannick Léger qui se pointe aux côtés d'Éric Allard. Dernier virage.
As they go up the exit of turn number 2, it'll be checker flag this time by. It's going to be Martin Rochon. He'll take the victory here in Heat 2A. Yannick Léger will come around in second position in the 21. The Supernova third place will go to Frederick Coutier in the 14. Fourth position, it looks like we'll go to the 113, another one, and Eric Allard will have to settle for fifth after spin it out here on the third lap here in turn number 2. So congratulations to Martin Rochon. Unofficial time is 2 minutes and 18 seconds in H350 Qualifier 2A.
Alors, quelle bagarre entre Martin Rochon et Éric Allard qui a duré pendant les presque 3 tours. Et ça promet pour la performance de l'après-midi. Et on a avec nous votre co-animateur pour la classe Grand Prix, Jean Théoret. Jean, comment on se sent à quelques minutes des essais chronométrés en classe Grand Prix?
On est très excités. Écoute, ça est le fun d'être ici sur la tour des régates et puis de pouvoir co-animer ça avec vous autres. Donc, on va voir, j'espère, des bons temps et ça va être agréable pour tout le monde.
Que penses-tu là, de la collaboration entre la HRL et les Grands Prix America? Je pense qu'on a un excellent spectacle là, sur le plan d'eau.
Oui, bien, ça va être très bon. Ça augmente le nombre de bateaux. Et puis aussi, au niveau de GPA, il y a des très bonnes embarcations. Et un nouveau bateau à Jimmy King. Donc, on a hâte de voir ça, que ça va donner. Et ça va aller aussi, je pense, la qualité de compétition.
Faut dire que tu seras avec John lors des essais chronométrés en Grand Prix après la qualification Hydro 350. Comment on sent là, quelques minutes à Valleyfield, un circuit que tu as gagné tellement souvent, notamment avec le Loto Super 7. Comment on sent là, sa première description dans quelques instants à Valleyfield sur un circuit où tu as tellement dominé?
Ben, c'est le fun, je suis une recrue. Donc c'est différent, c'est excitant, il y a une fébrilité qui est en moi. J'ai toujours aimé les courses, c'est une passion pour moi. Donc c'est le fun d'être ici et de décrire une classe que j'ai eu tout tant de succès. Donc on est très très content d'être ici.
Un gros merci, Jean, puis profite bien de ta fin de semaine avec nous.
Merci.
217.
À la qualification en classe 2B en Hydro 350, on aura le Miss Oh My God à l'intérieur, François Leroux, qui vient de la région de Sherbrooke. Le Game On 924 de Patrick Howard. Dans le deuxième couloir, le Awesome Secret de Tyler Kadatz. Dans le troisième couloir, Paul Barber qui a remporté sa qualification ce matin, ainsi qu'Éric McKenna dans le 999 La Bête Noire. So, John, we have two winners on the first wave of qualification this morning with Eric McKenna and Paul Barber.
Yeah, this should be a good one, Heat 2B. Okay, we got a scratch of the 447. Francois Leroux has scratched out in the Miss OMG. So we're going to have a 4-boat qualifier here. The 999, the Black Beast of Eric McKenna comes by. The 52 of Paul Barber out of Ottawa, Ontario. And the 195, the citywide sponsored 195 Awesome Secret and Tyler Kadatz. Those are the 4 boats to make the call here for Heat 2B.
Patrick Howard qui s'en ira dans quelques minutes avec le GP39, le Megavolt. Course à 4 bateaux. Alors, vague moitié québécoise, moitié ontarienne, puisque on sait que Barber vit à Ottawa et Tyler Kadatz vient de la région de Brockville. Lui, c'est le demi-frère des frères Anderson. Donc, 4 bateaux extrêmement rapides dans cette qualification 2B.
2 minutes, 30 seconds, 2:30 from the start. Here comes Paul Barber coming by. Paul had a great qualifier earlier today, picking up the victory in Heat 1C in the 52, the Legacy 1. Here comes Tyler Kadatz. They've been fighting at 195, sponsored by Citywide, has been fighting all season long to get some good results in that 195. Had a good weekend in Sorrel Tracy, but really struggled in Brockville and had a 4th place finish earlier today. Eric McKenna in the 999, the Black Beast, he also won earlier today, picking up a victory in Heat 1B. Eric has got a chance to get that inside lane. He had a 215 in his early qualifier. We just saw a 217 from Rakon Rashawn in Heat 2A. So if Eric can pick up a victory here in 2B, might have a good shot at that inside lane later on today. Patrick Hayworth comes by in the 924, the Game On. So 1:33 from the start, Nick. The 4 boats have made the call. We're ready to go here for 2B.
Oui, 4 bateaux et 4 bateaux extrêmement rapides. Tyler Kadatz, gagnant de la saison 2022, a gagné en Sorel Tracy il y a 1 mois. Et là, sera surveillé dans le deuxième couloir. Paul Barber et Eric McKenna également dans la Bête Noire. Ça, c'est l'ancien bateau champion tellement souvent de Norman Hansberry. Et là, 4 bateaux, 1 minute avant le départ.
1 minute to the start of Heat 2B. Hydro 350 second qualification heats out on the race course. Lane number 1 here in Heat 2B will be Patrick Hayworth in the 924, the Game On out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Lane number 2 will be Tyler Kadatz in the 195. The Citywide presents Awesome Secret. Lane number 3 will be Paul Barber in the 52, the Legacy 1 out of Ottawa, Ontario. And on the outside will be Eric McKenna in the 999, the Black Beast out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Those are the 4 boats to make the call. We're 26 seconds from the start. Heat 2B, Hydro 350s. Making their way down here into turn number 2. It'll be Hayworth, Cadets, Barber, McKenna, inside out. So we're 14 seconds from the start. Everybody looking pretty good on their timing marks. We are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Oh, that's really tight. Paul Barber leading him across start finish line from lane number 3 with Eric McKenna on his outside. Patrick Hay with the turn left first down into lane number 1. Everybody going to hold their lane all the way through this wide sweep of turn number 1. And Hayworth, he's your leader, but Barber is right there on his outside. Hayworth and Barber are side by side.
Howard là, qui avait connu un départ à l'arrière et là mène devant Paul Barber. McKenna est 3e devant Tyler Cadats. Alors regardez Howard dans l'embarcation rouge à l'intérieur. Le Game On. Barber à l'extérieur.
Patrick Hayworth will come up the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. He'll slide out to about lane number 3. But Hayworth is your leader. It's a half for Rooster Tail to Paul Barber running back in second. Tyler Cadets and Eric McKenna in third and fourth. Down here into turn number 1 on lap number 2. Remember, we only go 3 times around here in Heat 2B. And Patrick Hayworth, he's opened up by a full Rooster Tail now over time of Paul Barber as they go through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Hayworth is your leader.
Alors Barber là, qui semble rester à l'extérieur et quelle bagarre entre Eric McKenna, la bête noire, et Tyler Cadats pour la 3e place. McKenna qui a quelques longueurs sur Tyler Cadats dans le Awesome Secret. Drapeau blanc.
Hayworth coming around to look for the white flag. Wow, he goes really wide that time. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2. He pushes Paul Barber out to about lane number 6. 2 down, 1 to go. White flag being displayed on the race course. Patrick Hayworth is your leader across our finish line here on lap number 2 of 3. Paul Barber running on the outside, the longer way around. Eric McKenna moves up into third with Tyler Cadats back in fourth. But off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 3, it's all Patrick Hayworth.
Là, c'est toujours Howard suivi de Barber et McKenna. Cadats, on ne se fait toujours pas de cadeau dans le 999 et le 195. Alors que Howard, lui, va aller chercher une très belle victoire. Ce sera intéressant de suivre son temps.
Through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 3 of 3. It'll be checkered flag waving this time by for hometown favorite Patrick Hayworth, the 924, the Game On, your winner of Heat 2B. Second place, Paul Barber in the 52, the Legacy 1. Third position to go to Eric McKenna in the 999, the Black Beast at fourth position. We'll go to the citywide sponsored Awesome Secret 195 of Tyler Cadats out of Brockville, Ontario. Great run for the 924 and Patrick Hayworth. Got a 212 unofficially. 212 unofficially. We'll have to wait and see. That's a fast time. If that stands, that'll be the fastest time of the weekend so far.
Oui, 2 minutes 12, là, le temps à battre de Patrick Hayworth qui avait fait ce matin là, un temps de 2 minutes 29. Alors, sera possiblement parmi les favoris pour la finale. Il reste encore 2 groupes de qualification en classe Hydro 350 pour regarder la 84e édition des Régates de Valleyfield avec Nicolas Allard et John Tomey.
So we're waiting to see what that official time is for Patrick Hayworth in that 924 Game On. Unofficially, it was a 2 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. We'll wait and see what the official time is. It's usually pretty close. Patrick in the first qualifier today had a 221. So that's going to be a really big pickup. That's almost 9 seconds faster for him that time. We'll wait for the official call and we'll give it to you on the other side. Coming up, 2C. All right, 5 minute gun has sounded for Heat 2C. Got the official time for Patrick Hayward's 2 minute 11 seconds. 2:11.156. That's the fastest time of the weekend so far for our 3-lap qualifiers. So Patrick Hayward with a 2:11.156. Compare that to his first qualifier, Nick. In his first qualifier, he only ran a 2:21. So 10 seconds faster for Patrick in 2B.
Oui, 10 secondes plus vite dans le cas de Patrick Howard de son temps de ce matin. Et assurément de possiblement se qualifier en vue de la finale. Alors, qualification groupe C, on aura à l'intérieur Marc Lecomte, le H104 gestion unique. Michael Tremblay, le last minute again, qui tarde à faire son entrée sur le parcours, qui arrive. Ken Anderson, le 5-19, le Ben Cornett dans le 3e couloir. Joe Less partira dans le 4e couloir et Martin et Richard Hinault ne sera pas de cette qualification. Problem for Richard Hinault, John, it's not gonna be there today.
3 minutes 37 seconds from the start. 3:37 trying to get the geese out of turn number 2 down there. A lot of geese down in turn number 2. We do have a scratch, the H2. The Novo Racing and Richard Hinault has scratched for Heat 2C, so it'll leave us with 4 boats here for this third qualifier of the second round. Boat coming off the exit of turn number 2, that will be Michael Tremblay at the H8, the last minute again. Comes across start finish line. He drives for Bill Vilhauer out of Ogdensburg, New York. The boat comes to us from Ogdensburg, but Michael Tremblay's out of Valleyfield, Quebec. The 519 of Kent Henderson, the team tow band out of Brockville, Ontario. Joe Less in the 500 out of Grand Island, New York. And the 104 of Mark Lecomte. Those are the 4 boats that have made the call. 240 away, Nick. 240 for the start of 2C.
Oui, les 4 embarcations sur le plan d'eau présentement ne sont pas parmi les 8 plus rapides pour se tailler une place en vue de la finale. Ils doivent absolument améliorer leur sort puisque pour l'instant, ils ne font pas partie de la finale. Écoutez, le temps le plus rapide entre les 4 ce matin a été Joe Less à 2:24.16. Donc, ça a été le plus rapide. Michael Tremblay, lui, qui a terminé 4e de sa vague à 2:33.07, partira du 2e couloir. 2 minutes avant le départ.
All right, inside 2 minutes, 1:52 from the start, 1:52 away. Start of Heat 2C for Hydro 350s. As we said earlier today, Joe Less was down in Madison, Indiana, running at the Governor's Cup, the Indiana Governor's Cup down in Madison. He runs 2nd position in the Pro Hot, or what they call Pro Lights down there in Madison, back here in Valleyfield. I think he used that as an opportunity to get himself ready for Valleyfield. Joe had a decent run of 2nd position in his first qualifier earlier today. He'll come across start finish line. Michael Tremblay coming through the exit entrance of turn 1, looping through the infield. That's a legal maneuver as long as you cut from the back to the front in between start finish line and the entrance of turn number 1. So here in 2C, we're inside 1 minute to the start, 1 minute away. Lane number 1 will be Mark Lecomte in the 104. He'll have lane 1. Lane number 2 will be Tremblay in the H8, the last minute again. Kent Henderson will be in lane number 3 in the 519, the team tow band. And lane number 4 will be Joe Less on the outside, the H500, the senseless 14. So it'll be Lecomte, Tremblay, Henderson, Less. Inside out, lanes 1 to 4 here for the third qualifier of the second round, Heat 2C for the Hydro 350s as they head down here into turn number 2. Everybody lined up in a pretty good spot with 20 seconds from the start. Lecomte, Tremblay, Henderson, Less. That's how they'll line up through the apex of turn number 2 with 14 seconds to the start. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it looks like Tremblay might have been just a little bit early. We have to wait and see as they head down here into turn number 1. Tremblay from lane number 2. He'll lead Lecomte down into turn 1. Lecomte and Tremblay are side by side through the apex of turn number 1. Off the exit of turn 1, it's Tremblay and Lecomte. Oh, Lecomte goes up the tail. Tremblay leads.
Alors, Michael Tremblay qui a connu un départ fulgurant, a-t-il devancé le départ? Marc Lecomte dans le 104, suivi de Joe Less et de Ken Anderson. Et regardez Marc Lecomte qui s'amène face à Michael Tremblay.
Tremblay, your leader, off the exit of turn number 2 with Marc Lecomte back on his inside hip as they come off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go. Michael Tremblay, the H8, last minute again. He's your leader with Marc Lecomte back in second position. Third place is Joe Less in the 500. The senseless 14. In fourth position is Ken Henderson in the Team Toe Man out of Brockville, Ontario. But through the apex of turn number 1, Michael Tremblay, he's your leader by 4 boat lengths.
Marc Lecomte qui semble être aux trousses. Semble être aux trousses là, de Michael Tremblay. Et Marc Lecomte là devant Joe Less, alors que Ken Anderson, lui, quatrième.
Off the exit of 2, we're just getting word that Michael Tremblay did jump the start, so he is not a legal starter. Your leader is Marc Lecomte in the 104 as he comes across start-finish line right now. So physically on the water, Tremblay leads, but he did jump the start, so Lecomte is your leader. Joe Less running in second, and third position is Ken Henderson. So through the bottom end of the race course, turn number 1, it's Marc Lecomte from lane number 1, running out and about lane number 2. He's your leader off the exit of 2.
Alors, on oublie Tremblay, mais là, regardez Joe Less à l'intérieur qui se rapproche de Marc Lecomte, alors qu'Henderson, lui, est actuellement troisième puisque Tremblay a devancé le départ. Alors, Marc Lecomte qui va sûrement être content et satisfait de sa victoire.
Off the exit of turn number 2. Whoa, Joe Less drove it really hard down there into turn number 2. But on the outside, the H104, Marc Lecomte, your winner of Heat 2C. Second, we'll go to Joe Less in the 500. Ken Henderson will come around and get third, and a 1-minute penalty be assessed to the H8 last minute again, and Michael Tremblay. And unfortunately, he was just a little bit early at the start, jumped the start, and assessed that 1-minute penalty, so he'll be relegated back to fourth.
Alors, une victoire qui va certainement faire du bien dans le cas de Marc Lecomte, qui connaît un peu plus de difficultés cette saison et est un pilote extrêmement rapide, et ça va lui redonner confiance en vue du restant de la fin de semaine, puisque c'est un pilote extrêmement rapide, le pilote de Valleyfield. Il reste encore une qualification en classe Hydro 350 avant les essais chronométrés en classe Grand Prix. Qualification classe Hydro 350, vague D. On aura Bobby King à l'intérieur, le LDC Construction, qui lui a eu un abandon ce matin, n'a pu prendre le départ dans le 2-4-2. Il aura à ses côtés le Doug Nasty, Tommy Shannon dans le 306. Danny Léger, le 666, le Charpentec, qui lui avait devancé le départ un peu plus tôt, ainsi que le temps le plus rapide, Carl Saint-Vincent dans le Bull Shark Racing sera dans le 4e couloir. John, who's the favorite on this race?
All right, Heat 2D. Well, if Bobby's up and running, that's good. I heard it was a coupler. So a coupler was the reason that he wasn't able to finish his earlier qualifier, which is a shame because that's not going to allow him to make it into the final later on this afternoon. But Bobby King's out here in the 242, the LDC Construction, Danny Leger in the 666, the 306 is Tommy Shannon, and Carl St. Vincent in the 37. The 4 boats that have made the call for Heat 2D in Hydro 350. This will be the final qualifier of the day. After this, we'll go Grand Prix time trials, and that'll be followed up by the finals. So really, we're getting down to it now, Nick, as we've got Grand Prix time trials, the Formula 2500 final, and the H350 final, pretty much, right?
Yeah, it's still one heat of vintage
One heat of
before
vintage,
the finals.
okay.
We don't know if it's the 5-liter class or the Grand Prix, but it's still a lot of action here in the Parc d'Alpha Sauvé. Bobby King qui a besoin d'une victoire ou d'un excellent temps. Lui qui n'a pas pu prendre le départ ce matin. Et attention au Bull Shark Racing de Carl Saint-Vincent, l'ancien bateau notamment de Sylvain Campeau, le Dynamite spécial.
228 from the start, 228 away from Heat 2D. Once we get Heat 2D completed, we will have all the times and we will get the lane assignments for you for the H350 final. Remember, 5 boats will be on the front line with 2 trailers for the 350 final later on this afternoon. I bet we've got the Formula 2500 final, and we do. So we will break that down, and we'll get that to you after the heat. 145 from the start, Nick, 145.
Alors, Bobby King qui a gagné la première finale de la saison à Cambridge. On se rappelle de son prix de ponton à Sorel-Tracy. Il a pu compléter le week-end. Il ne faut pas négliger non plus Tommy Shannon qui est extrêmement rapide avec le Doug Nasty, le 306. Danny Léger, le 666. Et Carl Saint-Vincent, alors une qualification pourrait être pratiquement une finale avec le 2-4-2 à l'intérieur, l'embarcation blanche qui passe devant nous. Le fils de Jimmy King qui s'en ira dans le GP50 par la suite pour les essais chronométrés en classe Grand Prix. John, 52 seconds before the start.
All right, 50 seconds away from the start of Heat 2D. We'll get them lined up for you as they make their way towards the backstretch with 40 seconds from the start. Lane number 1 will be Bobby King in the 242, the LDC Construction. Lane number 2 will be Tommy Shannon in the 306, the Dog Nasty. Lane number 3 will be Danny Leger in the 666, the Carpet Tech. And Carlos St. Vincent will be in lane number 4. He's up really early on the rest of the field as he's already down here in the turn number 2 with 20 seconds to the start. So it'll be King, Shannon, Leger, St. Vincent. That's how they'll line up inside to out as we're 12 seconds from the start. Heat 2D as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, whoa, great start for Carl St. Vincent. He'll lead them across the start-finish line out in lane number 4. St. Vincent will have to hold his lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1 with Bobby King on his inside. Now King will turn left first. And Bobby King, he's your leader through the apex of turn number 1. But Carl St. Vincent had a great start. He's on the outside, but King leads.
Alors Bobby King qui a connu un excellent départ. Carl Saint-Vincent est deuxième dans le Bull Shark. Tommy Shannon est troisième devant Danny Léger. Alors Bobby King, qui avait l'intérieur, il en a profité. Saint-Vincent lui a un départ sur le nez dans le Bull Shark Racing.
Through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 1 in Bobby King. He's got that 242. The LDC construction back up and running hard. He'll come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go. Carl St. Vincent in the 37. The Bull Shark Racing in second position. Third position is on the inside. Tommy Shannon on the outside. Danny Leger side by side for second and third. Down here into turn number 1. A full rooster tail advantage for King as he comes off the exit of turn number 1.
Alors, belle bagarre entre Danny Léger et Tommy Shannon là, pour la troisième place. Saint-Vincent qui, lui, pour l'instant, est toujours deuxième, mais Shannon qui ne lâche pas face à Danny Léger, alors que King, lui, est parti loin en avant dans le LDC Construction.
Off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 2 to be 2 down, 1 to go here at H353 Heat 2D. And Bobby King, the 242, the LTC Construction, he still leads. Carl St. Vincent right in second. The battle is for third between Danny Leger and Tommy Shannon as they're side by side across start-finish line to complete their second lap. But Bobby King, he's found something. He's off the exit of 1 with a 2 rooster tail advantage.
Alors, toujours la bagarre entre Danny Léger, le 666, embarcation noire et jaune, et Tommy Shannon dans le bleu pâle, bleu vert foncé, là. Et Bobby King se dirige vers une victoire pour le 2-4-2.
Final turn, final lap, Bobby King, the Sterling Heights, Michigan native, will come across start-finish line to complete lap number 3. It'll be checkered flag this time by your winner of 3D, Bobby King. Second position, we'll go to the 37. Carl St. Vincent with another nice run to get second place from lane number 4. Third position, Danny Leger on the outside. Looks like Danny will hold on to third in the 666, the carbon deck. He'll get third, and fourth we'll go to Tommy Shannon in the 306, the Dog Nasty. So that'll do it for all our qualification heats for the H350s. We'll wait for the official times, and we'll have the 7-boat final for you a little bit later on this afternoon.
Alors oui, 2-11 pour Bobby King. On attend toujours les vitesses officielles. Va être extrêmement rapide du côté de King. Et on attend évidemment les inscrits pour la finale, pour la dernière course de la journée. Alors, je laisse la parole avec John Tomey pour Jean Théoret. 2-10-754 pour Bobby King. C'est extrêmement rapide. C'est le temps le plus rapide de la journée.
Well, Bobby King just proved he's still the one to beat. He sets down a 2-minute and 10-second heat.
And we don't have to forget tomorrow morning is going to be on the outside for the first heat of the day.
That's right. But Bobby King sets down the fastest heat of the weekend so far in our 3-lap qualifiers. Bobby King with a time of 2 minutes 10.754 seconds for that Heat 2D victory.
Oui, qu'elle est très, très rapide, Bobby King. Et là, on aura les essais chronométrés de la classe Grand Prix avec John Tomey et la légende Jean Théoret, qui a plusieurs victoires ici à Valleyfield.
All right, as Nick said, coming up next will be Grand Prix time trials. All 12 of them will come out. They will run a warm-up lap, and then they have the option of 2 hard laps if they'd like. Some guys will choose to run just 1, but some will run 2. I think they're telling them they have to run 3 laps. So some might run 2 slow, 1 hard, 1 slow, 2 hard. It all depends on their preference. But Grand Prix time trials, they'll be coming up next. All right, everybody, welcome back here to the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. It's almost time for Grand Prix time trials. It's part of our third leg of the GP challenge between GPA and HRL. We've combined the two companies to put on a 3-race challenge. It started back in Guntersville or Brockville. The teams had to decide which race they wanted to attend that weekend. Maximum of 100 points available. During that weekend, Brandon Kennedy topped out at 100, and so did Ken Lupton. Ken Lupton got good points. He didn't get 100, but he got good points down in Brockville. Then we went to Madison, Indiana, where everybody was invited to attend. They had 9 boats show up in Madison. Good points that weekend once again for Brandon Kennedy, as he is on top of the GP Challenge coming into this weekend. And then finally here at the granddaddy of them all in Valleyfield, Quebec, we've got 12 Grand Prix here this weekend for the GP Challenge. And the double points, Nick, it's double points. So the top 3 here in qualifying will get 50 points, not the normal 25. And then the next 3 will get 42, and then so on and so forth. So time trials are not only important for the lane assignments for tomorrow, but also the amount of points that's up for grabs. I was talking, and the reason I say that because I was talking with Brandon this morning, and he's got a pretty comfortable lead if we were still doing 25 points. But he said with these 50 points available, I got to go hard every single time.
Oui, évidemment, John, comme tu le spécifies si bien, les pilotes vont y aller à fond parce qu'il y a 50 points à aller chercher. Et le premier à s'amener sur le parcours, c'est le GP33, Jack Lupton, Lupton Motorsports, qui a connu des difficultés à Madison. Et là, il souhaite que tout soit revenu dans son cas. C'est le premier pour l'essai chronométrique.
All right, first boat out of the pit area is Jack Lupton and the Lupton Motorsports, the GP33 out of Waverley, New Zealand. Most of the time, these guys will run 3 laps. They'll run a nice, slow warm-up lap, come across start-finish line for the first time, not set a time in their first lap around. Then they'll go down here and come around the second time, and some will decide to get on it hard during that second lap, and some will even wait until the third lap. If you're waiting to the third lap, it's kind of like F1. You're putting all your eggs in one basket, trying to get that fastest time on that third lap. So to each their own. We will try to keep you updated throughout the time trial for the times. But hopefully at the end, we'll get the fastest time for every boat that comes out of the race course, because this is going to go by quick. We're going to do one boat at a time, but it'll be one boat out, and as soon as they're done, the next boat will make their way out. It looks like Lupton's going to get on it as he comes off the exit of turn number 2. The GP33, the Lupton Motorsports out of Waverley, New Zealand. Jack Lupton, he'll come across start finish line to start his time lap. Lupton heads it hard down here into turn number 1. Hooks up that skiff and really nicely puts a wall of white water up, comes off the exit pin. He keeps the horsepower up, digging hard down the backstretch is Lupton. Halfway through his time lap here in the GP time trials, and Jack Lupton sends it hard down into turn number 2, really flying the 33 Lupton Motorsports through the apex of turn number 2. Off the exit of 2, 7 seconds away down the start finish line. Jack Lupton completes his time lap. We'll see if he stays on it. And Lupton backs off. We'll see what his time is. 33.586 seconds for Jack Lupton. 33.586 for Lupton. Last year's time was a 32-second lap by Ken Lupton. He actually set the fastest time last year, right around 32 seconds. We've seen a 29-second lap this year by Brandon Kennedy. He set 29 seconds. He was under 30 in Cambridge. I'd be very surprised if somebody breaks 30 seconds here.
Oui, alors Jack Lupton qui vient de faire 33,586, c'est le temps à battre pour Lupton. On se rappelle que Brandon Kennedy avait fait moins de 30 secondes à Cambridge et Ken Lupton avait fait 32 secondes à Brockville. The next one, John, will be Bobby King in the GP50, the Freedom.
Bobby King makes his way out of the pit area, the GP50, as Nick said. The boat comes to us from Grand Isle, New York. Bobby comes to us from Sterling Heights, Michigan. Bobby did a tremendous job driving this boat last weekend in Madison, Indiana. Ken Brody is the normal driver of the boat. He won the Brockville final 2 weeks ago, did Ken Brody. So we'll see. As this is, I think, the fourth weekend, excuse me, that Bobby King's been behind the wheel of this GP50. He'll come around and do his warm-up lap before he gets on the time. So the time to beat is a 33.586 second lap set by Jack Lupton. Now a lot goes in to orchestrating how you want to run this lap. Some guys will really dive down hard into turn number 2, while others will go really wide through turn number 2 and come out in about lane 4 or 5. Looks like King is about a lane 3 sequence right now as he goes down the back stretch on his warm-up lap. So half a lap away from Bobby King as he gets ready to get on it here for his timed lap as he's down the turn. Now watch Bob. Bobby's going to go wide. See Nick, see how wide he goes through about lane number 4. And he's going to come really wide to keep up the horsepower. Now he'll get on the clock. So King down to start finish line. Let's put him on the clock. Bobby King, the GP50 to Freedom, starts the top. He'll head down into turn number 1, burps the throttle just a little bit as he sets it hard down here into turn number 1. Turns left, and Bobby King throws a wall of white water off the exit of turn 1, down the backstretch, keeps the horsepower up as he flies the GP50 side by side, Chime walking it down the backstretch here into turn number 2. The 50 is on the rev limiter and he heads down into turn 2, really popping hard is Bobby King in the GP50. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2 down here to start finish line to complete his time lap. The GP50, the Freedom, Bobby King, caught from start finish line, we'll give him a time. 34.657. 34.657 for Bobby King. You could tell on that one, Nick, he was a little bit on the rev limiter there, and that really did cost him some time.
Oui, on l'a entendu être sur le rev limitator qui lui a fait perdre quelques secondes. Il est 1 seconde plus lent que Jack Lupton, 34,657. So 34.657 for Bobby King. The next one is the brother of Jack Lupton, Ken Lupton, with the Lucas Oil. It will be a drivers to watch this weekend. The 577 had won the last final last year in Beauharnois. So
he actually won time trials here last year too. He was the top qualifier for the event here in Valleyfield last year. And I said his time was just, I believe it was around 32 seconds. So we'll see if Ken can replicate that. It's a little bit breezy when you head down into 2. So I'm sure that is on everybody's mind, flying as hard as they can down into turn number 2. The breeze coming off the bay, right off the St. Lawrence here into the bay, is a little bit strong. We'll see how Ken does. Ken usually does come out nice and easy, and then he'll get on it. Your top qualifier from Valleyfield last year is on the race course, the 577, the Miss Lucas Oil out of Waverly, New Zealand. For all our friends on the live stream, welcome. If you're tuning in all the way from New Zealand, we appreciate you. Welcome to the 84th annual Valleyfield Regatta, as Ken Lupton has made his way out onto the race course for his timing runs. Ken going very slow as he comes across start finish line for the first time. So what it seems like everybody's deciding to do is come out and do a nice little cool warm-up lap, get the temps up and ready to go, and then run one hard second lap. They can do a maximum of 3 if they choose. But so far, the 2 guys that have been out have done a warm-up and one hard. And we'll see if Ken decides to do the same thing.
Alors Ken Lupton qui peut assurément donner un excellent temps, le Lucas Oil qui vient de la Nouvelle-Zélande. On a 2 pilotes de la Nouvelle-Zélande, lui et son frère Jack.
All right, Lupton starts to pick it up now as he heads down into turn number 2 to come on his flying lap. Let's see how wide he goes. Looks like he's at about lane number 3, so not as wide as Jack was. Ken will come off the exit of turn number 2 in a lane 3 sequence. He'll come across start finish line, and we'll put him on the clock. 577 leads him down here into turn number 1 On his hard lap, really strong down into two. Wow, that thing is on a rail through the apex of turn number 1. He'll come off the exit pin of turn 1. Nice riding boat, not even chime walking the sponsons that, oh, that thing is glued to the water. Looks really good down into turn number 2. Burps the throttle just a little bit. Goes a little bit wide that time through the apex of turn number 2. Comes really wide out outside in about lane 4. Kenny comes off the exit of turn number 2. Let's put him on the clock. Right now. But it is a 33.135. 33.135. Your new leader of the time trials, the 577, Miss Lucas Oil.
Alors, Ken Lupton qui vient de faire le meilleur temps, 33,135 secondes pour Ken Lupton. What a speed by Ken Lupton. Almost half a second in front of his brother,
Yep, 4
Jack
tenths.
Lupton. And the next one will be the new boat of Jimmy King, the Pleasure Seekers GP3.
All right, up next, Jimmy King. Memphis, Michigan's Jimmy King, the driver of the Turbinator U3, now driving the GP3 Pleasure Seekers Racing for Roger Mahan out of New Jersey. Jimmy King's got Dylan running, I believe, on his radios today. Yep, Dylan's down there doing the radios for Jimmy. Man, I tell you what, if you were here at Valleyfield and just saw the guys that are in the radio crowd for the GPs, there's some talented drivers in the radio crowd. So Jimmy King is next. He'll be followed by Kevin Egret in the 10, and the 71 of Andrew Tate, followed up by the 757 Canada Boy, the 17 of Tyler Eccles, the 39 of Patrick Hayworth, the 79 of Jeff Bernard, the 35 of Brandon Kennedy, and the final boat in time trials will be the 212 Silco Racing and Eric Langevin. So King has not made his way out. This will be the 10, the Charger. So I'm not sure if the 3 is a scratch or not. We'll have to wait and see, but it's the GP10, the Charger, and Kevin Egret making his way out of the pit area. So Kevin, he started driving the GP10 last season in Sandy towards the end of the season. And he's been full-time here in 2024, and he has been very consistent. He's not the fastest, he's getting used to the boat, but he's been very consistent in the first 2 rounds of the GP Challenge. We'll see how he does here with all 12 GPs out on the race course.
Oui, Dustin Eccles qui conduit le Charger, qui est peut-être pas le pilote le plus rapide, mais quand même extrêmement constant dans le GP10. Et sera également surveillé la constance qui est extrêmement rapide, Dustin Eccles.
All right, Kevin Egret down to here through turn number 2. He's in about lane 2. He went really tight to the buoy road, but it's going to go wide off the exit of 2 to come around and start his flying lap. The GP10, the Charger, off the exit of 2, put him on the top. Kevin Egret down into turn number 1. The GP10 hooks up really nicely through the apex of turn 1, throws a real nice wall of water, but he really did slow up just a little bit off the exit of 1. Now he picks it back up again. Chime walking the 10 down the backstretch. Down here into turn number 2. On his time trial lap. Egret burps the throttle through the apex of turn number 2. He'll come off the exit of 2, come around and get the checker flag this time by Kevin Egret out of the state of Washington. Let's see what time he's got as he goes to start finish. Waiting on the time. 35.842. 35.842. Kevin Egret, that puts him in fourth position.
Alors 35,842 pour Kevin Egret. Écoutez, je croyais que c'était Dustin Nichols, mais c'est Kevin Egret. Pour l'instant, le 4e temps dans le Charger. Ici, tout se suit, ce serait Andrew Tate dans le Wild One. Alors pour l'instant, c'est toujours Ken Lupton qui a le meilleur temps à 33,13. Jack Lupton à 33,58. Bobby King avec 34,65 et Kevin Egret at 35,84. The next boat is Jimmy King on the water, the GP3 Pleasure Seekers.
That's the 3. Yep. All right, now Jimmy King makes his way out of the pit area. So they switch the order and put the 10 in front. It was supposed to be the 3, then the 10, but they went the 10, then the 3. So Jimmy King makes his way out of the pit area, down into turn number 2. Brand new boat, built by Roger Mahan, engines by Roger Mahan. The Pleasure Seekers Racing, long tradition of inboard hydroplane racing with the Mahan family, and of course Jimmy King, the driver of the U3, the Terminator. That boat's out of Evansville, Indiana. Jimmy comes to us from the great state of Michigan. He'll come across the finish line on his warm-up lap. Down in turn number 1. He's popping the throttle a little bit down here into turn 1. GP time trials. Wow, this is interesting. Jimmy is down into turn 1, but he's out in about lane number 7. So he's been going around this race course a long time. He may know something that everybody else doesn't. He went really deep down into turn number 1. Let's see how deep he goes down into turn number 2 and how far on the outside he is. The fastest boats usually drive really deep down into turn 2 here in Valleyfield because it's so tight. Let's see what King, and he is. He's out in about lane number 5. He'll come through the apex of turn number 2 with the GP. Oh, he's trying to get on it, doesn't want to go. It is burping off the exit 2. Now it goes. Jimmy King, crossed up in his line. Put him on the block. King down into turn number 1, burping the throttle just a little bit as he hits the apex of turn 1. Throws up a wall of white water, but that thing is popping just a little bit off the exit of turn number 1, down the back stretch. King is really flying it hard down the back stretch, trying to make up a little bit of time as he was slow through the apex of turn number 1. The GP3, the Pleasure Seeker Racing, down into turn number 2. Jimmy King, the veteran driver, comes off the exit pin. That boat, you can tell, is having some mechanical issues. He's burping through the turn. He'll come around, see what time he's got. He's going to start finish line, and his time will be a 38.638. 38.638. And you can tell, Nick, that Jimmy didn't have the power as he was going into the turns. He was having to get on and off the throttle.
Oui, on a vu dans le premier virage Jimmy King qui a eu de la difficulté à tourner. On a vu même l'embarcation se soulever de côté. Et on a entendu des ratés là, dans le cas du Pleasure Seeker. Est-ce que c'est le Rev Limitator ou problème de moteur? On va suivre dans la nuit pour Jimmy King. The next one is Andrew Tate, the leader of the GP class in HRL series.
Andrew Tate and Miss Liberty in a can this weekend. Should be the next boat out. Our top qualifier so far through 5 boats is still the 577 Miss Lucas Oil with a 33.135. He's followed up by Jack Lupton. So the Lupton brothers are 1-2 right now. Jack had a 33.586. So the top 2 qualifiers so far are the New Zealand guys. 5 boats out of 12 have made the call. We're waiting on Andrew Tate to make his way out of the pit area in the GP71, the Wild One, sponsored by Liberty in a Can. And Nick, here he comes out of the pit area. Andrew Tate, as you said, current leader in the HRL Series High Point Championship, but he's been struggling the last 2 weeks. He hasn't been because he's not been driving the boat, but the boat itself in Guntersville and Madison has really been struggling for that 71 team.
Oui, Andrew Tate qui retrouve le volant de son embarcation puisque lors des 2 premiers événements du Challenge Grand Prix, n'était pas au volant puisqu'il était au volant du U91. C'était Tom Thompson à Guntersville et Ken Anderson la semaine dernière. Et on a eu des problèmes de moteur, mais si la mécanique tient pour Wild One Miss Liberty, on peut être extrêmement rapide. C'est évidemment un des favoris pour remporter la finale. Il pourrait être le premier pilote à remporter 3 finales consécutives.
So Andrew Tate takes the Miss Liberty down the backstretch. Liberty in a Can sponsors the GP71 Wild One. Down the backstretch here on his warm-up lap, 71. Andrew Tate, your 2-time defending Valleyfield champion. He's looking to be the first ever to win 3 Valleyfield regattas in a row as he comes to the apex of turn number 2. On his hot lap, he'll come off the exit of turn number 2, goes a little bit wide out to about lane number 5. He'll come down and we will put him on the clock. 71 takes it down into turn number 1. Throws it hard down into 1, does Tate. Throws up a wall of white water to Liberty in a Can off the exit of turn number 1. Nice, he's able to keep up the horsepower as he heads down the backstretch. The boat just touching the water. About 6 inches of the transom is in the water as Tate flies it hard down here into turn number 2. He dives down into turn number 2. About lane number 2, comes out about lane number 5. Lane number 6, he's really wide off the exit of 2. He'll come down and he'll cross start finish line. Time 33.581. 33.581. That's second best. Second best behind Ken Lupton.
Alors, Andrew Tate qui vient de faire le 2e temps, 33,581 à 5 millièmes devant Jack Lupton. Alors, le temps de Ken Lupton tient toujours à 33,135. Oh, ça promet pour la journée de demain. Et on poursuit avec le Canada Boy conduit par Kent Anderson. Rappelons-le, ce week-end.
5 thousandths of a second separate second and third right now. 5 thousandths of a second between the 33 and the 71 for second and third. Ken Lupton, though, in the Miss Lucas Oil, still holding on to that top spot in the time trial. The 5.77 of Kenny Lupton at 33.135, currently sitting in first. So Kent Henderson drives the Canada Boy, makes his way out onto the race course here in Valleyfield. 2 weeks ago in Brockville, this boat had a spectacular blowover, rode the tail in turn number 1 when Robin Demur was doing the driving. Unfortunately, Demur had suffered an eye injury, is unable to go this weekend, Nick. But how about this team getting this boat back together in 2 weeks to go here in Valleyfield?
Oui, évidemment, l'équipe en doit beaucoup à Bert Anderson qui a mis beaucoup d'efforts pour réparer l'embarcation, pour être présent ici en fin de semaine suite aux avaries connues à Brockville. Alors le 757, le Canada Boy, qui se retirera à la fin de la saison. Faut pas se l'oublier, c'est le tour d'adieu de Mario Blain ainsi que Robin Demers. Mais Ken Anderson, un pilote extrêmement rapide, le frère de Bert Anderson, qui a gagné tellement souvent ici à Valleyfield. Alors, Canada Boy, Ken Anderson.
Ken Henderson midway through his warm-up lap here for his time trial. I'm interested to see how hard Kent's going to go. This is really his first time in this boat. Was in the 2 testing sessions earlier today. Now they're asking him to go out here and go as hard as he can. Really wide for Henderson off the exit of 2 down here to start finish line. He'll come across and we will put him on the clock. 5.7 goes down into turn number 1, the Canada Boy. Oh, Ken Henderson really flew the right spots and down into 1. Henderson picked up the right spots, but he settled it back down before he hit the entrance of 1. Now he's off the exit of 1. Flies it down the backstretch. Chime walks it just a little bit side to side across halfway point of the backstretch. Down here in the turn. Oh, wow, the left spots and Hey, out of the water for Henderson. Down through the apex of turn number 2. He comes off in lane number 3. Sometimes light is good. We'll see how it is. We will put him on the timer. 34.412. 34.412. Kent Henderson moves himself into 4th position with a nice run.
Oui, Kent Henderson vient de faire le 4e temps, tout juste derrière Jack Lupton. Et s'il n'aurait pas eu ces 2 minis envolés là, à l'entrée du virage 1 et du virage 2, aurait possiblement fait un meilleur temps. Mais quelle vitesse à sa première conduite, John. What a speed by Kent Henderson on his first day in his boat of Mario Blaine, Robin de Metz. The next one will be the GP17, the Miss Renee of Dustin Eccles. Tyler Eccles.
Yep. Yeah, great run for Kent there. Only his 3rd time in the boat. I mean, he had the 2 testing sessions earlier today, and they go out here and ask him to put down a lap, and he puts up the 4th fastest time so far. But so far, it's still Ken Lupton, your leader, Jack Lupton in 2nd, and Andrew Tate in 3rd. Those are your top 3 right now. Oh, I'm sorry, I had that backwards. It's Ken Lupton in 1st, Andrew Tate in 2nd, and Jack Lupton in 3rd. Those are your top 3 so far. So it's Lupton, Tate, Lupton right now. Tyler Eccles makes its way out on the race course in the GP17, the Miss Renee. I know this team worked really, really, really hard to get here this weekend. They had mechanical issue after mechanical issue in Madison, Indiana last weekend. The Miss Renee actually finished 2nd in Guntersville. We'll see how he does in this boat on a timing run as he comes across our finish line on his warm-up lap. The GP17, now called the Miss Renee, formerly the Shockwave. At one time, Dustin Eccles drove this boat. Dustin now currently drives the U40, the bucket list racing in the Unlimited Series, but this was a rocket ship out on the West Coast at one time. We'll see how Tyler Eccles does here on this 1 mile race course in the Valleyfield Regatta. He's halfway down the backstretch for his warm-up lap. He heads down into turn number 2. Let's see how wide he decides to go. Nope. He kind of holds a tight lane 2 sequence. He comes out in about lane number, ooh, he does go wide, so lane number 5. He'll come down the start finish line and we will put him on the top. 17 today comes across start finish line. He breaks the code. And he'll go down here into turn number 1. Tyler Eccles is a little bit slow off the exit of turn 1 down the backstretch. Now he picks it up a little bit as he comes off the exit of 1. GP17, the Miss Renee, out of the great state of Washington, heads down into turn number 2. Flies the left spots and really chimes walks it down into turn number 2. Trying to hold it tight does Tyler, but he comes out in about lane number 5. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2, coming around cross start finish line for his hot lap. And a time of 38.174, but Eccles stays in it. He's going to do another one. We'll see if this one is a little bit better. He'll come up the exit of turn number 1. Eccles down the backstretch. And he backs off a little bit, so he's just going to do a cool down lap, yeah. So his official time will be 38.174. 38.174 for Tyler Eccles. I thought Tyler might try to do another hard lap, but he shut it down, slowed down a little bit down the backstretch.
Alors, 38,174 pour Tyler Eccles dans le Miss Renee qui a fait un tour de plus. A battu Jimmy King qui lui a fait 38,63. Alors, c'est toujours le 33,135 de Ken Lupton qui tient toujours. Andrew Tate a toujours le 2e temps avec 33,58. Et Jack Lupton, 33,586 également. Et c'est extrêmement serré. Il y a à peine 5 millièmes de seconde qui séparent Andrew Tate et Jack Lupton. Il reste encore 4 embarcations. Patrick Howard, Jeff Bernard, Brendan Kennedy et Éric Langevin.
All right, as they set up next should be Patrick Hayward. We'll see if they were able to get the 39 fixed. I saw him during his warm-up, but he's not coming out, so that's probably not a good sign for the 39. So it'll be Jeff Bernard making his way out. Our top 3 so far, Ken Lupton, Andrew Tate, Jack Lupton. Those are the top 3 in the time trials so far here at the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. Here's one of the favorites coming into the weekend, Nick. He's going to tell us a lot what Jeff can do here in this time trial. The GP79 Bad Influence, sponsored by Reliable Diamond Tools, makes his way out onto the race course for his warm-up lap. And as I said, a lot riding on this weekend for this 79 team.
Alors, Jeff Bernard, on se rappelle, il y a eu toute une bagarre avec Andrew Tate. Et malheureusement pour Bernard, à quelques mètres de l'arrivée, il y a eu un problème avec l'embarcation. Et Patrick Howard ne sortira pas avec le Megavolt, donc des problèmes là, dans le cas du GP39 Megavolt. Alors on voit que la tendance se maintient, 2 tours de chauffe et 1 tour rapide. Donc,
all right. Bernard on his warm-up lap. Down the backstretch in the GP79 Bad Influence, sponsored by Reliable Diamond Tools. The owner is Mike Grindell out of Webster, Massachusetts. Sponsor is Jonathan Thompson. They head down here into turn number 2. The driver, Jeff Bernard, out of Kent, Washington. He goes out about lane number 3 off the edge of the turn number 2 to come down, and we will put him on the clock. 79, Reliable Diamond Tools takes him down into turn number 1. Hooks it up really good as he goes through the apex of turn number 1. Nice wall of white water comes off the skid fin as he heads off the exit of turn number 1. Bernard sets it back down. Chime walks it just a little bit down the halfway point of the backstretch. The GP79 Bad Influence, sponsored by Reliable Diamond Tools, picks up the left sponsor just a little bit that time. Jeff drives it hard down in lane number 2. He'll come out in about lane number 6 off the exit of 2. Come down to complete his hard lap, and he'll get a time of 34.161. 34.161 for Jeff Bernard in the 79, the Bad Influence.
Alors, Jeff Bernard vient de faire le 4e temps à 34,16. Alors, extrêmement rapide devant Ken Anderson. Alors, le temps de Ken Lupton tient toujours dans le Lucas Oil. Et là, attention, Brendan Kennedy se mène sur le parcours. He's the fastest driver of the GP Challenge. Still perfect, John.
Yep.
10 wins in a row for since the beginning of the GP Challenge.
Yeah, here's your favorite coming out on the race course now is the driver from Newark, Delaware. I still say he's from Bear, Delaware. Brandon Kennedy in the GP35. The Thompson Automotive Group sponsor TKO Racing. The TM Special makes his way out onto the race course. Brand new boat that Brandon and his family built, designed, engines, everything. They're getting a little bit of help from Hootie out in Cicero, Illinois, helping with the motors. They've got 4 bullets here this weekend. They are ready to win Valleyfield in this GP35. And as Nick said, this boat has won 10 heat races in a row, dating back to Guntersville, Alabama. He'll come off the exit of 2 on his slow warm-up lap. The time to beat is 33.135. Now, Kennedy has done that here in 2024. At the Cambridge, Maryland Regatta, he set a time that might be a record of 29, just over 29 seconds in Cambridge. He has topped the charts in Guntersville and Madison. Can he top the charts here with a full field of 12 Grand Prix Hydros? Will Ken Lupton hold on to that top spot? Once again, the time to beat, 33.135 seconds. Now, the top 3, this is interesting because the top 3 do get the same number of points. So does Brandon go to beat Kenny? Or does Brandon settle in that, 2nd or 3rd spot? We'll see. He gets onto it down in the turn number. Look how wide he goes. This is the first time we've seen that. Brandon went out to about lane 8 He will come off the exit of 2, and he will get on it, come down here to start-finish line, and we will put him on the clock. 35 comes across start-finish line, and Brandon now goes to the buoy rail. He will hook it up really hard down into turn number 1. Kennedy through the apex of 1, throws a wall of white water up. He keeps up the horsepower, comes off the exit of turn number 1. Brandon Kennedy sets it back down now. Chime walks the spots just a little bit across the halfway point of the backstretch. And Kennedy down here into turn number 2. The Bear Delaware driver hooks it up through the apex of turn number 2. Holds it really tight, but now he comes a little bit wider. Off at about lane number 5. The TKO sponsored Brandon Kennedy comes around with a time of 32.699. 32.699. Put it to the top of the board.
Brandon Kennedy, le plus rapide à 32,699 par près d'une demi-seconde sur Ken Lupton. Et ça risque de se poursuivre pour Brandon Kennedy qui serait 11 en 11 là, depuis le début du Challenge Grand Prix. Il reste encore une embarcation, le Québécois Éric Langevin dans le plomberie Silco. But John, 32.699. What a time by Brandon Kennedy.
Brandon Kennedy sets the fastest time of the weekend, 32.699. Puts him to the top of the board once again. The first and only boat to break 33 seconds so far. And the final boat for the time trials will be the 212, the Silco Racing and Eric Langevin. The local driver from Valleyfield, Quebec is the final boat out. So right now it's the 35 in first position. Second position is the 577, the Miss Lucas Oil. And third position is the 71, the Miss Liberty of Andrew Tate. So right now it's the 35, 577, 71. Those are your top 3 as Brandon Kennedy just set the gauntlet. 32.699. That's a fast lap here in Valleyfield. So final boat for the time trials is out onto the race course. It's Eric Langevin in the 212 Silco Racing. One thing about Eric, he has been sneaky so far in 2024. He has finished his heats, and that really does matter. He might not be winning all his heats, but he's finishing them in that GP 212 Silco Racing. Right now, Brandon Kennedy with a 32.699. He is at the top of the chart. 577, 33.135. Lucas Oil is in second. He's followed up by Andrew Tate. And the Miss Liberty sponsors the Wild One, 33.581. So your top 3, 32.699. Brandon Kennedy. Currently leads. Final boat for the time trials. Eric Langevin down into turn number 2. Out in about lane 4. Goes a little bit wider. Comes off of about lane number 4 sequence. He'll come around. And we will put him on the clock. Heads down to the turn number 1. Throws him a nice wall of white water as Eric Langevin drives it hard down into turn number 1. Runs at about lane 3 sequence off the exit of turn number 1, keeps up the horsepower, flies it hard down the backstretch, halfway through his time trial run. This looks really good for, we backed off just a little bit that time. I was just about to say this looks really good for Langevin. Heads down here into turn number 2 in the 212 Silco Racing. Hugs it tight, but comes out in about lane number 5. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2, turns it really hard, had to get out of the throttle just a little bit. Then he'll come across the finish line. The time of 36.429. 36.429. So, your winner of the GP time trials, Brandon Kennedy, with a time of 32.699. He is your winner of the GP time trials here in Valleyfield.
Alors, Brendan Kennedy qui est très rapide dans le meilleur temps devant Ken Lupton avec 33,135. Andrew Tate suit troisième. Alors, ça promet pour les qualifications demain puisque les essais chronométrés servent à déterminer les couloirs en vue de la qualification de demain matin. Donc, encore deux finales ainsi que les vintage. Vous regardez la 84e édition des Régates de Valleyfield avec John Tomey et Nicolas Allard.
circuit de ravitaillement.
Évidemment, même si ça va être extrêmement plaisant pour eux. On va prendre du plaisir malgré tout. On va faire un party sur l'eau.
Okay. JP, I'm back. All right, we have our medium vintage out on the race course right now. I'll try to give it to you when they come by. Good contingent of vintage here this weekend. I think somebody said around 19 or 20 vintage boats here. We're going to run the small and medium today. We have the GPs come out tomorrow. The vintage GPs that are here. Boats coming across our finish line. That's the 19. That's that, driven by John St. Peter. 26 Nova on the outside. That's Armand Trahan. CB26 and Nova. And on the inside, that's the 77. The Hot Shot, Evan Whiteair. And the Hot Shot.
You can click on the website.
I believe that's 68 Odyssey out there again. I'm not sure. I have to wait to see when he comes around one more time. A 4 in the medium vintage out on the race course. We had small and medium vintage run today, and so like I said, tomorrow we'll let the bigger guys come out, including the Midnight Miss, which I would always love seeing the Midnight Miss out. That is the Odyssey. Back out again, the CS68 and Gabriel Brump. So those are the 4 medium vintage that are out. They're getting a white flag to signify that they can go around one more time. Once they get ready to go back towards the pit area, we do have our finals set for the Formula 2500s and the H350s. As we've been saying all day long, today is a completely different day of racing for those guys. Completely different day for the H350s and the Formula 2500s. Those guys are going to run their final here in a minute. And then after that, tomorrow will be a completely different day for them. Completely different. We will start from scratch for the H350s and the Formula 2500s. All right, in a few minutes, I'll come back and I'll go over the lineups for the F and H finals, our 2 remaining heats of the Friday edition of the 84th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Stick with us. We'll be back with the first final of the day, the 2500 final. All right, welcome back here to the 84th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta. It's time for our first final of the day. Formula 2500 final is set. Eddie Campush had the top time. He will be in lane number 1. Grant Liddycoat will be in lane 2. Sam Tremblay will be in 3. Tommy Shannon, Mark Lalonde, Adam Carruthers, Andrew Tate makes the final, and Kevin Smith will be on the outside. 8-vote final, Nick. It's going to be a good one. We are 4:17 from the start.
Oui, à surveiller ceux qui ont eu les deux plus rapides, soit Eddie Canfouche dans le 5-5 sera à l'intérieur, ainsi que Grant Liddycoat, l'embarcation rouge. Il ne faut pas négliger non plus Samuel Tremblay dans le Another One, dans le 113, ainsi que Marc Lalonde qui sera dans le 5e couloir. Andrew Tate à sa première fin de semaine dans le F3 sera dans le 7e couloir, lui qui vient tout juste de sortir de ses chronométrés en classe Grand Prix. Et on se rappelle que demain, on remet les compteurs à zéro pour cette classe, ainsi que la classe Hydro 350. 3 laps on the final, John. 8 boats, pretty fast on the water.
Yeah, ready to go here for the F final. The obvious missing link in this final is the 92 Tenacity, driven by John Shaw. They had mechanical issues in their first qualifier, which put them out of the final after winning Heat 2B. John Shaw is going to be in a major point deficit going into tomorrow, especially if Grant and Eddie are both able to win this. Either one of them is able to win this final. That's going to put the 92 team in a very large hole compared to where they were coming into the weekend.
Oui, on sait que John Shaw, avec son abandon de ce matin, n'a pas complété sa première course. Et même s'il a eu le meilleur temps lors de la deuxième séance, il a pu ne peut prendre la finale puisque les deux temps devaient être combinés. Et avec un temps de 2,28. Heureusement, tout se repart à zéro dans son cas demain et a démontré lors de la seconde qualification qu'il est toujours un pilote extrêmement rapide. Marc Lalonde à ses dernières régates avec le F751, lui qui a vendu embarcation à Rémi Beauvillain de cette finale de Lalo Racing. Alors que Grant Liddycoat, alors 3 moteurs Honda dans cette finale et 5 Ford. So John, 3 Honda engine in this final and 5 Ford engine.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very good pointing that out, Nick, as we've got 3 Hondas and 5 Fords. But the fastest Honda has lane number 1. Eddie Campush in that, 500 Senseless 16 team has really, when that thing's been hooked up, has been untouchable here in 2024. We'll see how he does here from the lane number 1 with this 8-vote final here in the Formula 2500. Andrew Tate's going to be out in lane number 7. His first time behind the wheel on that F3. We'll see if he can do anything starting up on the outside. We are just about a minute to go from the start. So with 1 minute to go from the start of our first final of the day, we will get them lined up for you. Lane number 1 will be Eddie Campush. Grand Island, New York, the F500, the Senseless 16. Lane number 2 will be Grant Liddycoat out of Suffolk, Virginia, in the 97, the Send It. Lane number 3 out of Valleyfield, Quebec will be Sam Tremblay in the 113, another one. Lane number 4, also out of Valleyfield, Quebec. In the Valleyfield Auto Parts will be the F4 of Tommy Shannon. Mark Lalonde in the 751. Lola Race will be in lane number 5. Adam Carruthers out of Rexton, New Brunswick will be in lane 6. Andrew Tate out of Wild Lake, Michigan will be in 7. And Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts will be on the outside in lane number 8. They're a little bit early as we are 13 seconds from the start. 10, 9, 8. Eddie's back. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, I think we might have 1 or 2 early. We'll wait and see as they head down here into turn number 1. Everybody's got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. 8 boats down into the first turn. and it's Eddie Campouche on the inside. Eddie's your leader with Grant Liddycoat right there on his outside. We've got a spin out of Samuel Tremblay. But they come off the exit of 1. It's Eddie Campouche.
Alors, Eddie Campouche en tête. Et là, il y a un crochet du côté de Samuel Tremblay. Et Andrew Tate a pris un départ sur le nez. Il est actuellement 3e. Alors que Campouche, Liddycoat, Shannon est 4e, suivi de Kevin Smith et de Marc Lalonde.
Eddie Campouche through the apex of this really tight and rough turn number 2. He's your leader, but Liddycoat is right there. Grant Liddycoat is really pushing the 97 Send It out in about lane number 4. 1 down, 2 to go. Here in the Formula 2500 final, and the 2 young drivers are side by side down in the turn number 1. Eddie Campouche will turn left first. He's got about a boat length and a half, maybe 2 boat length advantage through this wide sweeping turn number 1. They'll come off the exit of 1, and it's Eddie Campouche, Grand Isle, New York, but Liddycoat's right there, Nick.
Liddycoat qui tente de répliquer avec le Send It. Le 97, alors que Tate est toujours 3e, Shannon 4e. À peine une longueur de queue d'eau entre Eddie Campouche et Grant Liddycoat. Le drapeau blanc est montré. Un tour à faire dans cette finale.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to be the white flag, this time by Eddie Campouche, and here comes Liddycoat. Liddycoat on the outside. Liddycoat will lead him across the start-finish line. As they head down into turn number 1, Liddycoat and Campouche are side by side. They'll go through the apex of turn number 1, and it's Eddie Campouche on the inside and Grant Liddycoat on the outside. The 2 young drivers are side by side here on the 3rd and final lap. This 3-lap final as they head down the backstretch. Here comes Liddycoat. Liddycoat pushes hard on the outside. Campouche and Liddycoat are side by side, half a lap away. The Grand Isle New York native on the inside and the Suffolk Virginia native on the outside head down into turn number 2 here on the 3rd and final lap. Final turn, final lap. Liddycoat, Campouche still side by side through the apex of turn number 2. Campouche pushes them out just a little bit wide off the exit pin. They'll come down and it'll be a drag race to the start-finish line. Campouche, Liddycoat, Campouche, Liddycoat! Oh! Grant Liddycoat just gets there.
Wow!
To win the 2500 final. What a drive by Grant.
John, what a finish by Grant Liddycoat. Par même pas une demi-longueur de bateau, Grant Liddycoat remporte les défis du vendredi. Et ça promet pour la finale Hydro. Ça promet pour la finale Hydro 350 et ça promet également pour la classe Formule 2500. Grant Liddycoat, 16 ans seulement, on est à sa 4e fin de semaine en Formule 2500. Et Grant Liddycoat l'emporte. Alors, encore une course à faire, la finale classe Hydro 350.
Réservez vos applaudissements lorsqu'il ouvrira sa carlingue. Et on accueille notre champion, Grant Liddycoat. Alors, Grant Liddycoat prend le temps d'enlever son casque. Et c'est mon collègue John Tomé qui aura le bonheur de l'interviewer ici au 2e étage de la tour. On accueille le champion du vendredi Formule 2500, Grant Liddycoat. Quelle performance il a fait aux côtés de Campouche.
Hey, Grant, you got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, man, heck of a run from the outside there going around Eddie there, man. You took all 3 laps, but you got there by half a boat length at the start-finish line.
Yeah, it was close at the end. Closer than I wanted it to be, but you know what happens.
And it was awesome. I think that Ford power might have been saying something there coming across off the exit of 2 down to start finish line.
Yeah, those Hondas got nothing.
But congratulations. Today's only Friday. Can you do it again on Sunday?
Why not?
Why not, buddy? Congratulations. A heck of a run. Your winner, the Formule 2500 final, Grant Liddicoat.
Thank you.
Les comptes qui a dit que c'était très serré. Et John lui a demandé une finale le vendredi, on la gagne, puis pourquoi pas gagner une finale le dimanche? Il dit pourquoi pas? Why not, coconut? La prochaine finale, mesdames et messieurs, c'est en 350, en Hydro 350, 7 embarcations sur la baie, et ce sera la dernière course de la journée. Restez là, Valleyfield, ça promet.
All right, final heat of the day of the Friday edition of the 84th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. It is the 7-boat H350 final. And as my good friend Nick just said, it's a Quebecer final, Nick.
Oui, finale toute québécoise, puisque à l'intérieur, c'est Carl Saint-Vincent qui sera à l'intérieur. Il aura à ses côtés Patrick Howard dans le Game On, le 9-24. Paul Barber, même s'il vient d'Ottawa, qui parle français, partira en 3e couloir. Éric McKenna, le 9-9-9, la bête noire, partira dans le 4e couloir. Le meneur au classement, Frédéric Couturier, partira 5e. Martin Rochon, le 7-7-3, partira en 6e ligne. Et à la position remorque, le Supernova, Yannick Léger. Alors attention à Patrick Howard et à Carl Saint-Vincent. Une finale toute québécoise.
5 boats will consist of the front row, 2 trailer boats that have to be 5 seconds behind excuse me, the rest of the field. So the 5-boat front line will be Carl St. Vincent. And I talked to you about Carl earlier today. He has impressed me so much this season. What a turnaround from 23 to 24. That 37 Bull Shark Racing team, they have really come out and done a tremendous job here in 24.
Oui, Carl Saint-Vincent, c'est pas mal la grande surprise de la saison. Lui qui a connu tellement de malchance là, depuis son arrivée en 350 et là, depuis l'an dernier, tout baigne pour le Bull Shark Racing. Attention quand même à Éric McKenna qui partira dans le 4e couloir. La bête noire. Et Frédéric Couturier dans le 5e couloir. Oui, effectivement, sera à surveiller. Et ne pas oublier non plus Martin Rochon qui a gagné la dernière finale à Brockville. Alors ça va être 3 tours extrêmement intéressants. On est à 2 minutes 22 du départ. 2:21 to the start.
All right, as we said, 5 boats will make up the front row. Those 5 boats will be, with 2:15 to go, Carl St. Vincent in lane number 1 in the Bull Shark Racing. Lane number 2 will be Patrick Hayworth in the 924, the Game On. Lane number 3 will be Paul Barber in the 52, Legacy 1. Lane number 4 will be Eric McKenna in the 999, the Black Beast. And on the outside of the front row will be Frederick Coutier in the 14, the other Legacy 1 entry. As we're 148 from the start, the 2 trailers will be Martin Racon Rachon and Yannick Leger. The 21, Yannick's final Valleyfield Regatta here in 2024. He's starting off pretty good, making the final on Friday. Those guys have done a good job in that 21. They've already talked about who's going to take over that ride next year and everything, but Yannick's going to try to finish out 24 strong.
Oui, Martin Rochon, plutôt Yannick Léger qui se retirera à la fin de la saison. Plusieurs projets personnels et professionnels en vue pour le pilote de Saint-Timothée. Et attention à 1 minute 5 de cette dernière course de la journée. 1 minute to the start, John.
All right, 1 minute away. As Nick said, we are 1 minute from the start. Carl St. Vincent will cut through the infield and catch back up with the rest of the crew down here to turn number 1. As we said, the Bull Shark Racing and Carl St. Vincent will be in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Valleyfield's Patrick Howarth in the 924, the Game On. Lane number 3 will be Paul Barber in the 52, the Legacy 1 out of Ottawa, Ontario. Lane number 4 will be Eric McKenna in the 999, the Black Beast. Lane number 5 will be Frederick Coutier in the 14, the Legacy 1. The 2 trailers will be Rashawn and Yannick Leger. So we're going to go 6 wide. Okay, we decided. All right, we're going to go 6 wide. So Rashawn will also be able to be on the front row. They said 5 and 2, but they're going to go 6 and 1 as we are 10 seconds from the start. H350 final on Friday. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. They're early. 3, 2, 1. Mark, we got a couple jumpers. But they'll head down here to turn number 1. It was close on the 37. Carl St. Vincent will lead him down here to turn number 1. St. Vincent will turn left first. He's your leader through the apex of 1, but he's got a host of boats on his outside. But Nick, it's Carl St. Vincent off the exit of 1.
Alors Carl Saint-Vincent qui a profité de son corridor intérieur. Là, il y a Couturier qui a eu des problèmes. Et regardez, la bagarre entre McKenna et Patrick Howard. Et il y a également une autre embarcation là, qui entre les deux, c'est Barber. Non, Barber a reculé.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. Remember, we only go 3 times around. And it's Carl St. Vincent, the H37, the Bull Shark Racing. He leads Patrick Howarth in second position. Third place, the 999, the Black Beast of Eric McKenna. Fourth position is Martin Rochon in the 773. Fifth is Paul Barber. Sixth is Frederick Coutier through the apex of turn number 1. It's a half a rooster tail. Can Carl St. Vincent hold off Patrick Hayworth?
Alors, regardez là, Howard là, maintenir son écart devant McKenna. Rochon est toujours 4e, suivi de Barber, Couturier et Yannick Léger qui rentre dans les puits. Des problèmes pour le Supernova qui rentre dans les puits. Le drapeau blanc, 1 lap to go for Carl St. Vincent.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2 to be 2 down and 1 to go. Here in the 3-lap H350 final. Carl St. Vincent, all he's got to do is keep it on the water. He'll pick up the victory here this afternoon. Patrick Howarth running in second. McKenna in third. Carl St. Vincent in fourth. Through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 303. It's Carl St. Vincent. Nick, why don't you bring him home as he goes down the backstretch?
Alors, regardez Howard, McKenna qui se rapproche. Saint-Vincent, lui, est aux portes d'une première victoire en carrière. Même si en défi du vendredi affiche ses couleurs en vue de la fin de semaine. McKenna qui se rapproche de Howard.
Off the exit of turn number 2. Final turn, final lap. Checker flag waves. The 37. Carl St. Vincent. Bull Shark Racing, your winner of the final. Patrick Hayworth will come across in second. Eric McKenna will get third. Fourth will go to Martin Rochon. The Rock-on Rochon will get fourth. Fifth will go to Paul Barber. And sixth will go to the 14 of Frederick Coutier. We have a P1 on the 773. Yep, Martin Rochon jumped the gun. So his fourth race will be relegated back to 6th position. But your winner, Carl St. Vincent, I talked about him this morning. He had a shot and he proved us all right.
Carl St. Vincent qui mérite amplement cette victoire après tellement les difficultés qu'il a connues dans le Bull Shark Racing. Et John, il affiche ses couleurs en vue de la journée de demain. Carl qui va s'amener au Quai des Champions pour l'entrevue. Donc, quel travail accompli par son équipe. On se rappelle des ennuis connus lors des dernières années pour Carl St. Vincent. Certainement un gars extrêmement heureux et content.
Carl St. Vincent will bring the Bull Shark Racing back to the Victory Dock area. This is going to be a very popular win here in Valleyfield as the local driver. And Carl St. Vincent pulls the 37 back to the start-finish line and the Victory Dock area. Listen to the crowd when he gets out of this cockpit. But man, I've been talking about Carl since the beginning of 2024. He had a really good start to the season in Cambridge, and he's been doing well ever since. He'll get out of this cockpit to his adoring crowd here in Valleyfield. Your winner of the Friday final in the H350 class will be Carl St. Vincent, the Bull Shark Racing, his first time at the Victory Dock here in Valleyfield. It's got to feel pretty good for him, Nick.
Oui, Carl St. Vincent l'emporte ce défi du vendredi. Très bien mérité pour ce pilote. Et on l'aura en entrevue avec Eric et Luigi dans quelques instants.
Eric and Luigi will do the interview for Carl, but congratulations to them. And as they do that, I will sign off from my end here. I'll turn it over to Steven and JP, but just remember, this is only day number 1. We'll be back for days number 2 tomorrow at 10 a.m. Your winner of the 350 final here on Friday is Carl St. Vincent. We'll be back tomorrow. Stick around for the post interview with Carl, but thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you tomorrow.
C'est très émotif pour lui, là. Et toute l'équipe, les fans qui sont devant lui, vont pouvoir y parler dans quelques secondes. Mesdames et messieurs, Carl Saint-Vincent.
Salut, Carl!
Salut, ça va bien?
Ça peut pas aussi bien aller que toi, j'imagine.
Oui, ça va vraiment bien. On est juste vendredi, là. Il en reste encore, là. Faut capoter. Il reste 2 jours.
C'est une première finale à vie gagnée pour toi ici à Valleyfield quand même.
Oui, Chris, j'en reviens pas encore. On fait notre job. On a vraiment une bonne équipe. Les commanditaires sont là, mais l'équipe, ils ont travaillé. On n'a jamais lâché. On n'a jamais arrêté. Ça fait des années qu'on travaille, qu'on arrache. Ça commence à payer, c'est pas fini. C'est mon tour d'eau.
Tu viens de le mentionner, ça fait quelques années. Qu'est-ce qui fait que cette année, là, on dirait que les pièces du puzzle tombent en place? Ça va très bien cette année pour le Bull Shark Racing.
Il y a bien des affaires qui ont changé au cours de l'hiver. Je suis sobre depuis plusieurs mois.
Félicitations.
Bravo, mon homme.
Ma tête est toute là, mon cœur est tout là. Tout le monde est là. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
En un mot, Carl, qu'est-ce qu'on dit aux fans d'ici à Valleyfield gagner devant les siens? En un mot.
Merci d'avoir attendu.
Carl Saint-Vincent, mesdames et messieurs!
Alors, quelle entrevue touchante de la part de Carl Saint-Vincent qui mérite amplement cette victoire et ça promet pour la suite de la fin de semaine. Alors, merci d'avoir écouté la première journée sur les ondes de YouTube, sur les ondes de la HRL Hydroplane Racing League. Et on se retrouve demain dès 9h avec le début des courses à 9h pour la classe Novice. J'étais avec John Tomey, avec qui j'ai eu beaucoup de plaisir. On se retrouve demain dès 9h.
On va avoir 2 autres belles journées comme ça.
Merci beaucoup également à Jean Théoret qui a fait une belle apparition.